This new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, a little bit gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. 68 degrees and partially sunny here. It's nice out, but there is a little bit there's a little bit of chaos, a little bit of commotion. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, before we get to the personal news, though, let me just say it's a special day for a very good reason. A special day that is worthy of celebration and praise every single time it takes place. That's right. It's a special day not only because I'm back home, but because it's Friday, and every Friday is special. You already know what it is.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
That's right.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Our forefathers in the labor union fought long and hard to make sure that every single one of you can enjoy a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity that you regain at the end of the work week. If you like the 5-day work week, thank a labor union, ladies and gentlemen. That's precisely the reason why we celebrate Fridays every single Friday. Unconditionally, rain or shine, we grind. Except on the weekends, where we get to pursue things that make us feel human once again. Things that make us feel lucky to be alive. That's right. That's it. That's where it is. Do you bother to unpack anymore? I never unpack. Anyway, but this is what I pack. Yeah. BBC have Green second if a general election was held right now. Yeah, I know. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it is. It's Friday. It's May 2026, coming to you live from gloomy, partially cloudy, partially sunny California, Los Angeles on stolen Tongva land. I'm back in home base, and as you already know, I'm usually not at home base anymore. I'm constantly running around, but the suits are back. The suits are here, and the suits are here to stay. You failed to meet Megaphonics QTE last night. I'm voting for Janet Mills. Okay, Megaphonics. More like MAGA phonics. What is this, David Marcus? Top 10 gifts for the Antifa wine mom in your life? What? The satirical list ranges from a 24K gold whistle to a Hasan Piker signed keffiyeh and a trip to Havana. I like that I'm in the lexicon. I'm in the conservative consciousness all the time. Yeah, I saw friendship ended with us on the hunt. Didn't say hi to me. Rep Bowman is my best friend. How am I supposed to Magaphonics? How am I supposed to see you? You will be all over Fox News today, I guess. Yes, I will be. We'll get to it. I know. I did a tweet. I did a tweet this morning, and every Republican lost their fucking minds. We'll get to that in a second. Missed your speech last night. Yeah. Your speeches are so good, by the way. Thank you. I did do a speech yesterday, as you guys know. Personal news-wise, not much took place in my life, as you guys know. Obviously, I ended the broadcast, came back to the hodl, went to sleep, woke up early, got on a flight, and I'm here. Okay, my life, this is my life now. My life is this. I don't do anything. I'm a chud-ass loser. I do speeches. I think the speech dragged on a little bit, but overall it was good. It was perfectly, it was 10 minutes long. Thanks for signing my Lennon book so I too can performatively read on a train. Good. You didn't rave with March? No. But what's funny is March once again, literally, I mean, I can talk shit because I know his ass is not awake right now watching the stream. March made it to the flight, luckily. I don't know how. He was fucking hammered. At least last time when we were leaving St. Louis, he was like a little bit hungover. He was on the tail end of coming off of his drunken stupor. This time he was just fucking shit-faced. Okay? He was shit-faced so much I was like a little bit worried at first. I mean, he kept his cool, calm, and collected, luckily, but he was so hammered that I was like, they're not going to let you on the flight, big dog. This is crazy. Luckily, they did. We got on the plane, and we flew in, and I'm back. I'm here. And last night was a movie. Last night was incredible. It was an incredible, electric experience. And I don't know if it translated on camera. Like, I don't know. Because I never know. Like, I know how I feel when I do these sorts of events, but I never know how it looks from a viewership experience. I don't know how it looks for you guys watching at home, because it was wall to wall. It was slammed. It was packed. Apparently, there's 4 articles about me already. Mission Local let 1,000 Zorons bloom. Leftist flying to boost Saikat Chakrabarti as SF's insurgent savior. This is obvious, but you were definitely a main draw for the event. Yeah, I didn't realize that was the case. Huh. You're getting better at engaging the crowd. Yeah. Thank you. You have presidential motion, big dog? No, I don't. I don't know why people say that. I don't think I still don't believe I have motion. But yeah, I F-bombs and disco balls, Saikat Chakrabarti and Hasan Piker rally. Damn, people are writing about it, huh? They're doing write-ups. So, let me blast off and then we'll get into it, obviously. Let's just get right into it. We'll do a SF rally recap and all of the coverage. I expect to also be... I'll probably get a lot of coverage today on Fox News, let's be real, because I said something that JFK has also said, which is that when you disenfranchise people, you make it inevitable for them to fight back and you lead them into taking not so peaceful means and not so peaceful measures. In the aftermath of the Tennessee redistricting and also the Virginia Supreme Court decision that overturned the democratic wishes of the state. In any case, we'll talk about all of that and more. Republicans mad at my JFK warning, SF rally recap, and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a blast off meme? The constant F-bombs from the crowd were crazy. I was like, okay, same, but chill. New independent poll from the Saikat race commissioned by SF Chronicle. Yeah. Spamming this because I know you'll love it. Please use it for your breakout meme. Maybe. Druku, thank you for the blast off. Nice, nice, nice. Peacefully dropping bombs on people. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Yes, we got the UK elections as well. I'll be talking about the analysis on that as well. What Kami says. Thank you, what Kami says, for the 25 bones. If you got Plattner on show today, Uncle Sam would have had a meltdown. Wait, why? Why would Uncle Sam have a meltdown? I love Uncle Sam. Plattner skipped out. Who's making you put on suits at 11:30 a.m.? You. You are. You're making me put on the suits. Anyway, are you okay after the Bowman chest bump? That's funny. I think you guys don't understand how brolic Jamal Bowman is. Okay, he is unbelievably jacked. But I hardly watched Dennis with Pot in today. It was really interesting to learn about you and Ethan Klein. I'm still fairly new, so I wasn't aware of your past. You should definitely watch the video Kilo uploaded. Yeah, it's like 4 hours. I'm gonna be honest. It's like I want to, but we'll see. This was one piece of the speech.
All of these wonderful candidates that are putting the working class first in their message, in their platforms, in their policies, because they're terrified. They're terrified of the fight. They don't want to have that fight. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans either. We know that the Republican Party is a reactionary scourge in this country. We know they're fascists. We know they're racist. We know they're warmongers. But we say no more to the Democratic collaborators too.
Black suits with black ties are for funerals and weddings. This is not a black tie. It's a green tie. It just looks black because it's dark in here. This is the most Sarah Longwell tweet that I've ever laid my eyes upon. I want to scream. Just got out of a group of 24 Trump 24 male voters who disapprove of the job they're doing. We asked them to raise their hands on who they think they might support in a presidential run. Whole group interested in Rubio. 1.5 hands for Vance. 4 for Fetterman. John Fetterman. That's awesome. Doing a diamond heist after the stream? Yeah, sure. The green tie is fresh as fuck. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, there's not really much else to talk about as far as, personal news in general. In particular, I'm a chud ass loser. I ain't got nothing else going on in my goddamn life, as you know. Piker is nothing but a grifter looking to make more million, nothing more. Saikat will lose and quietly leave San Francisco because he will never be forgiven by everyone else here that's pissed at him for bringing a raging anti-Semite like Piker to the city. Bookmark this post. You will see. I like that. That's for the most part, people have just decided, no, I don't want to engage this person at all. I'm just going to keep crying about how he's a rabid anti-Semite. Right? It's great. Yeah, we got some bad news. Well, not bad news, but like Wiener had like a tremendous run thus far, regardless of how bad he is. There's a couple different reasons for it. I'll get into it. San Francisco is unbelievably lived up. I mean, this is Nancy Pelosi town, obviously. It's so funny that people call you a grifter, because if you were, you just sit your ass at home like a roach law. Yeah, I mean, the people that say I'm a fucking grifter, I don't know what they think I could do that would make me not a grifter. Like, I just don't think that there's anything. There's not really anything I could do that would lead them to believe that I'm not a grifter. Do you see what I mean? Like I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm going out. I'm promoting candidates that I think are good, that I think will help people. I'm doing fundraisers. I'm doing everything. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else I need to do. What can I do? I think people just ascribe certain values and certain actions to what they think I should be doing if I was like genuinely sincere and not a grifter, which is an armed insurrection. They're like, oh, you haven't taken up arms and seized control over the nearest forward operating base or something. I'm like, I'm not. It's never something that I've advocated for. As a matter of fact, I make fun of that quite a bit, you know? I want to build a disciplined, organized workers' movement in this country, and I'm taking the steps necessary to do that. And for some people, from where they're standing, they feel as though I'm not taking the right steps. You know, some people disagree with my methods. Some people disagree with the concept. And that's fine. We can have disagreements, right? Democracy is messy. We can have a reasonable back and forth, some kind of discourse around this. But I think one of the biggest issues this was what? Dustin Gardner. As Troy Kaczmar's campaign rally in San Francisco tonight, Hasan Piker laughed and people in the crowd cheered after a heckler yelled, "Fuck Israel."
Because they put Israel's interests first above your interests. Yeah. I didn't say that. I'm not trying to get Saikat in trouble tonight, okay? Because they...
Also, it's so funny, like this in and of itself is obviously, from the perspective of many, this in and of itself is like indicative of racism. If someone said fuck Saudi Arabia, ain't nobody would be like, wow, how unbelievably Islamophobic. Or if someone was like, if someone said fuck Estonia, you know what I mean? Or fuck Lithuania. Or even like fuck another American state. There would not be like a single damn thing. This is not a 14-like thing. This is a, come on, Anna Faye's. Come on, you know better. This is literally a California politics reporter for Playbook at Politico who has written about me in San Francisco. Okay, like it's not a random Twitter user boosting this clippable moment. This is a person who quite literally has written about me in California Playbook for Politico. He was the one who wrote the whole. I think it was him who wrote the whole like. RNC's coming after you, saying you're like an anti-Asian racist. What do you think? Yeah, imagine if someone said like fuck Florida or something. No one would fucking give a shit. It's just there's only one country that everybody gets all up in their fifis about, and it's Israel. It's like it's totally ridiculous, right? It's crazy. Anyway, I know there's a lot of San Francisco is not dissimilar in many respects to New York. It's a major heart of capital in this country. Silicon Valley is there. There's an unbelievably reactionary tech movement that has grown in San Francisco. There was a fairly robust local politics in San Francisco that was very left, and it was awesome. And they just gutted it, right? They destroyed it. These tech guys fucking destroyed it. And as a matter of fact, Saikat himself, ironically enough, also a tech guy, also very wealthy, had funded some of those campaigns too, which is precisely the reason why a lot of the San Francisco left still don't trust them. They just don't trust them at all for that reason. But I do think he's a real one in spite of all of that. Are Dems cooked? VA Supreme Court decision after Obama says he wants a strong Republican Party seems like a backfire. Yeah, we'll talk about all of that in a second. But yeah, so the rally itself was fantastic. I think it was great. It's always great to be in these rooms, you know.
That are putting the working class first in their message, in their platforms, in their policies, because they're terrified. They're terrified of the fight. They don't want to have that fight. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans either. We know.
I think it's important to stress that there's brewing frustration with the Democratic Party among voters in San Francisco that neither Weiner nor Chan are addressing, whereas Saikat is. We've seen this in the election results from our city 2016, 2020, 2024, the last of which was the worst Democratic candidate outcome of the three. Running on that being a non-transformative Democrat is not going to win in 2026. Yeah, but at the same time, I think voters are like very conservative in like San Francisco liberals are very conservative in many respects. The San Francisco progressives are upset with Saikat for domestic reasons, for like very local reasons, right? And that's understandable. I mean, he's been a local operative. He has fundraised or he has funded certain campaigns that have like taken out Dean Preston, for example. So like he's done some stuff that I think is worthy of scrutiny. And it's you know, it takes a lot for him to get over that. It's going to take a lot for him to be able to convince people to give them the confidence that he will be a fighter for their values on the San Francisco left side, right? The left that hasn't been priced out of San Francisco, at least. But then on top of that, there's a lot of liberals who are frustrated with the party in general, but also look at Scott Weiner as like a guy who spent a decade in California politics. They know him. They like him. He's 6'7". He's at all of these events, right? And he is like a familiar face. And in many respects, he's like a perfect guy to take over Nancy Pelosi's seat. He is going to be an inoffensive liberal, right? And that's it. At the end of the day, you know, he's white doesn't mean anything. We're talking about San Francisco. What do you mean? Every single candidate literally has like, you know, every single candidate also says their name in Chinese. Like, have you not noticed that? It's San Francisco. San Francisco white as fuck. Nah, San Francisco is very, very Asian too. They're definitely open to voting into power. You know, the Asian candidates. That's crazy for you to say. It's San Francisco, guys. It's super Asian. That's the reason why they keep saying I'm anti-Asian, which is crazy because the very same people that say I'm anti-Asian are ironically the same people that say, oh, he's so pro-China. He's like from the people that invented the Wuhan flu or the Kung flu is now this like cynical line of attack claiming that I'm fucking anti-Asian. It's insane. And I know Connie Chan also leaned into that too, which is frustrating. Like I said, Connie Chan is one of those people where like I don't even have tremendous smoke for. I just like Saikat more. I think Saikat is a better national candidate for the vision that I think would be better for the Democratic Party to lean into. That's it. I think Connie Chen is in other circumstances, in the absence of Saikat, would be a perfectly fine replacement for Scott Wiener, right? Like she's not super exciting as a candidate. She's not super exciting as a candidate at all, but she is infinitely better than fucking Scott Wiener, right? So that's not even a question, right? I wouldn't even think about that, because like whoever wins this seat, it's over. They're gonna occupy the seat permanently. Like Scott Wiener will be, if he wins this race, Scott Wiener will be a Democratic rep from this, will occupy the seat for basically 4 decades. Okay. So that's terrifying, and that should terrify you. He is exactly the type of Democrat that is horrible. He is exactly the type of Democrat that's a do nothing Democrat that is going to be perfectly fine with the way the party is working. The fact that he's at 40%, and this is not copium for the record, the fact that he's at 40% is genuinely good. It's actually shocking that he is at 40%. Now, obviously, there's a top 2 primary system here. So as long as Saikat makes it into the top 2, I think the entire progressive forces will surround Saikat Chakrabarti and push for him. Obviously. What the fuck? Damn. This is the second time this happened. I don't know why. My internet is fine, so I don't really know why this is happening. Yeah, Wiener campaign, DDoS attack. Yeah. That's what happened. M Israel Chai, M Israel Chai, M Israel Chai. Hold on, let me send a text message real quick to make sure. Another F. Deep State is cooking you, brother. Probably. Yeah. M Israel Chai. I'm so sorry. Israel, greatest country in the world. Israel, I love you. What makes that beep sound? Does anything pop up on your computer? Just curious, not being annoying. I mean, curiosity can be annoying, but no, it's just the OBS going out. That's what it is. It says OBS dropped, and it's giving me a notification. But yeah, this is not copium. The fact that Scott Wiener, who has a decade in San Francisco, I mean, who has a decade in California politics, is only at 40% is pretty good. Sorry, dude, it's so fucking annoying how much you say that. HasanAbi gotta say it. What? It's not an easy race. It's not going to be an easy race, but progressive forces need to basically push. I saw all 3 candidates in a relatively intimate community forum in my neighborhood and came away extremely unimpressed with Connie Chen, to be honest. Could have just been a poor performance night, but my biases towards Saikat, but I didn't see her and what other progressives do. No, I'll give you the actual assessment. The institutional left in San Francisco was not very confident in Saikat. They don't think he's like a real left candidate at all because of the previous donations that he's made. And for that reason, they were like looking for someone to make sure that it's not Scott Wiener, and they just, found Connie Chen. That's it. They were the ones. But the way I see it is like whoever makes it to the top 2 will get the entire progressive socialist left San Francisco to push for them. I don't think that, like, people treat Saikat like a carpetbagger. He's not. I mean, he's been there. He's been there for a decade. But, yeah. I mean, I obviously have a lot of confidence in Saikat, Bro, is LA splaining to an SFer man? I mean, yeah, because I'm aware of some background information that you might not be. In any case, so Weiner leads the current race at 40. I think he was a little bit higher too, so that's giving me a little bit more confidence as well. With Chakrabarty and Chan tied for distant second, Chronicle poll finds. New San Francisco Chronicle poll found the likely primary voters across almost every demographic group prefer State Senator Scott Weiner in the race to replace Nancy Pelosi, while the other two leading candidates, Supervisor Connie Chan and wealthy former software engineer Saikat Chakrabarty, are neck and neck in a distant second place. Primary ballots are due in less than a month, and the two candidates with the most votes, regardless of the party, will advance to the general election in November. At stake is the chance to represent California's 11th Congressional District, which covers all but the southernmost neighborhoods of San Francisco, the Excelsior, Portola, all the stuff. In total, about 40% of respondents said that they either plan to vote for Weiner or lean towards voting for him. Chakrabarty and Chan, meanwhile, are in a statistical tie with 18 and 17 of respondents choosing them respectively. Former Republican Mary Hurabiel is in a distant fourth at 5%, with 30% of respondents saying they would vote for another candidate. The poll reflects the opinions of 819 likely voters in the district, April 28th and May 3rd. Surveyed by text message and email, respondents could take the poll in English or simplified Chinese. It had a margin of sampling error of plus or minus 3%. Weiner's popularity cut across almost every demographic. The state senator who has the best name recognition in the race, that's the reason. He has tremendous name recognition, was the top choice across age groups as well as across ethnicities. That includes Chinese voters, a demographic group Chan has been courting. While Weiner's support among Chinese voters wasn't as strong as it was among other ethnicities, it still was well above Chan's for that group. 36% of Chinese respondents said they would vote for Weiner, while just 19% said they preferred Chan. Chinese voters in San Francisco are a profoundly important constituency. That's the reason why they've been attacking me as an anti-Asian, which is insane. Because if the Chinese population in San Francisco actually knew what my opinion was and like what I think we should be doing with China, they would fucking love my shit. Okay? Not only have I obviously been to China, but I also am not exactly shy about revealing my position on China, which is that we should chart a totally separate path in our relationship with China, which the overwhelming majority of the Chinese population, don't they hate China? No, fuck no. No, you guys don't understand. I literally, look. Maybe it's because I have a relative from Taiwan in my immediate family, but you guys do not understand the complexities of diaspora, folks in the diaspora, okay? They might not like CCP. They might be from Taiwan. It still doesn't matter. What you're thinking of is an unbelievably reactionary diaspora population. That is not the case in San Francisco. Chinese diaspora does not hate China or the Chinese people. They actually take a lot of pride in how much China has grown, and their attitude is not dissimilar to mine, which is let's not wage war with China, and instead let's chart a different peaceful path forward with China, a massive power in the world. Okay? Like you might be thinking of like the Shenyun guys or something. Like that's not how it is. Like normal Chinese Americans normal Chinese Americans are basically just like, yeah, it's chill. Let's not wage war with China. Anti-Asian hatred has increased in the country, that sort of stuff. And they have a lot of pride for not only Chinese culture, but also what like China has become as a nation state. In any case, support for candidates in California 11 primary election by ethnicity. and the white, I mean, Scott Wiener has unbelievable name recognition, so he's dominating in this field. And Saikat has a shit ton of funds, and Saikat funds and profits off private equity. Said there's no limit to how much personal money he'd spend to win, but wants to ban personal money from funding future elections. Paid to oust the city's only actual progressive supervisor. I know. DSA San Francisco. I know he gave 10 grand to the guy who ended up fighting against Dean Preston. I know it's okay. Okay. I understand why you don't trust him for that reason. I don't have the same considerations that you do. Okay. I know. No, these people are not huge Connie heads. Oh, wait, this person might be. Connie's the only left candidate. You were here one day. Normal Chinese want Connie. Now some fucking grifter from Maryland. This is going to backfire so hard and hurt your brand. Man, shut the fuck up about my brand, dude. Okay? Do you know how much I hear that every day? I believe what I believe, and I make my positions very fucking clear. What do you mean this is going to hurt your brand? What are you, my fucking brand manager? I don't even have a goddamn PR person. Okay, let alone random chatters in the chat being like, excuse me, I'm going to backseat what you are trying to do here. Yeah, dude. Oh, no, I can't believe it. The guy that, like, every fucking mainstream media outlet is calling a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist, his brand is going to be tarnished. What brand do I have? I just have beliefs, okay? I have beliefs. I have my people. And I have an idea of what kind of necessary change needs to take place in this country, okay? And no, like I said, I don't think Connie Chan is like an offensive person at all. I think she's like like a tepid center left Democrat. But I think the politics is. Don't have a PR person? What am I, chopped tofu? Austin Ox, you have literally destroyed my career. What the fuck do you mean? What am I, chopped tofu? Yeah, you are chopped tofu, motherfucker. You have played a formative role for years of doing anti-PR. That's crazy. I mean, you've gotten a lot better now with Popstanox, but yeah. Who's better, do you guys think, at accomplishing their goals? Chuck Schumer by making the left love Israel, or Austin Ox by making everybody love me? Better stop being narcissistic quick because I wasn't even trying. Oh, nice. Okay. Austin Ox is the Chuck Schumer. What Chuck Schumer wanted to do with making the left pro-Israel, Austin Ox has been doing by making everybody be pro-me. He did all that PR for you? Yeah. The Gucci shirt, the house, the cussy, cracker, barbs, Austin Ox's nukes over and over again. But yeah, getting back to the San Francisco race. That's not to say Wiener leads among every sector of the electorate. While he enjoys most of the support from self-described liberals and moderates, progressives are just as inclined to vote for his two top competitors, Chan and Chakrabarty, as they are for him. The three leading Democratic candidates split the progressive poll respondents equally, each getting about 30% of their support. Top issues for voters in the California 11 primary election is obviously cost of living, it's housing, Donald Trump, homelessness, healthcare, Israel, Palestinians, immigration, and another issue. Between Chan and Chakrabarty, the polls show that Chakrabarty had more support from young voters and those who had lived in the city for less than 15 years. Chan, on the other hand, had Chakrabarty beat among middle-aged voters. Other socioeconomic factors, such as home ownership and college education, made for a little difference in preference, but long-term residents in the city were less supportive of Wiener compared with those newer to the city. So yeah, Scott Wiener has locked down the primary, at least for sure, and that was always going to be the case. He has a lot of name recognition. So The San Francisco Standard wrote an article, and so did the San Francisco Chronicle. The revolution is here. Progressive Democrats changed the party message hits home at packed SF rally. Hundreds of progressive Bay Area voters crammed into a San Francisco nightclub Thursday for a campaign rally held by congressional candidate Saikat Chakrabarti that featured the hyper-popular and controversial political commentator Hasan Piker. The mostly young crowd was packed shoulder to shoulder, seemingly energized about the rally's change the party theme, a key promise of Chakrabarti's campaign to replace Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. The former tech engineer and centimillionaire who founded a group dedicated to unseating incumbent moderate Democrats shared a vision Thursday for a more progressive agenda in Washington. San Francisco, the political revolution is here, Chakrabarti said when he took the stage a little after 8:30 p.m. The promise has rankled some Democrats in San Francisco and beyond, but it's also resonated deeply with many attendees, some of whom travel from the East Bay and beyond to hear Piker and Chakrabarti speak. T. Bowman, a canvasser for San Francisco voters, says she sees Chakrabarti as a kind of upfront and honest candidate who could affect change in Washington. I feel like the Democratic Party isn't standing up for us in the right ways, Bowman said, citing foreign policy issues and corporate spending on elections. The slate of Democrats running against Chakrabarti includes State Senator Scott Wiener, race frontrunner Supervisor Connie Chan, and Mary Hurbiel, a former Presidio Trust Board member. Chakrabarti has embraced the role of a Democratic dissident willing to buck party leadership. An alumnus of Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign, Chakrabarti has criticized the party's approach to court issues from President Donald Trump to Israel to affordability. We need a new generation of leaders that will deliver on a fundamentally better life for all, Chakrabarti said during his speech. To do that, we have to completely change the leadership of the Democratic Party. After Sanders lost his bid in 2016, Chakrabarti helped found the Justice Democrats, a political action committee dedicated to helping progressive campaigns unseat incumbent Democrats in primary races across the country. The group recruited AOC to challenge Representative Joe Crowley in New York City. After her win, Chakrabarti became her chief of staff at the Capitol, though Ocasio-Cortez declined to endorse him in this race. Chakrabarti was joined on stage Thursday by 3 progressive candidates challenging incumbent Democrats in primary races across the country who spoke about their desire to reshape the party from within. The stakes could not be higher, Chakrabarti said in an interview before the rally. If we just keep going in the direction we're going, we are sleepwalking into the destruction of this party. So I'd rather change and win than just go to the direction that we're headed right now. He dismissed the notion that his pugnacious approach could hamper his effectiveness in Washington should he advance in the June primary and go to win elections in November. He said it would rely not only on support from his fellow Democrats to pass legislation, but leverage his popularity with supporters on the grassroots level, much as Ocasio-Cortez used their large following to build support for progressive policies such as the Green New Deal. Chakrabarti supporters in attendance Thursday said they hope that approach could give them a voice in the party they say has failed to stand up for their values. I feel like I've been waiting 40 years for this guy, said Regina Islas of San Francisco, a campaign volunteer and longtime Democrat. One of the things I like is that he's a fighter. He's a feisty guy, and we need that spirit. That combativeness and Chakrabarti's decision to court Piker's support could alienate some voters. Piker has emerged as a divisive figure in the party and a favorite target for moderate Democrats and Republicans for controversial comments on a slew of issues, including Israel, 9/11, and Asian Americans. On Wednesday, San Francisco Supervisor Matt Dorsey said he would submit a resolution to the city's Democratic Party Central Committee decrying Piker, urging him and his supporters to pursue the formation of their own party and to get out of ours. Chakrabarti seemed to lean into Dorsey's censure in a social media video on Thursday, labeling him as a part of the party's old guard. They're attacking us because we want Democrats to stop taking corporate money. They're attacking us because we want the genocide in Gaza to end. Piker echoed the message on stage at the rally, suggesting that Dorsey and the other critics were out of touch with what the voters want. See a lot of people in this room who want to change the party today. We have to fight to make sure we elect responsive politicians who serve our interests. In the week leading up to the rally, flyers in Chinese and English had popped up on telephone poles and lampposts around the city, urging people to come out to protest Piker's appearance. But as the event got underway Thursday, there was no evidence that such a protest had materialized. There's a lesson there in that story, Piker said. Chakrabarti's opponents might have the support of politically powerful outside groups, he added, but we have the people. Everyone on the right is making you a thought leader. Everyone on the left is left of you is just making fun of you in the chat. Yeah, we'll get serious at some point, I think. Hopefully, San Francisco Standard wrote about it as well. Tech millionaire running for Nancy Pelosi's seat packed a Soma club with young progressives, a few skeptics for a night that was part rally, part concert. Now, what's interesting about this, of course, and Nathan J. Robinson said too as well, is aspiring progressive candidates. For once, aspiring progressive candidates for office now realize that the support of Hasan is an asset and not a political liability, which tells you how much American politics has changed. So Serious? You're a Twitch streamer? No, I just mean like we have to get serious. I mean, look, the reality is the information environment has changed. Back in the day, pamphlets and newspapers were one of the most profoundly important organs of propaganda for any fucking political movement, for any political party. You know, you got to take what you can, right? I'm not, you know, I have a platform. I will try to use it to the best of my ability to you know, organize people, to get them to move in a direction and make decisions and let their voice be heard. And hopefully we can, you know, change the future of this country and change the trajectory of this country in a positive direction. Mission Local, let 1,000 Zorons bloom, leftists flying to boost Shoykat's Chakrabarti's as SF's insurgent savior. Congressional candidate Shoykat Chakrabarti is an outsider of San Francisco politics who has not been welcomed by the city's political establishment, progressives and moderates alike. But instead of seeking their vote of confidence, he's bringing other outsiders in. On Thursday's evening, Chakrabarti's Change the Party rally drew many hundreds of attendees who packed City Nights, a nightclub in Soma, to the brim. What a lot of people don't realize, by the way, are you going to address Virginia? What do you think? It's literally the largest story of the day. You think I'm just going to only talk about a couple San Francisco newspapers that wrote about the rally last night? Or do you think I'm going to talk about the Virginia Supreme Court's decision to overturn the Democratic referendum that allowed for redistricting to take place? So here's the problem. Here's the problem with the outsiders narrative. Yeah, I live in Los Angeles, California. But you know who lives in San Francisco? People that have the same exact issues as many of the people that live in Los Angeles, California, or even Nashville, Tennessee, or New York, New Jersey, Minneapolis, Minnesota, motherfucking people in Iowa. They all have the same exact issues. And not only that, but also I have community members that live in these places. It's not like when I fly to San Francisco, people are flying from, I don't know, New York City to come to San Francisco to watch me speak. No, these are people that live in the city. These are people who live in San Francisco. These are people who are door knocking in San Francisco. They just happen to be fans of mine. So it's very strange to make it seem like, you know, I'm this like outsider. And it's really interesting because I don't think they used to say this about like Charlie Kirk, right? Like the Republican media would never be like, Charlie Kirk is an outsider coming to the red state of Texas. He's bringing his Illinois values, his Chicago values to the red state of Texas to fuck up the party. Like there is so much more consolidation within the ranks of the Republicans, both in terms of the organs of propaganda on the Republican side, all the way down to the political movements that keep growing. I mean, you saw this with like the Tea Party, right? Which is what a lot of people are equivocating what we're doing to, even though there's obviously some issues with that comparison. But, you know, yes, there is an insurgent movement that is demanding more responsive politics, more responsive politicians and fighters who will not only fight against the Republicans, but also will fight for certain policies that will genuinely improve the material conditions of the working class in this country. It's clear that the Democrats have not been putting up a strong enough fight. That's why there's a lot of discontent. And, you know, that's the environment that we're in. By the way, regarding the attack on Shoykat, yeah, whoa, AOC's chief just deleted this. Shoykat Chakrabarti tweeted this: instead of fiscally conservative but socially liberal, let's call the new Democrats and Blue Dog Caucus the new Southern Democrats. They certainly seem hell-bent to do to black and brown people today what the old Southern Democrats did in the 40s. Yeah, he said Blue Dog Democrats are racist. Okay? Do you understand why I like this guy, though? I mean, he said this in 2019 as AOC's chief of staff. Like, we have a tendency, I think, the left should not do this ever, but we have a tendency in American politics to punish people for being right just too early, okay? And I don't even think he was too early when he said this at the time, but like, it's really interesting. It's really, really fucking interesting that, like, you know, a guy who said this, who was correct back then and certainly is still correct now, is being presented as not like what his worldview is, what his values are, but instead as like a controversial figure. You know, let's not really dig deep into what his worldview looks like. But if you understand that kind of stuff, you understand why I feel confident in like endorsing and you know, working alongside, even though it's a fucking long shot, working alongside a centimillionaire. Okay, that's it. That's why I don't have issues doing that, even though initially I had my suspicions as well. Regardless of my knowledge of what he represented, I was still worried about some of the things he had done, as far as like who he had endorsed or who he had actually funded the campaigns of. Yeah. The additional backstory on this is that he was upset about Dem leadership, including Pelosi, saying they would fight against the immigration bill and then one day deciding just to drop the fight and pass it on with no concessions. A Republican immigration bill that literally led to the 2025-2026 ICE fuckery. Yes. And what's really interesting about it is they're doing that to me right now as well. A lot of people who like Connie Chen, or even some people who like Scott Wiener, people who find me to be a dangerous person that's like ruining the party or whatever, are cynically claiming that I'm anti-Asian, which is, I think, one of the funniest things you could possibly say about me, beyond being like anti-trans or pro-Israel, is that I, like, more often than not, I hear the opposite thing, which is that I'm too pro-China, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like anti-Asian. But you know, there are people who I like, whose takes I actually appreciate, like, you know, guys like this, why disassembler. I don't have any issue with these people. Like, there's a lot of people in the anti-Saikat camp that I actually literally am totally aligned with ideologically, right? I've never even heard this criticism. Now you're anti-Asian. It's just made up, man. It's made up. Look at what he cropped out in the screenshot. Another endorsement for Trucker Party from Check Nose, Pennsylvania. Amazing. Look at what he cropped out in the screenshot. In April, the Republican National Committee resurfaced videos in which Piker expressed irritation with first generation, second generation, third generation Asian people who are dogs to white people. Supervisor Connie Chan, another candidate running against Trucker Party who was born in Hong Kong, condemned the rhetoric in her statement at the time. It's disappointing when we become used to people making inflammatory and even racist remarks to get clout online. To which I responded with, "You're happy with the current admin's anti-diversity initiatives? This Republican clip chimp was my commentary about a white supremacist org using tokens to dismantle affirmative action. Do you agree with the RNC research team? Does Connie? To be fair, I don't even think she does. You know? You think you're teaching leftists in San Francisco anything about this? We all know about it because it was fucking homegrown. It started with Friends of Lowell that spawned with Diane Yap." Yeah. What he's doing here is smearing Connie as a Zionist in defense of you because she reacted to something. She reacted to some completely indefensible statement of yours. See, this is what I mean. It's like, really, it's indefensible. You find it indefensible. You find it defensible for a white supremacist organization who has actively tried to fucking tackle affirmative action initiatives, which have now led to the anti-DEI movement that we are currently in. You find that to be so fucking... Sometimes you can't be talking like that, white baby. See, this is what I mean. First of all, suck my fucking cock, okay? I'm a goddamn Muslim American who gets fucking called a terrorist every fucking day. Okay? Are we doing racism Olympics? Are we talking about what kind of racism is institutionally completely appropriate? What do you think? Who do you think receives more fucking dick eating on a daily fucking basis? Oh my God, white baby? We're not talking about like black Americans living in Jim Crow South here. What the fuck? I'm attacking the concept of tokens that are being spent in the behest of white supremacy. You can't be saying white baby like that. That's ridiculous. It's a joke, man. I know. It's just like very frustrating. The idea that I'm like a anti-Asian reactionary because I'm saying that the anti-DEI movement that is literally harming Asian Americans right now, in some ways, was also in some ways deployed Asian faces for white supremacy. This is how it started. That clip is one from the Republican National Committee. Of course, they don't give a fuck about Asian people. I do. Like, if I describe the context of like what my criticism is, and you still choose to go, nah, that's still fucked up. No, you know what I think is fucked up? I think white supremacy is fucked up. I think anti-DEI initiatives are fucked up. Okay? I think racism is fucked up. And if you are going to be a willing participant of white supremacist movements, I'm going to shit on you. Okay? It's once again people getting lost in the fucking optics of something, and choosing to not read further into what's going on in the process of me describing exactly what's fucking going on. I've had to deal with this shit nonstop with Candace Owens, for example, or Thomas Sowell. Am I anti-black for shitting on Thomas Sowell? Am I anti-black for shitting on Candace Owens, for saying Candace Owens is a token for white supremacy? Some people think that way. I certainly don't. We can have a real conversation about it, but if you just get stuck with the fucking, if you get stuck with the notion that like I'm, I'm a reactionary, then yeah, we're gonna have an issue with that. That's stupid. Anyway. It's a joke, man. I guess people aren't as terminally online as I thought. Sorry. I thought you, well, yeah. I mean, they try to do this with Nick Fuentes, bro. When I said Nick Fuentes is a gay Mexican white nationalist, how does that make sense? People are like, wow, Hasan, you're being homophobic and you're being anti-Mexican. It's crazy. Like, liberalism is so fucking busted. Like, standpoint epistemology being deployed at the behest of unbelievably reactionary movements is so effective still for so many people, because I don't think liberals understand. Like, they have no way of conceptualizing that like someone can be a willing participant in white supremacy and white supremacist movements and fascist movements. We live in the United States of America. The Groyper movement is unbelievably diverse, okay? Groypers, these white nationalist neo-Nazis on the internet, are far more diverse than whatever the fuck the educated suburbs look like that vote for the Democratic Party consistently. And there's still people turning around and being like, no, I don't understand. What? Well, why are you making fun of all of these brown and gay sometimes white nationalists in the Groypers movement? Like, that's really fucked up, sweetie. Like, have a little bit more nuance, right? Anyway, I don't have any time for that. I don't really give a fuck. If you don't like the way I communicate, it is what it is, right? This is just how it is. I know what it's a reference to. Meanwhile, the Republican Party has actively disenfranchised the entirety of the black voting bloc in fucking Tennessee, and we're having this dumbass conversation. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Anyway, Jamal Bowman, former representative of New York's 16th District, flew in for the event, as did Daraliza Avila Chevalier, Angela Gonzalez-Torres, Milat Quiros, who are running for seats in the House of Representatives for New York City, Los Angeles, and Denver, respectively. We have to completely change the direction of the leadership of the Democratic Party. We need a Democratic Party that knows how to fight to stop authoritarian rule, said Chakrabarty. But the biggest draw and most controversial aspect of the night was ostensibly not Chakrabarty, but Hasan Piker, popular left-wing commentator who has over 3 million followers on Twitch, and according to Wired, streams 7 to 8 hours a day. When Mission Local waited to speak for Chakrabarty before the rally, the candidate was backstage in the middle of streaming with Piker. At the rally, Piker's comments echoed Chakrabarty's. We deserve a better party that will put your interests first. He likened Chakrabarti to Zohran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist who was elected mayor of New York City last year, and reappropriated popular Maoist slogan, "We can let 1,000 Zohrans bloom," Piker said. Chakrabarti, both as a candidate and his previous role as representative of AOC's chief of staff, has positioned himself as a combative foil for the mainstream Democrats. While his campaign is staunchly anti-Trump, he has taken particular aim at the Democratic Party and what he calls the failure to stop Trump's authoritarianism. "We ruffle some feathers with the Democratic establishment," Chakrabarti said to the roaring crowd, "and I'm glad we did." Unlike his opponent, State Senator Scott Wiener and Supervisor Connie Chan, Chakrabarti has not held office in San Francisco, and before putting his hat in the ring and spending $4.8 million on his own campaign, he had little name recognition here. When asked how he plans to build trust with voters who may not know him, Chakrabarti said he's focused on getting as much face time with the voters as possible. "I'm not part of the local political establishment," Chakrabarti said. "The way that we've been running this campaign from the start is to be as physically available as possible. We've done more public events, more direct voter contact, more conversation with real people in San Francisco than any of my opponents. I think all my opponents combined at this point." The centimillionaire former Stripe engineer, who is likely worth more than $100 million, has paid gobs to hire an army of door knockers to get his name out, is also turning into social media and its influencers. On Thursday night, Chakrabarti took interviews with both members of the press and members of what his campaign dubbed the new media, content creators and internet personalities with millions of combined followers. The content creators filed in line, waiting to speak to Chakrabarti backstage for a few dedicated minutes for each candidate. But Piker is the most popular. He's sometimes stylized the Joe Rogan of the left and subsequently drawn the most ire from moderate Democrats here. Supervisor Matt Dorsey authored a resolution the same day as their rally asking the San Francisco Democratic Party to condemn Piker and reject any attempt to change the Democratic Party to align with Piker's views. Dorsey's taken issue with Piker's outspoken criticism of Israel. Dorsey, in his own words, a self-proclaimed Zionist, and Piker's comment saying Americans deserve 9/11 posted a bizarre rant in which the streamer called the Vietnamese refugee a fucking idiotic old lady for opposing communism and supporting President Donald Trump. Bizarre rant. Dorsey and others have sought to paint the online tirade as an anti-Asian, though Piker has said that while my sentiment is vulgar, his statements have been taken out of context. He's streaming for much of the day after all. And on Thursday, no one in the hot, crowded room seemed to pay much attention to Dorsey's flogging. The crowd was more focused on stump chants like abolish ICE, tax the rich, Medicare for all, while flyers posted around the city had advertised plan a counter-protest outside the rally. No one showed up. There's a lot of people who didn't want me to be here today from the San Francisco Democratic Party, from numerous AstroTurf organizations to put flyers all around San Francisco, Piker said on stage. But he added, not a single person showed up to protest. They have the money and interests, but we have the people. Yeah, no show counter protest after putting all those fucking flyers out. Kind of an L. Let's be real. Even the fucking organizers didn't show up. Who the heck even wants you to be helping their political campaigns anymore? Says restore the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, I don't understand it either, man. The Iran take is delusional. Oh, damn, the U.S. hasn't stopped the jihadist government from being jihadist. The government only killed 40,000 of their own people. Romans lasted 2,000 years. Why does the U.S. even need Europe? Why can't they give bombs to Ukraine? Holy Roman Empire LARPer comes in and says, my newfound fascination is American domestic politics, specifically in the Democratic Party's primary system, and I don't personally understand why people want to even align with someone like yourself. I don't either, man. Kind of feels like I represent a lot of the people's frustrations within the base of the party. Do you think if the USSR was still active, you would live there? That's a silly question. Why do you always make stuff about you? I don't know if you know this, but what we're doing right now is reading news articles about a rally that I participated in. First one is bait. Okay. Well, good bait. F-bombs and disco balls. All this stuff is basically going. It's just like some of the most unbelievably unpopular popular forces within the Democratic Party that have literally led the Democrats to be the do-nothing Democrats that people are very frustrated with, are frustrated with my involvement in campaigns. Look, here's the thing. I have my opinions. I have my beliefs. I don't need to go out, spend my own fucking money flying around the goddamn country to go stump with candidates, to go to rallies. Okay? I can marshal plenty of forces from all the way out here in Los Angeles, California, without ever having to leave my home, right? I don't like leaving my home. I don't like flying around. It's much easier for me to do everything that I'm doing from over here. But the reason why I'm doing it is because there are people who I think are worth it. There are people out there all around the country that genuinely see a significant problem with the way that the Democrats have operated thus far, and they want to move the party into a direction that centers people in my community, people far larger than just my community, but people in the working class, and advance their interests, advance their needs, advance their material conditions. People who want to fight for Medicare for all, people who are going to continue fighting the Republicans, people who are going to do left economic populism in their campaigns. This is what I think is a much more successful method to completely destroy the Republican Party, while also simultaneously advancing an agenda that will be better. I watched for 5 seconds, I already feel dumber. See, it's for these guys, okay? We do this not just for our loved ones, but for our haters as well, right? Because, like, think about a world where this guy could have a positive attitude about the future of America. A world where this guy could have gotten the free education all the way up to college and had a federal jobs guarantee, you know what I mean? And could make ends meet with one single fucking job in a 40-hour work week. Could have hopes, could have a family one day, you know what I mean? Could have time to go out and meet people. Instead of fucking toiling away endlessly, and then in the brief moments that he has to himself, go to the Twitch stream of a guy who he despises. Right? The ironic part is that you're spending more of your own money to promote these candidates while less people subscribe because they probably think you're getting more money because of all the coverage you get, even though it's mostly smears, including being called a grifter. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. No, people legitimately think I'm getting paid by these fucking candidates. No, motherfucker, I'm spending my own money. What are you talking about? Getting paid by these candidates. I've heard that over and over again. It's like, oh, Saikat must be paying Hasan. Yeah, totally, dude. I'm famously exactly the... What do you mean? It's just an unfuckable loser, right? What are you talking about? Are you an unfuckable loser? Are you... What's hurting you? What's hurting you today, Chalaburn? Why are you crying in my chat? Also, a lot of this stuff is public. I mean, these are elections. So you could personally, how are you this confident about it? So you're saying no candidate ever subscribed to you? I don't think a candidate has ever subscribed to me. I have no way of knowing, right? But you think a Twitch subscription is like funding is actually paying me to fly out. I mean, yeah, Kat Abu Ghazalik is a long-term HasanAbi head community subscriber, bought my merch as well. That's before she ran for office. But look, here's the thing. If candidates were fucking paying me for my support, you would know about it, because that kind of stuff is public. You can't hide that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's just not a thing you can hide. These are elections we're talking about. And a guy who literally, why are you selling merchandise that's unethical as a communist? Yes. Socialism means no commerce. Famously. Yeah, union made, American made, by the way. Yeah. If there's one thing that you all have spent enough time in this community know, there's one thing you know. It is that I very publicly will say no to a fuck ton of money from companies that want to sponsor this broadcast. Hasan replies to Damaku, why is America so crazy yet the whole world hasn't gone all in on China? Even if the United States falls, the whole world won't unanimously side with China. The ideological stance of China as a socialist state simply cannot be welcomed by capitalist countries or capitalist supporters. The U.S. is just the embodiment of capitalism. Even without it, capitals worldwide won't suddenly vanish. How to define the West? Enemies. The West is not simply summarized as Europe and America. The West is an ideology that dictates the strong exploit the weak and the bourgeoisie exploit the proletariat, allowing capital to expand indefinitely. Thus, Europe, America, Japan, Korea, Australia, and many of the vassals, along with their pro-Western bourgeoisie hidden in other countries that support their systems, are all a part of the West. I can only say that the world is fortunate to have China as a stabilizing pillar. If the United States were the sole superpower, I can't imagine how dark it would be. Even the most moderate socialism is still socialism as long as the ideological foundation remains unchanged. Capitalism is terrified. Guess which country wants to maintain the old world order the most? Actually, it's a class contradiction. The global capitalist class fears the dictatorship of scientific socialism, Communist Party, so they desperately try to stop China's rise and promote the China threat theory. Capital flow isn't that difficult. What capital fears is not able to be able to do whatever it wants in a socialist state. Yeah, I mean, these guys spend a good deal of money undermining fucking trade unionism. You know what I mean? That's not communism. That's not socialism. They do everything they can to ensure that you don't even get a fair contract, right? That you don't even get to unionize. And if you do, God forbid, right? From their perspective, you never get a fair contract. So of course they're terrified of the prospect of a surging country that is run by a communist party that has at times over and over again willingly controlled the flows of capital and have engaged in tremendous amounts of control over unbelievably wealthy and unbelievably powerful individuals within China, right? The idea that like Chinese billionaires, for example, can go to prison is terrifying. In the United States of America, billionaires go on stage and say, tax the rich is a heinous slur, okay? They think a demand for more equitable outcomes, a demand for the wealthy to pay their fair share is akin to a slur. So the very fact that the Chinese government even like throws people that have, poisoned like baby formula or whatever into prison or even sometimes, execute them, that is terrifying for the super wealthy. Like if you're the head of DuPont Chemical, why the fuck would you ever want to live in a world controlled by not China necessarily, but at least like a system that resembles the Chinese one? Ken Griffin said he got PTSD from Zoran Mamdani calling him out individually. Anyway, lots of flyers for the protests against Hassan the Hun outside the Saikat rally in San Francisco tonight, but no sign of any protesters. Piker's here at the rally for Saikat. Former Congressman Representative Bowman is also here. Prominent San Francisco Dem with a resolution condemning the Saikat rally and Piker. We already covered all this stuff, right? I think it was one group that just like distributed these flyers thinking that people would show up, and then fucking obviously no one showed up, including the organizers themselves. But then Piker came on more relaxed and simultaneously more awkward than anyone who had preceded him, like someone from whom public speaking comes naturally. It still feels vaguely uncomfortable. He was the smooth but shy football player. Chakrabarti was the valedictorian he'd been copying homework from. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Fuck Israel." Piker said he had to behave himself. On the podcast Posse America, he had defended comments calling Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel, saying he would vote for Hamas every single time. His slogan for Thursday night's event, "We can let 1,000 Zorons bloom." Chakrabarti followed Piker and cycled through his stump speech. Corporate America, tech billionaires should control politics, Medicare for all, affordable housing, clean energy, but with more emphasis on the need to reassert progressive values at the heart of the Democratic Party. Israel was the hinge for more than a few among the crowd. Nathan Selk, 27, said he'd switched support for Chakrabarti after Weiner, during a debate, declined to describe Israel's action as Gaza as a genocide. Weiner has since changed his position. Ani Lopez, 20, USF student, says she doesn't believe in electoral politics, but is supporting Chakrabarti because he's the best option we have. Megan Roche, 27, and Ryan, 28, who declined to give his last name because he works for the federal government, were ready to vote for Chakrabarti, but declined. No, Allah. I care about his policies, Roche said. I don't think someone with $100 million is a functioning human being on the same level as me, Ryan added. He's not a real person. That's a healthy attitude to have about all politicians in general, especially one who's a centimillionaire, but, you know. What is this? Did you know that you're currently the top post on Reddit r/work reform and it isn't actually a comment section full of dog jokes? What is this? Oh, is it the Washington Generals want a strong Harlem Globetrotters team? I'd rather just not have a binary system of dog shit. Any chance you can help efforts in Michigan to help that happen? It's a good analogy. Yeah, it's one that I make all the time. Anyway, all right, let's move on from this. The other thing that I said earlier was the VA Supreme Court denied the results of the redistricting referendum. SCOTUS gutted the Voting Rights Act, and Tennessee carved up the last Dem district, destroying black voter power in the state. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Now, many of you are probably familiar with this quote. If you have done any reading whatsoever, you know that this is JFK, right? And of course, classic, I said, democracy is a pressure valve for the public. This kind of systemic disenfranchisement will inevitably lead to chaos. Okay? And this, of course, frustrated every Republican, including former Republican Stacey K. But the Voting Rights Act being repealed was all a result of peaceful right-wing revolution. They accomplished the rollback of Voting Rights Act by winning important elections over the span of the last 30 years. Revolution isn't necessarily a left-wing thing. I didn't say that. That's precisely the reason why I'm using the JFK quote. Okay? Also, I wouldn't say that the Republican takeover of American politics has been peaceful at all. Anyway, Ted Cruz obviously responded immediately. This is who the Democrats are campaigning alongside. The is openly calling for violent revolution. Humiliating even for you. They don't teach JFK quotes at Harvard, or maybe you missed it when you grew up in Canada. It's just everyone is dunking on him. Okay. And then there's the people who are going, actually. Like, this is my favorite type of dumbass, right? Guy who will come in to be like, well, to be fair, it's JFK's quote, but Hasan openly calls for violence. So I'm going to totally fucking rob the nuance of the context of the situation, right? Like, what are you doing? And then I click on their profile and they're not even a fucking liberal. Or wait, Maybe they are. You can check all the quotes here. Oh, yeah, no, it's just Ben Shapiro, Cartier communist, Bill Milligan. Okay. Bill Milligan, Will Chamberlain, denaturalized, deport Hasan Piker, Andy No. It's a real who's who. And then Tim Miller, who also came in hot. Okay. This is funny, though. The quote Hasan is deploying here is from JFK, but I can understand why Ted Cruz might not be a fan of JFK. Yeah, possibly because his dad wasn't a fan of JFK. Okay. Tim Miller says, do not think people should consider violence over Virginia gerrymandering rulings. There are plenty of other remedies. In fact, Democrats are likely to win 8 seats out of 11 and control the House of Representatives. I said, I'm not advocating for violence. I don't think JFK was either. He said, I understand. I just think the quote isn't applicable in the case of Virginia. To which I said, I think the VA Supreme Court and the gutting of the VRA are a part of the same nakedly partisan court system that actively works to overturn the democratic wishes of the majority and disenfranchise people. Where do you think this will go if the people of Tennessee lose faith in democracy altogether? The Tennessee situation is materially different from VA. It's really grotesque. Spent most of the pot on it today. The state can barely be described as a democracy at this point, and I can understand why people would be demoralized. That said, is it worse than Hungary, which just defeated an authoritarian without mass violence? I don't believe so. There are a lot of great people, Jonas Pearson, Tennessee Holler, doing revolutionary organizing there without suggesting the answer may be violence. If anything, violence there would probably empower the authoritarians elsewhere. Once again, Tim Miller's like, I understand the point that you're making, but I'm still going to act like you're advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm saying if you keep destroying different pressure valves, if you keep telling people they can't protest in the streets, if you jail them over it, okay, if you take away their power to vote, if you take away their representation, then people are inevitably going to lead in that direction, which is, ironically enough, exactly what JFK was talking about, right? That's it. It's nothing new. I don't think he understands that this sentiment isn't promoting violent action. It's that it leads people other than you making that choice. It's about removing a pressure valve. Yes, I make it very clear. And yet, there are plenty of liberals who fucking despise someone ever leaning into systemic analysis. There are plenty of people who think analysis equals endorsement. There are plenty of people who genuinely cannot comprehend someone saying, look, these kinds of seismic shifts that disenfranchise voters, if left unchecked, will inevitably create a destabilized system. And in the aftermath of said destabilized system where people have no pressure valves, they will take violent actions. This is not to promote violent revolution. It's to try to avoid violent revolution. Your post needs to include analysis alert. Yeah. Abdullah said, are you going to condemn your buddy's call for a violent revolution? Yeah, I don't think Abdullah Sayed is going to call out JFK. I don't think he's going to. Abdullah Sayed, do you condemn JFK? Don't you think JFK is Hamas? They hate the messenger, but you're the boy who cried wolf, but it was a wolf getting closer and closer and closer. Never that it wasn't coming, in my honest opinion. Yeah. Graham Plattner says, just ignore the court ruling. I'm old enough to remember when Republicans in Ohio just ignored court rulings repeatedly and did it anyway. Yeah. I think they should, by the way. I agree. Which, by the way, VA Dems are not. They're saying we respect the decision of the Supreme Court of Virginia. I don't respect it. Okay? Fuck it. Ball. Fuck it. We play ball. What are we doing? Why did you even do this to begin with if you're not going to fucking push for it? Like, these guys are shaking up the system on a daily basis. You have to shake it back in order to defend your constituents, in order to defend democracy. This is something that I have talked about quite frequently. Okay? Democrats, in an effort to consistently point back to the institutions and their infallibility, keep giving in to the Republicans who are destroying said institutions. Leftist streamer Hasan Piker calls violent revolution inevitable after Supreme Court throws out Democrat redistricting map that would have given the party a 10-1 House advantage. Get the full story. It's so insincere, and I personally don't give a shit, you know? It's so unbelievably insincere, no matter what happens. Hasan, if you leave the cake in the oven for too long, you will burn it. Them, how dare you suggest we burn the cake? Yeah. Randy Fine is adding Director Cash. Democrat leading spokesperson and Muslim terrorist Hasan Piker is calling for violence in the aftermath of the court ruling striking down to illegal gerrymander in Virginia. Democrats have made Muslim terror violence a core part of their party. I love that the moderate Democratic wing, by the way, is like pretty much right there with Randy Fine. Like they haven't resorted to calling me a radical Muslim terrorist. But, you know, they certainly don't have an issue with it. Yeah. Quoting JFK is terrorism. Quoting JFK is terrorism. Great. All right. I guess I'm going to fucking prison. What am I supposed to do? What kind of an idiotic country do we fucking live in? And this was a very salient take. Okay. And I totally agree with it. When I say the country is institutionally rigged for Republicans, I'm talking about how Virginia gets their maps struck down after a 2-year process involving multiple legislative sessions and a statewide referendum, but Tennessee can just decide not to enfranchise Memphis anymore. And that's literally what's fucking going on here. It is so frustrating. So that's our top story for today. Let's get right into it.
Struck down a new Congressional.
Democrats are taking a significant blow from the Virginia Supreme Court in the aftermath of this referendum that took place to redraw these maps. Brutal last 10 days in redistricting. Clay's decision significantly weakens the Voting Rights Act, opening the door for more redraws. Tennessee Republicans passed 9-0 congressional map. LA on track to eliminate at least one Dem seat. VA Supreme Court overturns Dem's 10-1 map. I mean, it's so obvious what's going on. These judges are basically playing politics, but they're wearing a fucking robe while doing it. How do you not see it? How can you not see exactly what's going on? No, LA is Louisiana, chat. Louisiana is on track to eliminate at least one Dem seat. They're politicians in robes. They're nakedly partisan.
Congressional map that was passed by voters last month. Democrats have proposed a new map with the hopes of flipping 4 Republican-held House seats, and this is the latest battle in what's become this nationwide redistricting war. CNN's Arlette Saenz is here in the Situation Room. And Arlette, this is a big blow to Democrats.
Yeah, it really is. Democrats had been hoping to shore up their efforts to try to reclaim the majority, but this ruling from Virginia's state Supreme Court is a significant derailment of those Democratic plans. Now, the Virginia state Supreme Court ruled that the creation of this referendum that happened last month violated the state's constitution. Our team is still reading through this opinion, but this certainly will be a major setback for Democrats going forward. Democrats had drawn this map hoping to create an additional 4 seats for Democrats in next year's Congress. They had kind of sliced up the more Democratic suburban areas of the Washington, D.C. area to make these districts that pinwheeled out into more rural areas. But now, for the time being, this is prevented from going forward. This is made even more complicated by the fact that we have seen so many Republican states swiftly moving over the last week to redraw their maps. We've seen Florida and Tennessee pass measures to try to draw their maps and gain more Republican seats. There are other efforts underway in Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina as well. And so that really can potentially shift the way that some of these House races are going to look heading into November. You know, Democrats are really hoping that they can reclaim the majority. They feel that they have a lot of the political, economic headwinds are working in their favor. But certainly this is a major setback in this redistricting race, as we've seen states across the country, Republican and Democrats, trying to redraw their congressional maps to to acquire more seats in what's going to be a very close midterm election.
And you're seeing a difference in how some of the states are doing it. Like in Virginia, it was the voters, right, who voted for the redistricting. In other states, you're seeing the legislature take the reins and do it themselves, right?
And that's one thing that Democrats have tried to argue is different from what they are doing compared to what some of these Republican states have been doing. We saw California and Virginia come out with referendums where they're...
The system is unbelievably favored for Republicans to continue leaning into white supremacist values and disenfranchise certain groups of voters, specifically black voters, that end up voting for the Democratic Party. Okay, this is not new. This is literally the history of the civil rights struggle. This is why the Voting Rights Act had to be passed to begin with. It doesn't make any fucking sense that we're even having this conversation. We knew that this was going to happen. And that was literally the GOP's assessment from the start, where they were like, oh, there's no need for this anymore, right? There's no need. There's no need for any sort of checks, any sort of safeguard measures that will ensure that there is democratic participation and black voices will be heard in the South. Brother, there was a war that was fought to disenfranchise black people, or continue their disenfranchisement, continue their slavery, as a matter of fact. And there was plenty of wars that were waged to ensure that that disenfranchisement continued in the South, especially. The idea that the Republicans would play ball and they would be nice if there was no such rules stopping them from doing this is totally ridiculous. Obviously, the Tennessee Republicans are using the new VRA decision coming down from the Supreme Court to their advantage to say, no, this is a nakedly partisan thing. No, it's not a nakedly partisan thing. Okay, you're not redistricting specifically in a nakedly partisan manner. You're redistricting to disenfranchise black voters. Okay, that's it. It's very clear what's going on.
Voters had to decide if they...
And this is the Tennessee side of the conversation. I'm not talking about Virginia in this circumstance. But those two things are tied to one another. The Supreme Court decision that undermined the VRA is exactly what is tied to the same thing that took place in Virginia. If Democrats want to combat the Republican redistricting in Texas, they have to go through this long and convoluted process, right? They even leave it up to the voters. They put out a referendum. And the people of Virginia vote. The people of Virginia vote for that redistricting. And then they redraw the maps. Okay? And then the Virginia Supreme Court goes, nah, sorry, doesn't work that way. What the fuck do you mean it doesn't work that way? None of you guys were had a significant say in this. Like, the people voted. You're denying the wishes of 3 million people in Virginia. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I think the Democrats should simply ignore the Supreme Court ruling. I agree. This is not Canada. We uphold the Constitution and Supreme Court rulings here. No, you don't. Sarah Longwell replied, instead of violent revolution, maybe we could persuade a lot more people to vote Democrat than Republicans. Worth a try. Oh my God. Oh my God. One, I'm not advocating for a violent revolution. But let me tell you, between you and I think you're the one who's leaning further into that direction. You're making it inevitable. You're advocating for the inevitability of that with this kind of sentiment. Oh, come on, just vote harder. The fuck do you mean just vote harder? They did vote. This is a denial of their vote. That's the conversation we're having. People fucking voted super hard. What do you do when people vote and then the Supreme Court turns around and says, sucks to suck? Oh.
Actually wanted to move this forward. And this was a very close race that happened just a little over 2 weeks ago. I think that this passed by about 3 percentage points. So it's something that Virginia voters were very torn up about, but had decided to move forward with. But then we have seen more Republican-led states really turn and try to just do this through their state legislators, with Texas being the state.
By the way, this is a test, okay? This is an expansion of the permission structure. We cannot permit them to do this. We have to fight back. Like, what's to stop if they can overturn the democratic process in Virginia by way of the Supreme Court of Virginia? What's to stop them from trying this in other states? What's to stop them from doing this at the federal level? Hello? Do you guys not understand what the fuck's going on? Like, okay, fuck it. Let's just let them overturn elections. And then when they do, like they did here, right? When they overturn the election, we'll just go, well, sucks to suck. We'll get him next time. We'll just vote harder next time. Okay, and then they overturn that. What do we do? Vote even extra hard? Is that what we're going to do? What happens when voting doesn't matter? Because that's where we're at right now. The problem is they control the Justice Department, so they can do whatever. They can do it like we're awesome when we try to do it. They're like, we're prosecuting. I know, they're already doing that. They're doing that to Louise in Virginia, who was spearheading the effort. She was spearheading the redistricting effort, and they literally sent the goons from the DOJ to prosecute her. What are we doing? What are we doing? We are living through fascism right now, and people are just oblivious to this reality. Okay? It's in the middle stages. It hasn't been completely finalized as a fucking fascist project. But we have to do something about it. Like, the reason why these redistricting battles are taking place is because Trump is unpopular and he knows it. Okay? He knows he's going to lose the House of Representatives and possibly the Senate too. He doesn't want the people's democratic will to be recognized. That's why they're redistricting. They're playing the fucking board because they don't have the numbers, and people are out here going, just vote harder next time. Be careful, they will come for you next. Man, I know that. What the fuck do you mean? I know that. I know that already. And by the way, come for you next. They're already coming for me. What have you been paying attention to the news for like the last 3 months? It's been non-stop. Dem response, the VA court decision is telling people to turn out and vote, even though they just did that and it didn't work. Do you think the courts are going to overturn the midterm results? They might as well. If we let them, yes. Yes, actually, yes. They just did. They overturned a referendum. A referendum is an act of direct democracy, okay? It is the most participatory democratic process that you can engage in. It's black and white, okay? It is more of a direct act of democracy than even voting for a representative, okay? It's the most basic form of direct democracy you can have. It's the most democratic process. And the Virginia Supreme Court was like, nope. No reason not to redraw CA to be 52-0. Oh, 100%. 100%. Look, if this game is busted, but there are more Democrats in general around the country, or more people who want to vote against the Republicans in this country, let's not say more Democrats, right? But people that want to punish the current administration, they want their voices to be heard. This is what you got to do. Florida changed their maps in like 3 days. Why does it take so long for the Dems to do it? Because the Democratic Party is so used to being the conciliatory party, the party that does concessions to the Republicans, that they have they don't have a dog. They don't have the dog in them. It's that simple. Why do you think I'm going around the fucking country trying to elect people who will fight? Because by and large, there are Democrats out there that genuinely want to fight back. They're not my ideological allies in any way, shape, or form. What, you think a Democratic state legislator from the state of Virginia who is a fan of me or even a fan of the things I say? No, of course not. But it doesn't matter, because anyone that recognizes the danger, okay, the president pro tempore of the Senate of Virginia, representing the 18th district, Louise Lucas, okay? Do you think Louise Lucas and I see the world in the same way? Do you think out of 10 issues, do you think Louise and I agree on 9 of them? No, but we agree on the one thing, and that is that we have to fight back against the fascist Republican Party, and that's the one issue that fucking matters. Okay? That's it. I don't have an issue. If the Democrats are going to put up a strong fight, a strong opposition, I'm there with them. I'm by their side. I'll be their biggest, loudest champion. That's it. I don't give a shit if we don't agree on any of the other stuff. This is an unbelievably important, if not the most important problem right now. So many people refuse to recognize that. So many people refuse to reckon with that, okay? Maybe even some to my left refuse to reckon with that, where they're like, oh, well, this is a bourgeois democracy. Why are you even participating in the electoral process? Well, there's a reason for why I'm participating in it. Because we don't have the revolutionary fervor. We don't have the organizational capacity at this moment. We don't even have the class consciousness where people actually recognize that they're working class. And I don't want this country to turn into a full-blown fascist autocracy. And we're already in the middle stages of that transition right now, and people seemingly don't realize it. A great example of that fascist autocracy taking shape is the fact that the FBI raided the office of Virginia Senate President pro tempore, L. Louise Lucas. This comes weeks after she spearheaded a redistricting effort in Virginia, netting up to 4 new blue seats.
Another one.
Clip of Jackson Hinkle saying your strategy worked on him. Jackson Hinkle admits his eyes were opened by Bernie Sanders. Hinkle expressed disdain for Hasan Piker's strategy of trying to induce class consciousness into liberals through social dems. When he himself was first introduced to socialism by Bernie Sanders, he opened my eyes.
Take Bernie Sanders, who's just your average social dem. I mean, he's a liberal Democrat. I don't even know what social democrat means anymore. He's not what we want, but I think he opens the eyes of many liberals who have never heard the word socialism used in a positive context. Well, you know, yeah, he did, right? He opened my eyes. But then my eyes were really not open. My eyes were only open when I realized that, oh, that's not socialism at all.
Anyway, probably not the best example, but these are some of the people like spearheading the anti-Hasan movement on my left flank, or at least they claim to be on my left flank, which I don't think they are. Okay. I've noticed a sickening trend. Men who themselves are against or support others who are against Medicare for all, affordable housing, voting rights, freedom of speech, equal rights overall are either sex traffickers, pedos, rapists, into child pornography, or other some sexual predator. I need someone smarter to yeah, I have seen this too. I just love puzzles is right. The real Dark General Commander Jay Jones, Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones, the OG liberal driller, releases a statement on the Supreme Court of Virginia striking down 10D1R congressional map. Today, the Supreme Court of Virginia has chosen to put politics over the rule of law by issuing a ruling that overturns the April 21st special election on redistricting. This decision silences the voice of millions of Virginians who cast their ballots in every corner of the Commonwealth, and it fuels the growing fears across our nation about the state of our democracy. That's my goat. Jay Jones is the dark woke general, okay? If you guys remember, he was saying in his private correspondence some crazy things. And then guess what? Guess what? The people of Virginia were like, that's my guy, okay? My team is carefully reviewing this unprecedented order, and we are evaluating every legal pathway forward to defend the will of the people and protect the integrity of Virginia's elections. Arrest them. Jay, arrest these charlatans who are playing partisan politics while they wear those robes, and you will be reincarnated as a lotus flower. Jay Jones, do it. Do what must be done, Jay. Do what must be done. Okay? Impeach these judges. Arrest them. Do what must be done, Jay. That's my goat. Comrade Jones will seize victory once again. That's the really only choice. I checked the VA Constitution and their Supreme Court rules on their own impeachments. Anyway, can the ruling be appealed? No, I don't think so. It's so surreal watching you address a photo of a dude I went to middle school with, but it's amazing too. I mean, listen, I'm a fan, okay? I love Jay Jones. You guys know this. Yeah, the only way that it can get appealed is obviously the Supreme Court of the United States, and we all know that's not going to happen, okay? Not this Supreme Court. Maybe they can ignore it though, and then see where it goes from that point on. I mean, obviously the administration will try to take strong authoritarian action against that sort of thing, but the reality of the matter is sometimes you have to fight these battles. Okay.
That really kicked off this whole redistricting battle last summer.
It's a huge loss for Democrats who spent tens of millions of dollars persuading Virginia voters to approve the new map. And it comes one day after Tennessee's governor signed into law a new Republican gerrymander that breaks up the only majority black district in the state. Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina may soon pass their own last-minute maps. So here's where that leaves the redistricting wars nationwide right now. Republicans have targeted 14 extra seats. Democrats could pick up 6. Theoretically, it would be an 8-seat GOP advantage. But here's an important caveat. Just because a seat is redrawn by Republicans or even Democrats doesn't mean it automatically goes that way, especially in a year like this one.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think that's also bullshit, okay? No, like there is a much higher likelihood There's a much higher likelihood. That's the reason why they're stopping it. Like, the idea that we can just like go to, I don't know, like a fucking R+20 district, for example, and like flip it with enough momentum is, I think, silly. And also, there's already a lot of initiatives that are set in place, set in motion to stop that from happening anyway. Okay? We're talking about turnout in midterms, but even then, like, let's say you boost turnout. Okay, what happens when they overturn those results? When will people go, okay, enough is enough?
I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here at the table. The president did not waste much time crowing about this Supreme Court decision in Virginia. He said, huge win for the Republican Party.
Huge win for the Republican Party in America and Virginia. Wow. Wow, he's not even shying away.
America in Virginia. The Virginia Supreme Court has just struck down the Democrats' horrible gerrymander, Make America Great Again. If you talk to Democrats privately, they don't disagree with what the president just said. It is a big loss. Here's one senior Democratic official who I was texting with as I saw this report told me, not good. A major upset in our bid to win the House back, though we still can prevail. But the hill just got a little steeper, Isaac.
Yeah, another Democratic operative who's working on House races this year said to me, look, 1.6 million people cast their vote and decided a very, very specific thing. And 4 unelected judges just said, piss off. I mean, that is the feeling among Democrats now. A real stinging defeat here. They thought that they would be getting this advantage in a bunch of these House districts in Virginia. Now they won't be. And there is not a lot of time left to get seats anywhere else, even as Republican-led states are moving, as you point out on that map, to try to get a couple more seats for them. This is, it is up to the people to vote, but this is very much a case of the politicians choosing the voters before the voters choose the politicians.
Which, again, we should underscore, everybody is doing.
Yep,
and
for sure.
It started, the mid-decade push to do this started at the White House with President Trump. It's interesting, just with this Virginia decision, James Blair, the president's top political advisor right now, was sitting where you're sitting, Nia, last week or the week before, and he was really leaning into the notion that Virginia would strike this down.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I've been texting with folks, and they're saying, and these are folks at the D-Trip saying, yes, this is a setback, but they feel like, you know, they were trying to get 4 additional seats. Probably 2 of those they probably can get, particular if it's a wave.
Because it could be a bad year for Republicans.
It could be a bad year, but listen, this is a big blow. Hakeem Jeffries, I basically wrote a column that was like, this was great for Hakeem Jeffries, because he was all in on it. $38 million spent from a group affiliated with him. Obama was in on this, and now this is a big defeat. And one of the reasons why Virginia was so important as well was Democrats were anticipating this Supreme Court decision, which is also going to have massive effects. So they felt like they've got this sort of tranche of 4 seats, and now, of course, that's gone. Again, they're still hopeful that they can maybe get 1 or 2 of these seats, but it has been a big waste of money. You know, they'll have to pivot maybe to 2028 because this was a procedural decision. It looks like the voters, at least by a small margin, wanted these maps, but they're going to have to wait at least 2 years to get these maps.
So we're reporting what Democrats are telling us privately. Here's the public messaging in light of this defeat in Virginia. Just for example, Gavin Newsom, no vote in Tennessee, no vote in Florida, no vote in Missouri, North Carolina, Texas. This is the key. Virginia's voter-approved maps thrown out. MAGA has rigged the system.
I mean, another way to win the election is to motivate people to come out and vote. That's exactly what that message is trying to do here. I would just note, like, when it comes to Congress itself and how it functions, the impact that this is going to have could be really extreme, because what you're starting to see is that middling, those districts that are hard fought, those make good members. Those make members who make our job really interesting because they sometimes will cross the aisle and vote with the other party because they feel like that's what they need to do to stay competitive. The fewer of those districts you have, the less and less likely.
Bro, what the fuck? Do they not see that this is in the backdrop of a vote that took place that is currently overturned? Am I being too crazy about this? Maybe I am. Maybe they know something I don't. But it does shock me that without skipping a beat, CNN is like, oh, did the Supreme Court of Virginia overturn the votes of millions of Virginians? Well, you know the solution to that. It's to go out and vote harder. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are we talking about? Like, how hard? How hard are we voting here? Like, do you mean something different? Like, what are we talking about here? You should vote, but then they pack it R+20. It would take an act of God to win there. That's what I mean. The whole point is, what is this? Did you see the SF publication calling you out for being at Saikat's rally? Use the legendary photo of you eye fucking the food. It's messed up. POV, you vote extra hard.
Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, white boy.
Yeah, Malcolm X holding ballot by any votes necessary. Exactly. No, this is famous. This is the famous photo. This is the famous photo of Malcolm X doing what must be done, which is, by any votes necessary, voting extra hard. Okay? This is what it is. This is what's going on. CNN is basically going the route of VA voters hate this one Supreme Court life hack, soy face. I like that the solution to the Supreme Court overturning the democratic wishes of the majority is to just vote harder. So what then? What happens when they still overturn those wishes as well? If it even happens, it's probably not going to. That's the entire purpose of redistricting. Is specifically so that it's virtually impossible for your voice to be heard, right? Like that's the whole goal here. And in an effort to combat against the national battle for redistricting taking place, because Donald Trump is unbelievably unpopular and knows he's going to lose the fucking House of Representatives, he's urged Texas, the Texas Republican Party to redistrict in Texas to secure additional Republican votes by way of cheating. So then the Democrats were like, two can play that game, except we are Democrats, so we're going to play that game in the most above board, legally sound way possible, which is by referendum. And we're not even going to do that permanently. We're just going to do that until the next census takes place. Because remember, Democrats love putting these limitations on themselves ahead of time. They do everything above board, as they did in the state of Virginia, and they still were like, no, the wishes of the majority are totally secondary.
It is that people work together, that people cross the aisle, that it matters that the margins are close. If everybody's in lockstep, that becomes a huge question of Congress's ability to do anything.
And also it feels like what we are getting into here is redistricting used to be something that happened once every 10 years. And now it seems like we're headed to at least the next bunch of years where it might be happening every 2 years in a bunch of states.
Yeah.
And that changes all the way this goes.
Yeah, I just want to underscore what you're saying, because it's so important that you say extreme, I say bad.
You're acting like they're being sincere, my man. Their job is normalizing any illegal and unconventional action and subverting the attention from how this shouldn't be possible. Yeah. No, it's totally ridiculous. It's always when they go low, when they go low, we go high. Always. That's the Democratic method. It's always the Democratic method. When they go low, we go high, and they just keep going lower and lower. And they keep slicing our fucking ankles every step of the goddamn way. They keep dunking on us. What are we doing?
Just bad. This is bad for America to have so few, already have so few of those sort of moderate, either Democrats or Republicans in Congress. And it's not even just that it makes your job interesting, it also helps make compromise, which is kind of the way it's supposed to work. Let's just kind of take a step back for 1 second. And our friends over at the hotline at the National Journal put into perspective not just Virginia, but what we've seen, which is why it makes it so bad for Democrats on redistricting over the last 10 days. Calais, the Supreme Court decision significantly weakened the Voting Rights Act, opening the door for more redraws. Then Tennessee Republicans passed the 9-0 congressional map. Louisiana is now on track to eliminate at least one Democratic seat. And then, of course, we just saw.
I mean, this is such a sad state of affairs, but this is probably correct. Three-way parlay. Democrats win the popular vote 56-44 in the midterms, end up with a 6-seat majority in the House, and then 4 of them die within 6 months. Or Democrats win the popular vote 56%-44 in the midterms and end up with like maybe 1 majority seat in the House, given all the redistricting initiatives, and then 4 of them die within 6 months, giving the majority back to the Republicans somehow. Because like right now we're looking at a new calculation in the Senate, right? You got Abdul, you got Plattner. Abdul in Michigan and Plattner in Maine. Except there's one guy who has been caucusing with the Republicans in the Senate quite a bit. John Fetterman. So like, even when you lose, even when you win, you still lose. Welcome to being a fucking Democrat, dude. And then people yell at me when I say this can't go on. Okay? I don't want fascism to win in this fucking country, but it's winning so goddamn hard. It's doing victory laps. Okay? They're pissing on the carcass of American democracy. Please, can we fucking fight back against it? And the Democrats are too busy yelling at me, the fucking Twitch streamer, rather than doing something about the goddamn fascists. Yeah, if it's 51-49, Fetterman with 100% switch sides to give the majority of the reps again. Yes.
What happened in Virginia. And just to sort of continue to pick up on your point, I want to listen to the state Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey from your home state of South Carolina.
There's going to be another Democratic president at some point. I hope that's not the case, but it's going to happen. And it is important, I think, that there's somebody from South Carolina can make a call and somebody at the White House will answer it.
Make sure the map accomplishes the goal. If at the end of the day we create a map that gives Democrats more competitive opportunity, what have you gained?
Like, this is not even about representing the wishes of the public at this point. It's like pure partisan politics. And they've already redistricted so fucking hard. Okay? They've already redistricted so hard that they might end up carving out seats that are more competitive. Like, that's where we're at. Okay? That's where we're at currently in American democracy. It's so funny. They're like, we've disenfranchised voters too hard. So much so that we might enfranchise voters by accident. We can't do that. That's an interesting point from the South Carolina guy. If you actually care about your state, it's good to have someone in the governing coalition, no matter what party's in charge, but they don't really care about their state. No, of course not.
Translation, there's trepidation in South Carolina to take advantage of the Supreme Court ruling like other Southern.
Again, they're not worried. Guys, you need to understand. They've already successfully disenfranchised voters so hard in South Carolina that they're now saying we might be disenfranchising so badly that it ends up creating competitive districts where Democratic wishes could be heard. Like they are possibly going to be victims of their own success. That's the calculation here. It's incredible. What is this? I unironically asked one of my Chinese friends what his opinion on the Cultural Revolution was, and he said his grandfather deserved to die. What the fuck? That's a bit much, don't you think? He said my grandfather was a rightist who participated in counter-revolutionary behavior, so it was good that he's gone is crazy. That's crazy. That's a crazy take. I don't know if I can support that sentiment.
Yeah, listen, because what you would probably have in South Carolina is no black representation, right? You would have seven Republicans. Clyburn would.
Can you explain the South Carolina thing more? I don't get it. South Carolina is already fucking redistricted into oblivion. A big part of the process is chopping up these districts in a way where the reliable Democratic Party voters, more often than not black voters, right? Because that's the only vehicle for change that they have to have their voices be heard, where they're like black voters all around the country and especially in the South are making a calculated decision to vote for the less racist party. Okay? That's it. Everybody knows it. That's the whole point, right? The party that has at the very least expended social and political capital in the past, at this point, many decades ago, to actually allow black people to vote, for example, right? So they still remember that, and they're making this decision where it's like, well, both parties are pretty fucking racist, but, you know, I'm going to go vote for the party that isn't, like, actively saying we need to go to prison and we need to be killed, okay? But for the Republicans, that's too much of a threat. So what they're doing is trying to roll back the clock on civil rights in this country, and they have successfully done so, right, by way of lawfare, by way of the court system, and certainly through the process of redistricting, where they take heavily populated areas where there's a lot of black voter density, and they chop them up, and they slam them into other districts where they will be overpowered by the reliable Republican votes. And that's what they're doing. That's what redistricting is. True, although as a black person, it's all over the country, even where we sometimes choose to live is dependent on whether it's less racist than the other town next to it. No, absolutely. And basically, there's only so many ways that you can chop these districts up. And at some point, you have to make the calculation, because there's too many black people from the perspective of the Republican Party, where are you going to chop it up in a way where you have like a bunch of plus 10 R districts? Or are you going to chop up these districts even further where you maybe have some R plus, like, because currently, let's say you have a bunch of safe, reliable Republican districts where you have successfully disenfranchised the black vote. Okay? But that means you have to have one big black district, right? That is going to be reliably voting Democrat. I already gave you the reasons as to why the black vote goes in the Democratic Party's direction. So now we're moving on from that. Now I'm giving you the second point. So there's always one district that's like putting up Assad numbers for the Democrats, right? In a lot of these Republican states, in a lot of these red states, that's because they have to cordon off all the black votes into one district and then chop up the rest of the black voters in the South into reliably Republican districts. Now, what the South Carolina gerrymander is seemingly trying to do is to move some of these districts around in an effort to, instead of having a bunch of plus 10 R districts and then one plus 40 blue district, they are trying to chop it up in a way where they can have only plus 4, plus 5 Republican districts. This creates a unique problem for them. If they don't, racist joke, dude? Wait, what do you mean? What's the racist joke? What? What are you talking about? People don't realize quite how racially polarized the South is. South Carolina isn't even the worst, but why South Carolina is a Trump plus 46 and a Trump plus 8 state? Yeah. So basically, then why not defend it on the basis of Republican pop versus Dem pop? Otherwise, it sounds like identity politics. Brother, because there were previously rules in the rule books to stop it on the basis of black voter disenfranchisement, specifically because it was done initially and still to this day to disenfranchise black voters. It might hurt people's feelings to think of this as idpol, okay? But that's literally what the Republicans are doing, okay? It is identity politics when the Republicans engage in anti-black politics, but because that's the overwhelming, domineering attitude that people have, anti-blackness being a core value in American politics in general, people don't see that as identity politics. They only see the retort to that as identity politics. A similar concept exists in even the gaming sphere. Maybe I'll give you an analogy that you can understand. It's not politics if there is there's a white guy that's the main character doing a bunch of political shit. It's only political if there's a black woman, right? That's what gamers are tuned into, because the norm, the default, is a white guy. So if you actually don't have a default white guy and you have a black woman or something as the main character, all of a sudden it becomes political. It's like, whoa, what is this? Call of Duty didn't used to be political. Why are you making Call of Duty political by putting a black woman? That's identity politics. No, it's still identity politics. If the default position is a white guy, that's still identity politics. Is white identity politics, but we just see that as apolitical. We see that as non-political. You get it? Robert Reich has a better explanation. He explains it in 30 seconds. Here.
Now, here are 16 black dots and 12 white squares. If districts were not gerrymandered, they might look like this. And 3 out of 4 would have black dot majorities. But after gerrymandering, 3 out of 4 have white square majorities.
Yeah. So now they're trying to game it out. You see how there's the one super majority black dot district here? Okay. South Carolina has a problem. They're trying to parse this up in a way. They're trying to piece up the one black majority district into all of these other districts, but they simply don't have enough votes. Okay? That's their worry. where they're like, okay, we want to eradicate the last the last black dot district that we have, and cordon it off in a way where it just perishes in an effort to disenfranchise the voters there and their needs. But that creates a unique problem where all of a sudden the margins are far too narrow for every other district. That's the reason why the South Carolina politicians are worried about potentially redistricting the state, because they've already done such a good job of disenfranchising the black vote that if they disenfranchise it further, it might end up making more competitive districts. This is the same in Florida. Okay, it's the same in South Carolina. That's the only thing stopping them from doing this.
Be not in Congress. He's got the 6th district. So yeah, this is a pendulum swing, right? And the idea is that, every action often has an equal and opposite reaction. And are we going to get into the situation where, as you said, every 2 years, there is some different map? And it sows, I think, distrust and disengagement among voters, right? Particularly in some of these states where it isn't even the voters that are making the decision.
Yeah, the problem is the Republicans have already racism maxed, okay? And if they try to racism max a little bit, they end up fucking up the min-maxing and ironically create a voting system where they might lose seats. That's their fear.
It is elected leaders of one party. And so this, I think, has set off a real arms race where we could see a House that doesn't really represent America.
I think we're already there, but all right. So the first story was Virginia. Now we go to Tennessee. This Twitter user says the KKK is alive and well in Tennessee. The sergeant of arms blocks Representative Justin Pearson, who's goated, from entering a committee meeting about redrawing the map specifically for the district he represents. Fucking shameful. Okay. So let's take a look at what's going on in Tennessee. Protesters are demonstrating against Tennessee redistricting that could give GOP an advantage. Now, that's a very nice way to put it. What the GOP is doing is basically eradicating the last black majority district in the state of Tennessee. They're just saying, nope, Tennessee's all red. Fuck it.
Are giving their party a better chance to win every congressional seat in November. They voted to eliminate the state's only black majority district on Thursday. Opponents held a passionate...
Like, that's insane. Look at this. Look at this.
Eliminate the state's only black majority district on...
It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. My district is fucked. I just don't even know what we're supposed to do now in Memphis. Because remember, when you lose that political representation, your district no longer is going to get the funds necessary, for example. Like, you need to have someone represent your interests. Okay? So you have to remember, like, even having one guy in that situation matters quite a bit. Okay, this is a huge problem with Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico doesn't have the adequate representation, for example, and that's part of the reason why Puerto Rico gets shafted all the goddamn time. It's a territory. This is voter disenfranchisement through and through. For the black voters in this state, their only reliable option here is Memphis.
Thursday. Opponents
like we often forget that, like, oh, these southern states are so poor, they're so right wing, they fucking suck. And it's like there's heavy political polarization that has taken shape in these states that have a legacy of slavery, they have a legacy of disenfranchisement of black voters. But these states, just like California, still has like a shit ton of Republicans, right? There's a shit ton of Democrats, specifically black Democrats in these states, okay? And we just never hear from them. We never fund any institutions or fund any movements that will fight for them. We just completely have given up.
passionate demonstration. They say this move punishes black voters. Supporters, though, say the new maps are not driven by race. Ed O'Keefe looks at how...
Yeah, they can't say that it's driven by race, obviously, because it's still kind of illegal, okay? That's the only reason why they're like, no, this is purely partisan. This is purely partisan. You can't prove it. I mean, in Tennessee, it's the one state where you could technically prove it because these motherfuckers will sometimes get a little too active and say the quiet part out loud, for example. You know?
This fight is playing out.
Chaos at the Tennessee Capitol in Nashville Thursday as Democratic lawmakers and protesters tried to stop legislation breaking up the state's only Democratic House seat. Yelling, holding signs, calling the move Jim Crow 2.0, even burning a printout of the Confederate flag. The change follows a Supreme Court ruling last week that narrowed the Voting Rights Act. CBS News election law analyst David Becker says the ruling has this effect.
And in some cases, that's going to mean that they blanch their entire state's delegation and really minimize the impact of the minority population in the state.
That's the concern for Democratic Congressman Shamari Figures in Montgomery, Alabama, where a similar pending Supreme Court decision could draw his majority black district off the map.
So what that translates into is this. It's okay to discriminate against Democrats who are black, but it's not okay to discriminate against black Democrats. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Alabama's Attorney General says it's just a question of reflecting the state's Republican tilt.
Alabama's a conservative state. I expect that we'll have conservative representatives.
Civil rights activist Doris Crenshaw, who at 12 years old started working on civil rights issues with Rosa Parks, was at an
Nashville was already one of the most egregious examples of racial gerrymandering as shown by the 2022 redraw. They followed the same method in Memphis. Yeah. A masterclass in election rigging, how Republicans dismembered a Democratic stronghold. Scroll through our visual guide to see how Tennessee Republicans carved up Nashville to benefit themselves. Republican lawmakers in Tennessee gave a final approval on Monday to an aggressive plan to split Nashville, a Democratic bastion in a deeply Republican state, into several congressional districts as a part of an effort to tilt the state's congressional map in their favor. The plan is now waiting for approval from Governor Bill Lee, who's likely to sign it. Here, I'll give you an example of how this works, by the way. This is exactly how, when you have ballot measures, right, in places like Tennessee, where I don't know, like there's overwhelming support for increasing the minimum wage and shit, you end up getting like 60% of the entire state to vote to protect abortion, right? Or to increase the minimum wage for paid family leave, things like that. You do all of this stuff, and people clearly have an appetite for it, but the representation within the state does not make any sense. We're like, what do you mean? This is a state that has 60% approval, or is very clearly in favor of these like unbelievably progressive ballot measures, and yet some of those ballot measures never actually go through, even if people vote for it. Sometimes in the state legislature, you end up losing, or the state legislature will actively work to undermine the democratic wishes of the public. And this is how it works. I'm absolutely fuming over the VA decision. It's so fucking bad. The legal reasoning is absurd on its face. Yeah. This is how it happens. This is how they rig the system so that the democratic wishes of the majority are never followed on. And this happens in fucking, this happens everywhere. This happens especially in deep red states, though. Democrats acting like pussies has got to end. I agree. Nashville currently sits in the state's 5th congressional district, represented by Jim Cooper, a Democrat who has held the seat for nearly 20 years. It's a solid Democratic district. Joe Biden carried it by nearly 24 points in 2020, but on Tuesday, Cooper announced he was retiring from Congress. Despite my strength of the polls, I could not stop the General Assembly from dismembering Nashville. No one really tried harder to keep our city whole, he said in a statement. I explored every possible way, including lawsuits to stop the gerrymandering and to win one of the 3 new congressional districts that now divide Nashville. There's no way, at least for me, in this election cycle, but there may be a path for other worthy candidates. Here are the results of the 2020 presidential race in Central Tennessee surrounding Nashville. The circles represent the results by precinct. The bigger the circle, the bigger the margin of victory for either Democrats or Republicans. This is Tennessee's 5th congressional district, currently represented by a Democrat. Joe Biden won the district by 24 points in 2020. Republicans have created new maps that split the Democratic voters into 3 heavily GOP districts where they're in the minority. Fox News is talking about you. Oh, great.
Before I get to you, I just want to throw it back to Mally there. I have to tell you, Mally, every young Democrat that I speak to, the energy is on democratic socialism. To Vita's point, I mean, she just talked about a communist with Hasan Piker, but every young Democrat talks about democratic socialism, not Roy Cooper.
Well, look, I can guarantee you that Hasan Piker will not be the Democratic nominee in 2028. But yeah, look, there's certainly energy on the left. We saw that in Mamdani's win. But I think you have to take a holistic look. And you have people like Governor Cooper and Ossoff and Wes Moore and Rob Sand and Mayor Pete all either winning elections or high up there in the polling when it comes to 2028. So yes, there's energy on the left, but I think our party is a big tent party, and you can also find moderates as well.
Okay. All right. Janisha?
Hey, so thanks for having me, Will. So let's just talk about Wes Moore really quick. I am not a member of the Party of the Left, and Wes Moore is definitely not a rising star. This is the same guy who lied about where he's from. I mean, is he from Baltimore? Where is he from, guys? He doesn't even know. He lied about his military background, so I don't
Damn,
believe
bro,
that
even Wes Moore is not good enough for these people? Like, that's crazy.
it's okay for his son to transition. No, this is the same young boy that he
Wes Moore is good enough for Patrick Bet-David.
Remember this, you guys. 4 years ago, whatever, he had his son saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So he
Wait.
would not let his son transition. No.
So they were looking at.
That's the thing.
They were looking at. Wes Moore says he would let his son go through gender-changing surgery.
I can almost guarantee he would not take his kid in to say, where are the puberty blockers? But for everybody else, sure, if it means he's pandering to the right crowd to rise politically. But who are your rising stars, Janisha?
So my rising stars, I mean, again, I'm not from the left, but if I had to choose someone from the left, I would definitely say Senator John Fetterman. I mean, this is a guy who is not afraid to stand on the mountain by himself and say that he believes in strong borders, right? He loves America.
The rising star of the Democratic Party is a brain-diseased ogre who is a Republican.
Who's willing to go against the majority of his quote-unquote party. So I think he's the rising star on the left, for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. And each of our panelists also gave their rising stars of the right. It's fair to say it's pretty clear when it comes to the right. Avita, Janisha, and Mally. It's J.D. Vance. It's Marco Rubio. The question is, who from the left will actually stand up to one of those guys in 2028? Janisha, Avita, and Mally, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, coming up, denaturalizations. They're coming. The DOJ seeking to strip U.S. citizenship.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. I will lead the insurgency into the mountains of Appalachia. Is that ogre as president? Anyway, let's get back to redistricting. Republicans have created new maps to split the Democratic voters into 3 heavily GOP districts that where they're in the minority. This is the proposed 5th congressional district, which Donald Trump would have carried by 12 points in 2020. This is the 6th district, which Trump would have carried by 30 points in 2020. And this is the 7th district, which Trump would have carried by 15 points. These new lines would dismantle a Democratic district, helping Republicans preserve their majority in the state. But sometimes you run out of votes, okay? Under the old districts, there was a significant concentration of voters of color in Nashville. But the new districts split those communities up, placing them in districts that are overwhelmingly white, making it more difficult for their voices to be heard. Fox News. Hasan is a communist, trans people are aliens, and Democrats are illegal aliens. Oh, closed presents. Thank you for the 50 bones. I didn't see that. So, yeah, I mean, this is the energy we need. Representative Justin Pearson is assaulted by law enforcement officer in Tennessee State Capitol and rightfully gives him an earful.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You stupid mother.
I mean, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here, man? What the fuck are we doing? I mean, this is literally, yeah, this is what Jim Crow looks like. Do not look away. Isn't it kind of Jim Crow-y to allocate certain areas by race? Oh my God. Yes, it is, dude. Yes. When you create racial disenfranchisement, the solution to that racial disenfranchisement is also going to protect certain races. It's crazy. You started the problem. Okay. Now you're complaining that the solution is the real racism. I hate this shit. I hate this like reverse racism ass bullshit where people love doing this, where they're like, well, don't you think that offering restitution to racial wounds that were created is just as racist as the racial wounds? No, it's not, actually. It's not at all, as a matter of fact. That's the opposite. Okay? Anti-racism is not racism. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Information session hosted by Congressman Figures Thursday night.
You've spent your entire life working for more representation, and they may be on the verge of taking it away.
It does not sit well with me and shouldn't sit well with the people of goodwill in this country.
As of yet, nothing in Alabama has changed. The Supreme Court could issue a ruling allowing the state to redraw its map as early as today. Now that Tennessee has acted, 9 Republican and Democratic-controlled states across the country have redrawn their maps. 3 more here in the Deep South may do so ahead of November's elections. Gail?
Okay, everybody's watching this one, Ed. Thank you very much.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. You put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched black folks on Poplar Tree. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here. No matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
We're here today once again for a white...
I love Justin Jones, Justin Pearson are so goated. They're dope.
A White Sheets Caucus meeting in which they're trying to disenfranchise people.
There's objections in Jones once again. That is out of order.
You know what?
Is it out of order? Didn't they literally find Klan's robes in the where did they find it? Hold on. Oh, it was in Mississippi. My bad. My mistake. My mistake. I fucked it up. Wait, no, is this it? The Mississippi Department of Public Safety uncovers rare Klan's artifacts in one of its offices. A notebook with meeting minutes and a ledger are among Ku Klux Klan related items that the Mississippi state government uncovered while clearing out an office. I shouldn't even laugh. It's insane, but all the objects have been transferred to the Mississippi Department of Archives and History. Officials say it will take months to process all the materials. They were like, we found so many Klan-related artifacts, okay, that it will take months to dig in, okay? That's how many. Here's one of them. Now, you might also see something interesting here. Here's proof of the Red Pro bleep plot against South and USA. The platform of the class struggle, national platform of the workers' Communist Party. Notice something? That the Klan was really against a certain ideology, and a certain ideology in the United States of America historically was always in favor of racial emancipation. I wonder if those things have changed at all. Yeah, but I thought the tanky lefty liberals were the anti-black racists. Yeah, like not even 2 months ago, they found a cache of Ku Klux Klan robes and hoods and other paraphernalia at the Mississippi Department of Public Safety just chilling in a closet. Is not just dormant or an underlying thing. It's very alive and well in these southern states. Yep. The Red Scare in this country has always been a black scare too. Okay? Has always been the case. No matter where you go, remember that. While the revolutionary spirit might have been dampened in this country in the black liberationary struggle too, in the black emancipatory movements as well, oftentimes by force, by assassinating leaders of black liberation in this country that were self-avowed Marxist-Leninists and Maoists. They were openly communist, right? These movements have always existed. And the spirit, in my opinion, still remains. Yeah, like Kirk. Charlie Kirk. That's who I'm talking about. Charlie Kirk, yeah. Yeah, who can forget MLK's last words, counting or not counting gang violence, right? Like, that's ridiculous. He just died, man. Fred Hampton. Let's be a little serious, please. Anyway.
You're doing. It's shameful, but we know that you all are going to fall in line behind this man here who's going to lead you down the path of racism and white supremacy. It's wrong. It's immoral. And when we say do justice, love mercy, and walk home.
It fails for lack of emotion.
Is there anything Democrats can do about all of this in the short and medium term?
Yeah, I mean, what we're watching right now is incredibly infuriating to watch in Tennessee, a state with a significant black population, just carve up Memphis, one of the blackest cities in America, and ensure it has no Democratic representation. It's infuriating and it's deflating. And that's ultimately the goal, right? The people who do gerrymandering and voter suppression want you to give up. They want you to feel like your power is being taken away so that you stop using your power. Like that's the ultimate win here. And so we obviously cannot let that happen. And here are just like three things. And none of these are satisfying. I want to be specific. None of them are satisfying. But here are the things where we can focus our energy right now. The first is we have to redouble our efforts to take the House and hopefully the Senate in 2026. That is the foundation for the governing coalition that we will have in 2029 with a Democratic president to actually pass things like a ban on partisan gerrymandering, to do real electoral reform, to make our system more small d democratic. The second thing, and this is critically important, is we have to pour our time, our money, our resources into state legislative races, because there's going to be efforts to redraw the maps in 2028, in 2030, and most.
What? Chat being nasty about Charlie now is retracting from the direction we need to go. He had nasty views, but it's not for the point of the conversation. Wait, what? Yeah, I wonder why a community such as this one would be nasty about one of the nastiest propagandists of the most toxic form of politics. What's even more discouraging is that even if the GOP loses in 2026, they need to lose again in 2028. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk was a polite face on the same type of Klansman adjacent politics that we're literally talking about right now. That is very clearly a principled motivator of modern Republican Party politics right now. Like, even the images harken back to that same exact time. So, I mean, they're doing it. They're doing it out loud. They're doing it in your fucking face. I don't know what else to say about it other than just look. Look at what they're doing. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is investigating an Atlantic reporter who wrote a story about FBI Director Kash Patel, suing the New York Times over its employment practices, threatening ABC's broadcast licenses, and also Trump releases new counterterrorism strategy with fresh focus on cartels and Antifa. This is from May 6th, something that Ken Klippenstein has been writing about extensively, reporting on extensively, something that will inevitably probably throw my ass in fucking jail too. Check logs. Let's see. You're about to get busted. Tennessee had the first grand. Okay, never mind. That's actually first instance of check logs that isn't bad. Tennessee had the first grand wizard of the KKK's bust in the state capitol until a few years ago. I have a weird feeling. What? Am I weird for feeling off about we need to get Democrats elected being the number one thing that people say? I feel like I've heard we need to get Democrats elected my entire life and it's done fuck all. I mean, that's not the end all be all, but it is definitely a significant part of especially good Democrats, like especially people who are going to fucking fight is part of the problem. It's part of the process. There's not really much else we can do. Like,
most importantly, in 2032 after the next census. So we have to have as much power as we possibly can to draw the maps in as many places, even in states where we can't take the majority. If we can get close.
Look, all I'm saying is this. If voting didn't matter, the Republicans wouldn't actively undermine the black voting bloc. Okay? And just like that, if any kind of insurgency within the ranks of the Democratic Party didn't matter, the Democrats wouldn't be handshaking with the fucking reactionary forces in this country to actively undermine these insurgent campaigns. If you can't comprehend it, if you can't see the vision, if you can't see the methods, if you think that this is simply entryism, if you think that this is simply shepherding the revolutionary spirit back into the Democratic Party that's never going to actually help you out, okay? Just look to what your opposition is doing, because they clearly have they clearly are fearful of this, right? They clearly do worry about this. That's why they're doing everything in their power to make sure that, people like myself are actively disparaged and the candidates that I align with are destroyed before they ever make it into the general election.
The majority, we can have potentially an influence on how those maps are drawn. This is absolutely important. This is where the future of American democracy.
The media would be on Hasan's side if anarchists even had a point.
Is going to be absent some sort of ban on partisan gerrymandering, is going to be decided in state legislative races and in governors' mansions for the map redraws. And we're going to live in a cycle of perpetual map redraws. The last thing here is we have to put pressure on the blue state.
Having grown up in rural Tennessee, I don't think I would have been against this if I didn't find your commentary in early adulthood. So thank you. And what you do matters in these places too. No, absolutely. These motherfuckers all speak like a Dem presidency is a lock in 2029, when in reality, it couldn't be further from a lock. I know. You know what I'm feeling right now? I'm feeling the same sense of danger, immediate danger that I felt on like the second day of the DNC, where I was like, why are these guys fucking doing victory laps right now? They're not winning shit. There's no guarantee that Kamala Harris is going to win. What the fuck is going on? There's an environment of celebration that doesn't make sense when you have a broader outlook on the way things are going in the country. And the Republicans are twerking on the Dems. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, this is unbelievably gross. Breaking, the Virginia Supreme Court has voted to overturn the results of the state special election. The decision silences the voices of Virginians who approved on an updated congressional map that levels the playing field ahead of the midterms. The fight continues. And this is what the Republicans posted. This is what they feel about democracy. This is what they feel about voters in Virginia. I'm not sure if you're joking about getting imprisoned by this regime, but based on my lived experience with authoritarianism, it's highly likely to happen to you. You need to refine your writing. It's the only way you might be able to get your words out in 2 years. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Some takes are way too grounded in thinking people are normal and reasonable and not cynical enough. I mean, at a certain point, it goes beyond naivete, right? I think right now, anyone who's still talking about anyone who doesn't recognize the dangers that are imminent, the dangers that are taking shape all around us is, I mean, it goes beyond naivete. At this point, you have no self-preservation skills.
It's where we have the ability to fight fire with fire. Illinois, Maryland, New York. In states where we have control, but where we have put in place, because we like good government, bans on gerrymandering, like in Michigan, we have to put pressure on our politicians to look for ways, like they did in California, like they did in Virginia, to undo those bans to be able to compete here, because we can't live in a world of unilateral disarmament, and we cannot accept any Democratic politician that does.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News.
It sucks. It's like you have to be, dude, I got it, man. I got it. Please stop spamming the same article. Okay. I got it. It's right here. You see that? The article that you keep spamming about how I'm going to be public enemy number one is right there. I know already. I'm very aware. Okay. I promise you. I saw your link. I had clicked on it already. I'm aware of it. I know, chatter. I'm going to be public enemy number one. I already am public enemy number one. Okay. Please stop spamming it. Jesus, Lord mercy. Oh my God, they're talking about Carney and ignoring Keir Starmer. So fucking funny how dumb they are. Yeah, I know. Center for American Progress. Neera Tanden said Democrats can learn a lesson from Mark Carney, who moved his governing Liberal Party to the right on some issues and surged in popularity. I wonder if there was another external factor that greatly boosted Mark Carney's approvals. Oh yeah, that's right. It was us. We did that. Trump did that almost single-handedly, as a matter of fact. Okay? That's the only reason. You got a major alarm, a clear-cut instance of one of the two major parties moving to the right on all of these issues and tailing the Republicans or tailing the Conservative Party and losing in a spectacular manner in Londonistan. Okay. Meanwhile, the fucking dumbass Democratic consultants are like, oh, but look at Mark Carney. Look at Mark Carney's successes. At a certain point, you have to recognize what they're doing as nothing but ideological zealotry, okay? These guys are the Islamic clerics of neoliberalism. They're zealots. As a matter of fact, it's not even close, because even the council of clerics in Iran make decisions based on defending Iranian sovereignty, whereas Neera Tanden and her kind in the consultant class that have dominated the Democratic Party's national politics for decades at this point would rather go down with the ship. They would rather keep plugging holes in the ship. That's where we're at. They say we are the radicals, when I think I'm a much more pragmatic person than Neera Tanden. I'm willing to defend Democrats who do the right thing. I don't think she is willing to defend the radical leftist coalition. At the end of the day, the party is nothing to me, okay? The party is just a collection of representatives, elected representatives, that are supposed to represent the interests of the population. At times when it matters, if they fight back against the growth of fascism in this country, I'm going to celebrate that. I'm going to say that's a good thing, as I did in Virginia. But when that very same party turns around and says, what are we going to do? The democratic wishes of the majority are irrelevant. They're secondary to the mercy of the Supreme Court decision. Then I'm going to say, fuck you. Yeah, the Democratic Party is not a real ideological party. Okay? It's not a real party. Doesn't have paid membership. They're just a collection of corporate interests. And they don't always have to be a collection of corporate interests. It's just a brand more than anything else. A brand that unfortunately has moved away from its greatest successes during the FDR era and onwards for like almost an entire century, where it represented social democracy for a very long time. And during that period when the Democratic Party's brand was domineering, it was the Republicans that consistently conceded to left populism. Post-Carter, and certainly after Ronald Reagan, there was a major shift in American politics, in the way that Americans perceive politics. Mostly taking positions opposite of Republicans, more recently even just a slightly less unhinged version of Republican positions. No, that's always been the case. That's what, back in the day, post FDR, it was the Republicans that would take a less unhinged version of the whatever the Democratic Party's positions were. Okay? Now, it's the Democrats taking a more moderate version of the Republican Party's positions, tailing the Republican Party and fighting the wars that the Republicans want to fight. American political parties aren't like they are in many other countries. Parties have bylaws, rules, paid memberships, militants, theorists, and cultural organizations. In America, both parties are just labels, and their national org is only a fundraising arm. They have no internal structure. The party is entirely dependent on who you put in it. Exactly. Now, it's not entirely the case. Obviously, the Democrats have a primary system, and so do the Republicans, where they try to actively undermine the wishes of the majority, or they do everything in their power to make sure that no one is even participating in this. Yeah, David Graeber, I'm gonna bring back today for sure. Unbelievably prescient, great thinker. Rest in power to David Graeber. But yeah, I have a very pragmatic approach to this stuff because I understand that the Democrat just is a way to get ballot access, okay? It's the surefire approach to getting your name on the fucking ballot. As a brand, its brand is in the dumpster, okay? It's dookie, certainly. But it has a much easier it's basically it has a free election machine that turns out voters, okay? And not only that, but it is also a reliable way to get your name on the ballot, to get your ideas on the ballot. That's the reason why Zoran Mamdani ran as a Democrat and not as a third-party socialist, not even as a third party that is actually active in the city and state, the Working Families Party, right? You have to use everything that you can to keep pushing this message, to keep fomenting class consciousness, to organize to the best of your ability. Bernie Sanders, independent, but most people recognize him as a Democrat because he caucuses overwhelmingly with the Democrats. Yesterday's fit at the rally is teasing Indian fit. Please say you're coming here to India. I don't have any plans in motion to visit India anytime soon. Maybe. Please say from Modi. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. All right, anyway. Here is a party, much like the Democratic Party, that used to represent the left flank of politics in the United Kingdom, losing everything as a direct consequence of leaning into this moderate center or even to the right, which predictably gave way to a massive growth in this now dominant fascist movement in the country. I'm, of course, talking about the Labour representing center-left politics in the UK, the Conservatives representing center-right politics in the UK, and Reform that represents the far right. Yesterday, some elections took place in England, Scotland, and Wales. And boy, oh boy, were the results devastating for a Labour Party that actively destroyed itself because they were terrified of Jeremy Corbyn, where Labour has lost more than 1,000 council seats, with Reform picking up 1,222 council seats. And the Greens have had a pretty tremendous victory in the process as well. And so have the Liberal Democrats too, weirdly enough. But the Greens have been doing a phenomenal job. We released the BBC projected national share based off of the council results. Reform at 26%, Green at 18%, Labour at 17%, Conservatives at 17%, with Lib Dems at 16%. A clear but far from overwhelming victory for Reform, with everyone else clustered in a big lump behind them. Ultimate fragmentation. De-Yankification now says changes is 2025. Reform -4, Greens +7, Labour -3, Conservative +2, Lib Dems -1. Old people will destroy this country. God, I fucking hate the elderly. Dude, the Reform Party is literally all show too. Like, if you were to go to the average Reform voter, because like England has class politics in its roots. Like, it's not like America where people are oblivious to class. If you were to ask the average Reform voter to spell out like some top line issues beyond immigration, beyond, fucking up the boats, lad, right? They would just look at you and be like, that's not true. There's no way the Reform Party wants to do that. Okay? Like, there are so many people who were lifelong, reliable labor voters at a time when they thought that the Labor Party, and not thought, but like the Labor Party did represent the interests of the working class, that now vote for the Reform Party because racism is the only game in town. It's insane. Yes, I saw this. This is what I was referencing here. Hilarious video that shows none of the Reform voters know any of Reform's policies. Before I get to this, though, let's do a top-line approach here, a little bit of analysis, and then we'll get to all of that.
At 6, Labour has suffered huge losses after millions of people went to the polls in England, Wales and Scotland. The Labour Party is set for an historic defeat in Wales, losing control of the Senedd for the first time since devolution almost 30 years ago, with Plaid Cymru forecast to win the most seats. In Scotland, the SNP will remain the largest party, but their vote share is down in almost every constituency. It is Reform UK that has made some of the biggest gains across Britain so far. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has described Labour's results as tough, but says he's not going to walk away from the job. Let me just show you what has been happening in Wales, England and Scotland. This is...
Keir Starmer literally is just like, nope, I'm tanking this further. How far can we go? How far can we take this? First of all, Keir, buddy, you might not walk away from the job, but the job is going to walk away from you. That's number one. I don't even know how he stays in power at this point. I have no idea how he stays in power at this point. He has to get fired, right? There's no shot. I mean, one of his most famous speeches is when he literally says to his own party, if you don't like it, you can fucking leave. And it turns out a lot of people that were lifelong Labor Party members were like, okay, sure, I am leaving. Some of them left for Reform. Many of them also left for the Green Party. I don't think he makes it out by the end of this year, but what do I know?
Wales, what has been a Labour stronghold for more than a century. Labour now pushed into third place with Plaid Cymru out front. In England, it is Reform that has been surging. These are the latest tally there. Look, Reform now more than 1,000 seats. They started with just 2. Labour has lost.
Nigel Farage is a disgusting monster through and through. By the way, I have to talk about the media's role in all of this as well. The media abso-fucking-lutely played a major role here too. Hey, just wanted to say that you gay. Yeah, I fucked your dad, chatter. Yeah. Yeah, me and your dad, butt sex. He loved it. He said, first time he's ever had a man dig deep inside of him like that. Life-changing experience for your dad. Yep. Crack like an egg. Yep. Then your mom walked in. And she was like, my turn, please. My grandma's watching. What? Love is love, man. It's 2026. You should have brought this heat last night. We'll go hard in SF. Anyway, if you're wondering how we got here, the media definitely played a big role in this too. Is the labor's suicide? It's a corporate interest that it's the corporate interest and the power of the Israeli lobby that certainly exists in the UK as well. Destroying labor from within, playing a formative role with the same exact Oxbridge commentators that were defending their class interests and the class interests of their friends who are in positions of power. representing the capitalist class's interests through and through, to ensure that labor destroyed itself, self-destructed, in an effort to make sure that, Jeremy Corbyn never actually saw any power whatsoever in the country. And then actively undermining, not just like correctly covering the labor's failures, but also actively undermining this insurgency that took place within the Greens. Because if you were to watch British media leading up to this goddamn election, you would think that Adolf Hitler reincarnated as a Jewish man in the form of Zach Polanski. Okay. Meanwhile, the Reform Party and its door knockers were running around in every fucking district and every council, being like, "Yes, would you like to kill every migrant? Would you like to kill every migrant? Also, the Holocaust is questionable if it happened or not. We don't know." Like, literally, I think a Reform guy who is a active Holocaust denier won a seat yesterday. But you never heard about shit like that from the fucking British media because they were too busy yelling at the one Jewish guy heading a major party and his opinion on Palestine, which is the majority opinion, by the way. They were so hyper-focused on bashing the Greens that the British public has been actively uninformed about what the fuck's going on in their own politics, where they're like, all right, well, I don't like them. I don't like them, the migrants. They're taking up the toll. They're taking up space in the tube. I don't quite like them. They're the reason why I don't get NHS aid, right? Meanwhile, half of the fucking NHS is migrants. Yeah, let's take them all out of the country, lad. Fucking hell. England for English. Meanwhile, the Labour Party's like, yes, we cannot be a nation of strangers. That's what fucking Keir Starmer said. So what do you expect? If you don't cover the Reform's race baiting over and over again, it's racial agitations, it's anti-immigrant sentiment, and you actively pursue the Greens as though they're like a terrifying prospect for a British future because they, want to undermine the interests of the capital owning class a little bit in an effort to center the British working class in their policies, in their agenda. If you find that to be the true threat, then yeah, people are going to be uninformed and they're going to go and, vote for the Reform Party.
845 seats. And onto Scotland.
It's just so funny because half of the wave of additional migrants that came in the aftermath of Brexit, which is the exact same force channeled by this fucking dipshit. And the same people who are like, I don't like Brexit no longer. I thought we were going to be an independent sovereign nation. Why did we fucking do this? Are now turning around and doing the same exact thing again.
Where it is the SNP who are still out front, though their majority has, for the number of seats so far, we are not sure quite where that is going to end up, but that is not what it was before. Our first report tonight is from our political editor, Chris Mason.
Ellie Ned Morgan was Wales's First Minister this morning. Tonight, she doesn't even have...
Islam is not a race, you moron. So how are they racist? Yeah. Tell that to the first victim of an Islamophobic hate crime that was killed in the aftermath of 9/11, who didn't happen to be Muslim at all. He was actually Sikh. So why did they kill him? Well, because the guy thought, when he shot and killed this Sikh man, as a matter of fact, he said, this one's for 9/11. Why did he do that? Because Islamophobia is racialized. Okay? It's a racialized form of bigotry. It's also the reason why most people don't fucking yell at me or call me an Islamic jihadist before they find out what my name is, because I'm white. Also, what are the things that I don't understand about this kind of sentiment is like, what? Do you even care about racism either? Like, why? He's like, wait a minute. Islamophobia is totally normal. Don't you dare call me fucking racist, even though I hate them too. Like, you're both probably, right? The likelihood that someone who's Islamophobic is also going to be racist is unbelievably high. So who gives a shit? From your perspective, you should worry about defending racism too, you know, because they're violent, right? They're fucking violent. We should send them back too.
A seat in the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament.
Is Labour over in Wales?
Labour have won every Welsh election since before Sir David Attenborough was even born. But not this one.
Welsh Labour has today suffered a catastrophic result. It ends a century of Labour winning in Wales, and the party will need to take a really hard look at itself.
Everything you've been saying about UK politics summed up.
Would you vote reformed? I'm not mental or racist, so no. Is immigration a problem in the UK? No. Why'd you say no? Because it's fundamental to our existence. Oh, why'd you say that? Because we need it. We don't have enough people being born in this country. We need immigrants. It's simple. Why does the UK fear immigration? We're told to. By who? The elites that own us. So the capitalists and the billionaires that are in charge that really own us and own our parties, mostly the Tories, but now Labour as well, they tell us to fear it because they need someone to blame for our problems when really they're the ones causing our problems. Do you think we have overpopulations in major cities? No, not at all. We've got loads of room. You think so, really? Because everyone says that the UK is such a small thing, the country is individual small islands. Bringing more people here, we don't have the space for it. Like, do you have any thoughts on that? I think that's a lie. We have.
Have you been outside of the major city centers, man? I have. Let me tell you, lots of space. Okay. The idea that like the UK as an island is just like the population density is far too high is one of the funniest things. There's plenty of empty space that you can build on. Okay. I'm not even talking about like the evisceration of farmland or anything because that's important for agriculture and the ecology. I'm just straight up saying like there is plenty of room to still fucking build. Plenty of room to build. If you had some semblance of central planning in mind, you could literally just build a new city center, you know, Chinese style. Yeah, but no one wants to live there outside of the big cities in the UK is basically Bulgaria. Oh, you're not wrong, for sure. You're not wrong. Muslims can be any race, but Islam is racialized in the West. Oh, this guy's awesome. Yeah, I love this guy. This guy is genuinely my favorite politician. Topo Resniro. You might think he's Japanese, by the way, from his outfit. He's actually Indonesian. He's an Indonesian anti-Muslim Islamophobic racist who LARPs as a Japanese guy. He's not Japanese. Candidate for Reform Party. Goated character. It's awesome. Secret Indonesian guy who is like, you know, anti people exactly like him coming to the country, or at least the party that he's involved in is that. Okay. And he's LARPing as a Japanese guy instead. Is he playable? Yes, he's a playable character. There's a reform candidate named Mohammed Sharia. Stop. There's no way. Keir Starmer is the equivalent of Obama and Farage, Trump, Hasan. What? What the fuck? The Greens do not have a chance in this general, and everyone knows it. Unfortunately, Labour MPs should have been brave and booted Keir. There's a reform candidate named Mohammed Sharia. What the fuck? I didn't know that one. This is the reform guy who won after denying the Holocaust. Yeah, Reform UK candidate. What the fuck? I thought that was my brother. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I literally thought that was Murat. I thought that was a photo of Murat. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm not even kidding when I say this. It scared me. Okay. No, Murat is nowhere near that fat. No. This is old Murat. That's what I'm saying. He used to look exactly like this, bro. Come on. Plot twist. This is old Murat. The Mohammed Sharia guy is fake. Oh, man. Okay, I didn't know about this because it doesn't exist. Dude, look at this guy. Yeah, Reform UK candidate who said Holocaust was a hoax wins seat in local elections. I know, but when I clicked on the link, I got scared at first because I thought it was like one of our holiday pictures from our youth or something that they posted on the article. I was like, what the fuck? It could be Nezo, it could be you, it could be me, honestly. Yeah, this is Murat's chud, Bizarro Murat. Believes the opposite of what Murat believes. For the people who don't know how absurd this is, Topo's official election picture is a screenshot of him in some cape shit movie. He was also in one of the musicians in the cantina in the original Star Wars. It's Marvel's Doctor Strange. Yeah, anti-Semitism being presented as the left-coded gives the right a free run with candidates like this. 100%. It's fucking devastating, man.
It is Plaid Cymru, who'd one day like an independent Wales, who are on course to be the biggest party, with this man likely to be First Minister.
It has become clear that Wales demanded that change of leadership, and I look forward to saying more about this later as the full picture becomes complete.
Sedd un, seat 1, Dan Thomas, Reform UK Wales. Yay!
Reform have also done well in Wales, easily beating Labour. In Scotland, another win for the Scottish National Party, a 5th consecutive term.
I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term. Thank you very much.
Labour losing here as well then, a recurring pattern today. Just look at their body language. Glum, defensive, rejected. Speaking before the flurry of results this afternoon, here is the Prime Minister's take.
These are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Reform UK have made big gains in Basildon, in Essex, Tameside in Greater Manchester, and there was a hug in Hampshire too. And they've won in Suffolk,
Morning, Nigel.
Essex, Newcastle under Lyme, and here, Havering in East London.
Overall, what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right.
Yeah, no, it's a historic shift. England, for the first time ever, is racist. It's never happened before. Historic shift in the direction of racism. Britain Yahoo? Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. Britain Yahoo. I literally thought we finally saw enough of this pile of dog muck turn sentient after Brexit. Nope. Nope. It seems like there is an unbelievable appetite. The thing is, in a lot of seats they won, they would have lost if it was not first past the post. In at least half the seats they won, a majority voted against them.
And yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been conservative, but equally, we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I.
You literally called this when Labor won the last time? Reform nearly got half as many votes as Labor. Quite worrisome here. Yeah, look at this. Labor's landslide victory, definitely, Labor's landslide victory kind of muddies the waters given the way that like British politics works. In terms of what their actual performance in totality looks like. Their actual performance in totality is insanely scary in comparison to former Labor politics, and former Labor numbers. And also, when you look at something like this, when you look at the vote numbers across the board, Reform UK got 4 million. That is like, I don't know what to say. That is so terrifying. That is unimaginably terrifying. That is a red alarm bell. That we're talking like we're nearing re-education camp territory, like immediately. Okay, like the British boomer class is out of control, dude. They are so insanely reactionary. Yeah, Hasan didn't call this. It was widely reported. Come on, chat. No, my call specifically back then was Keir Starmer is going to do tepid neoliberalism. He's going to pivot to the right. And that is going to cause a massive, massive surge in support for reform. And that's precisely what happened. That's precisely what happened. I said it verbatim. I said Keir Starmer, this is from 2024, the first day of the Labour victory, where I said Starmer got less votes than Corbyn. Keir Starmer is obviously very, very right-wing. And this right-wing pivot for Labour is going to cause reform to win. This is what's important to analyze. Like it's a thumping majority without a thumping share in the vote. What could possibly go wrong? Where is the part where I just say like what is this? Hasan the Hun is right. We need him in British politics that can say the things. Zach Polanski is too much of a gentleman to say. Farage gets to do this, but Zach needs to sit there and politely ask that his Jewishness not be erased while being accused of Jew hatred.
Questions on funding for local councils. You've had some difficult questions about your own funding.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that any other time if you like.
Yeah. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. There is absolutely a class issue here. Like class is so class is obviously fundamentally important in my politics across the board, right? I believe in the Marxist tradition. I'm a socialist. But class is demystified in places like the United States of America by design. It's very successfully demystified. We have the concept of middle class voters, upper middle class, that sort of thing. Whereas in the UK, class politics is very in your face. And class interests are primary. Oh, wait, did I say demystified? I meant mystified. Class interests are mystified in American politics. Whereas in the UK, it's right in your face. I mean, they have a fucking Council of Lords, right? They still have lords in the UK. And there's also a lot of respect for members of the upper crust of society. It sucks, but it's the case. And part of the issue with British politics is that everyone in the fucking media and everyone that's a politician for the most part are directly coming from the same two fucking schools, Oxford and Cambridge. Okay? They come from Oxford and they come from Cambridge. They all hang out. They all know each other. They're all homies with one another. They're cut from the same fucking cloth. And even those who are not from that same caste system will still, in an effort to advance through these institutions, advance the interests of the same class system. Okay? And that's precisely what it is. Okay? Eaton too? Sure. Yeah, and class politics is so segmented, is so fragmented in the country that you can tell where someone went to school from the way that they speak, right? Even Boris Johnson, we look at him as a goofy from the United States of America, but like Boris Johnson has that classic party trick that he always pulls out, right? Where he ends up doing Homer's Odyssey in the original Latin, right? He learned about this. He learned about this in school. He got the proper schooling. So all of that is a direct manifestation. Eton is a college, not a university. And college is high school. For those of you in the United States, a college is where you go to for what we here in the United States would call a high school, right? Oxbridge is a reference to the university that people go to after they get their college education in Eton, right? Isn't that how it is? It's between high school and uni. Sorry, high school and uni. College is 16 to 18 in the UK. College and university are interchangeable? No, but I feel like colleges are... Like in Turkey, we have colleges too. Like we call high school college in Turkey. So I assume it's like the same in it's secondary school. Okay, not in the UK. College is sixth form education in the UK. I thought in the US a university is a collection of colleges. College is different in the UK is different from uni. That's what I meant. I thought college was like what you go to before you go to university. You go to high school or you go to a college and then you go to university. No? Is that not how it is? Secondary school, then college for 16, 18 courses, then university for degrees. Colleges are usually polytechnic education. You go there after high school and before uni mostly. Isn't that sixth form? It goes primary school. It goes, okay, hold on, I'm going to do the accent for this. It goes primary school until 11, secondary school until 16, sixth form college, 17 to 18, and then university after that. Ah, yes, yes. Very nice. Thank you. Spot on, sir. You're a good chap. Sixth form is the same as college, but when it's part of a secondary school. Eton College is just the name of the secondary school aged 13 to 18, but yeah, the 16 to 18 is a further education college. But some people do sixth form for the same years. Very nice. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is they all go to the same fucking schools, they're homies with one another, and they represent the same class interest, even if they're not directly a part of that same class. And you see this manifest in the media a lot, okay? It's not an accident that the guy who was lasering Zach Polanski, who very clearly represents the interests of the working class rather than the pedophilic capital-owning class, was cooked by a guy who was the best man of former Lord Mendelsohn, right? Who has, in the media, openly said that a lot of people are fake friends to Mendelsohn after the Epstein stuff. I'm still riding for him. And his job is not under threat at all. As a matter of fact, his job security comes from his diehard loyalty to those who are either servants of the elites or a part of the elites themselves. That's it. It's horrible. It's totally fucked up. But this guy nails it.
the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt is mostly empty space, and we've killed all the animals in it. We might as well build on it. We need houses. It's the fundamental thing that kills our country and kills our young people. We need to build houses. We need to make them so that people can buy them and own them and stop them being owned by landlords.
So I saw another stat on ITV that in the last 10 years, there's 6.2 million people on the waiting list for NHS and 2 million children in poverty in the UK. That allegedly, that is due to immigration. Would you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's not due to immigration. Immigration is the reason our NHS works. The thing that causes that is governments deliberately underfunding and sort of underutilising the NHS for what it could really be. It's nothing to do with immigrants coming in. It's to do with it being badly managed and badly funded.
Was Brexit a good or bad idea?
Terrible idea.
Why?
Fundamentally ruined every aspect of our country, and by every measurable factor, it's weakened us. We can't. The problem is as well with immigrants, the people that don't like immigrants, that want to get rid of immigrants. That would even be easier if we were in the EU. It's weakened everything. We can't do anything because we're not in the EU. We're not the big, powerful Britannia that we once used to be, where we were going around the world and slaughtering people. We're a little island that's off the coast of the Atlantic. We need to be in the EU to have any kind of power or any kind of say-so. We need to have fair and legal routes for people to be able to access this country. And if you want to stop the small boats, that's how you start doing it. And eventually, by becoming a member of the EU, that would help us do that as well.
I'll ask you more questions.
I mean, he cooks, no notes. He's absolutely right. So funny, this fucking dipshit posted himself taking this L. Oh yeah, the guy who was interviewing him, yeah. It's like, well, don't you think it's the immigrants? He's like, no. He sounds like you because he's just saying the truth. That's it. Yeah, if you say the truth like I do, then, you know, you're going to sound the same. Unfortunately, however, especially in mainstream outlets, you never hear this honest and refreshing perspective on exactly what the problems are. Everybody feels the pain, but right-wing forces at the behest of capital, redirect that anger to migrants because they recognize that if these people became more conscious of their class position and you know, voted for politicians that represent their interests better, then profit margins would go down. That'd be unbearable.
There were lots of cheering, even jumping Greens this evening too.
Zoe Garbett is duly elected as the Mayor of Hackney.
And a big win for them in East London.
This is a historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform.
The Conservatives, so often leading actors in the story of British politics, feel like little more than an extra today. They've gone backwards, but...
Good morning, Westminster. How are we feeling?
They did regain Westminster Council.
I'm very proud of how we have done. I'm not saying that we're there yet. I'm not saying that the results are perfect. There are loads of councillors, Conservative councillors, who would have lost their seats, but they can see that our strategy is working. Good strategy takes time. It doesn't all happen overnight.
For the Liberal Democrats, modest gains and unorthodox dance moves. They lost control in Hull, gained control in Stockport, and won in Portsmouth.
It's a fantastic result here in...
Liberal Democrats are so funny. I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck is a... Like, what do they represent, even? Like, who's like, oh, well, in the age of feckless labor moving to the moderate center, we, the Liberal Democrats, we are going to be... We've been there, you know? We've been the moderates. The things are actually fine party.
Portsmouth, the Reform threw everything at it, but we won. We've taken control of this council, and we've shown across the country that it's the Liberal Democrats who can hold off and beat Reform.
What then of the Prime Minister's future? There hasn't, as yet at least, been an eruption of Labour folk demanding he goes. This Labour MP used to be in Keir Starmer's cabinet. This afternoon she said he should stay. For now.
The Prime Minister is doing an absolutely exceptional job on the international...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's just so bad. how do you even reduce yourself to this undignified status, man?
National stage, and it's incredibly important that he's successful in that role because our constituents' livelihoods depend upon it. But the message has been clear from the public that unless the government delivers significant and urgent change, it's clear that the Prime Minister cannot lead us into another election.
A smattering of other Labour MPs are saying similar things.
We have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters...
Why wasn't restore an option? Like the Rupert Lowe's party? That's what you're talking about, right? I don't know, maybe because reform is like, we're fucking Nazi enough. And people were like, no, it's good enough. We're good enough with like, moderate Adolf Hitler. We don't want to go full Hitler. Even though they did win 10 seats, apparently. So there's still some people who were like, no, moderate Nazism is not good enough for me. I want maximalist Nazism.
Have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. May was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
They want to change you.
Well, they've sent a message that the change that we promised isn't being delivered in a way they can feel, and also, frankly, they're fed up with years of the status quo. But we were elected.
You, man. They see you as a representative of the status quo. There's no way that you could. First of all, Keir Starmer is already a charisma vacuum anyway, so there's very little shot that he would be able to out-talk his way out of this. But it's very funny that he's also in an impossible position. This was an unbelievable defeat for Labour. Like, it was a spectacular defeat for Labour. There's no way that you can talk your way out of this. Even if you were an incredibly charismatic figure, which you are not.
To deal with those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from that and to plunge the country into chaos.
Did you contemplate that the problem might be you, that you might need to go to help Labour win these seats back? Did you even contemplate it? Do you acknowledge it as a conversation even?
Look, I think it's absolutely clear that the electorate are fed up with the fact that their lives aren't changing quickly enough. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. I think that we were right to emphasise to the country the difficult inheritance we had, the challenges we face, but we haven't done enough to convince people that things can improve, their lives can get better, the hope. And I'm not going to walk away from that challenge. We made a number of calls which were the right calls in terms of stabilising the economy, investing in our public services, and not getting dragged into the Iran war. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. And my job now is to set out the steps that we will take to bring about the change that people want and deserve.
PM, to be clear, you are not going to resign.
No, I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
Has Ed Miliband asked you to set out a timetable for your departure?
Well, I think Ed Miliband has dealt with this and made absolutely clear that he supports me.
What do you say to those in your party that are really upset with you?
Starmer presided over a historic loss, and he still gets more preferential media treatment than Zach Polanski has gotten. I mean, I wouldn't say he's getting preferential treatment, but at least they're not telling him to kill himself. It's impossible for any media outlet to give him positive coverage right now. I wouldn't like the situation. The situation is untenable. It's a resounding defeat. Everyone knows what's going on. He's basically Liz Truss. Last night, we were told the Greens were underperforming. Wrong. The BBC gives the Greens a projected share of 18%, narrowly making them second place. That means they are outperforming the average polling, and that's despite younger voters being less likely to vote in locals. Yeah.
They don't think you're getting it, and they're...
The real problem is, I think Labor is so unbelievably anti-green that they would rather not do any sort of coalition with the Greens, even if the Greens were to win like a significant chunk of the vote. And I don't even know what that looks like, because right now, given the share of votes for Labor and the Greens, like, there is definitely an opportunity for a coalition, like an anti-reform coalition, because reform is going to get like a quarter plus. I could see Labor trying to like align themselves with the conservatives or something. Maybe not reform, but Labor reform conservative coalition will 100% be a thing. You are mistaken. Labor historically has partnered with Lib Dems and Greens in local elections. No, I know, but there is... Polanski literally has been accused of fomenting anti-Semitism, implying he's not just a problem for his party, but for the country in general. That's way beyond what is being pushed against Starmer. Yeah, I wouldn't say that we are looking at the same Labor Party that existed.
Calling for your resignation. What do you say to would-be challengers and the party?
And we're not even looking at the same Green Party that existed either.
I think it's very important that we don't sugarcoat these results, so I'm not going to do that. They are tough results.
Dog, there is no sugar that you can put on not just like a piece of dog shit, but a piece of dog shit that's been covered in nuclear waste. Okay? You can put as much sugar on it as possible. It still smells, looks exactly, and radiates exactly like a piece of dog shit covered in nuclear dust. Okay? It's over. Big dog, it's over.
Accept that. They reflect voters who don't feel that their lives have changed enough or quickly enough, and that's been going on for a long time. We were elected to deal with that, and I'm not going to walk away from that responsibility and plunge the country into chaos.
I've got a final question. One of your own top team messaged me this morning and said that you are the reason that Labour risks handing the country to reform, that you are the problem. What do you say to that? That if you stay on, you will hand the country to reform?
What I'd say to that is, we won a landslide victory in July 2024. I led our party to that victory. That is a 5-year mandate to change the country. Yes, there are difficult conditions. The inheritance was terrible. The international context is very, very difficult. But we need to inject that hope and convince people that things can...
Brother, how are you going to inject hope into anything? It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
And will get better, and that's why in coming days I'll set out the further steps that we will take.
How are you feeling? Are you feeling upset today?
I am feeling very much for the brilliant candidates, the brilliant councillors, the brilliant representatives that we have lost, because I know for them they have put so much into their communities, so much of their life into public service.
Tommy Vitor says, I understand why Starmer doesn't want to go. None of them ever do, but I think this is a crazy decision for Labor. The voters have spoken. They want new leadership. If you don't listen, you will squander the time you have left to right the ship. Maybe a lesson from maybe a lesson here for the Democratic Party in the United States of America. Stop pivoting to the right. You only more radical forms of fascism. into when you do check logs now, brother, please. When are you going to talk about Akash Singh leaving the Flagrant podcast? What the fuck? What are you talking? What is that? I don't have any opinions on this. I did not know that this is a thing that happened. This is still more important news than British people's politics. I disagree. I think it's a very important thing that took place in Britain yesterday, that fascism is growing.
So I'm thinking about them and thinking about what we need to do.
Akash's wife basically bragged about him being a cuck, and now his career is ruined. Yes, I'm embarrassed. I listened to Flagrant. Wait, what? Is he actually a cuck? Like, I don't get it. Okay, now I'm actually invested. What the fuck? What happened? Akash's kinda. Like, what was it? Was she cheating on him? Isn't Akash's wife a stud too? Like, she's dope. That's the only thing I remember is like Akash's wife basically shitting on the politics of the podcast. And no, she just big dogs him. No, dude, she made him look like a cuck. She has embarrassed him on multiple occasions about their sex life. More than just that, she was shitting on him too. I think it was just jokes, and Akash didn't discipline her like the Flagrant audience wanted, and Flagrant audience got on his ass. She was sleeping around before they met, bragged about getting her pussy popped, and said she wanted to leave him at his lowest. So basically, she was bragging about how she was sleeping around a ton in uni and making fun of him. Okay. She talked about how she slept around in college and now people are calling him a cuck. Wait, I don't get it. Do people think that like most people get married as virgins or something? Like what's the problem? Okay, she slept around in college. Akash always presented her as a pure maiden or some bullshit like that. It's incels that are mad. This is dumb guy logic Hasan, so now he's a cuck. Yes, it doesn't make sense. Podcast cringe.
We got to address
Akash Singh's wife just ended his career.
The elephant in the room, no pun intended. Okay? As I'm sure you guys are aware, our boy Akash, he really...
The brutal humiliation of a mid-tier comedian, Patrick CC from 4 months ago,
This
with
stand-up comedian is being
1.3 million views. What the fuck?
humiliated in front of the entire world and does not know how to make it stop. Akash Singh is mostly known as being the sidekick to Andrew Schultz on the Flagrant podcast. His wife Jasleen recently started creating content that many
stud, by the way,
feel is shocking or distasteful coming from a married woman.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from 2011 to 2016. I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate.
This is not...
Ooh. I mean, I mean, like, I think it's normal for someone to have a healthy sex life before and after marriage. It's a little disrespectful when you're a married person, I feel like. Am I crazy to say that? I feel like it's because you're literally saying that your past life, when you were, her words, not mine, popping your pussy for white boys in frat houses was far better than your current predicament when you're popping your pussy for your husband. That's... Are you a real train guy? Did you celebrate the D-line extension, or are you a phony? Like, it's not the experiences that she had. It's how she's reflecting on them that I think makes it a little bit different. Okay? Does that make sense? Because, like, look, I'm a fairly confident guy in the tools that I'm working with. Okay? You all know that. One thing I will say is this, the way that she's delivering this information, perhaps in an embellished manner, exclusively for shock and awe, because she's trying to make content out of it, will definitely lead some people to, you know, like even the fact that she has those thoughts is normal. I don't think that's abnormal. I mean, when you're young and you have no obligations, no responsibilities, don't have kids to take care of, like that's a fun time, and it's normal for people, adults who are married, to look back at that time fondly and be like, man, I used to be crazy, right? That all of that stuff is fine. All that stuff is normal. It's just when you say it out loud in this way, in a format like this, of course people are gonna hear exactly what you're saying and make up their minds about the shortcomings of the other person.
Not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money.
And if you think those clips are bad, trust me, it gets so much worse. Like when she expressed how badly she wanted to sleep with her co-host's husband.
Would y'all ever have an orgy together with your husband? Priya, I'm actively trying to have an orgy because this couple is so good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. Maybe. I just know that Nav's is like at least 10 inches. You would only be down for an orgy if it's thick. It's thick.
Jasleen regularly
Oh my God, that's okay, that's... Oh, brother. Am I being baited? This is like this. Okay, chat. The way that chatter framed the story led me to believe that this was like incel. This was like a very incel perspective. Okay. That's pretty crazy. It's like the equivalent of Akash running around and being like, damn, I really want to fuck the shit out of that woman or this woman. You know what I mean? And that would be very disrespectful to her. Right? This is, I mean, it kind of is it is a little disrespectful, like beyond the you know, gender dynamic at play. Obviously, it's a patriarchal society. People will run with even like totally modest statements to make it seem like it's a big deal. This definitely is a lot worse. She refused to kiss him on the mouth too. Someone tell him. What? She refused to. What are you? What?
Romanticizes sleeping with other men, films her arguments with Akash to post on TikTok, brags about being a gold digger, and actively refuses to kiss her husband in public, not even during his proposal. This is the type of relationship that 99% of you watching pray you will never find yourself in. But anyone who criticizes Jasleen and the potential harmful influence she may have on couples, she calls them incel red pillars. Then again, it's somewhat understandable considering sometimes the right message can come from the wrong messenger, because Akash was actually warned by the Fresh and Fit podcast that he was going to find himself in this exact type of situation. In the early 2020s, there was a digital uprising of self-proclaimed alpha males who claimed their traditional views of masculinity were directly conflicting with mainstream liberal ideologies. Guys like Myron Gaines and Walter Weeks of the Fresh and Fit podcast got viral attention talking about traditional gender roles, relationship dynamics, and what being a real man is. And even though Akash and Andrew host a comedy podcast, they often dabble in more serious, broader social commentary, which led to them inviting on the Fresh and Fit guys to discuss some of their views on masculinity.
Cock's not doing well right now, bro. They being attacked from all sides. Don't they like it though? I don't know how the cuck stuff works. Isn't that like a kink where you're like kind of busting fat nuts when everybody's humiliating you? If humiliation is a part of the whole. Aren't we technically participating in the kink when we actually shame a cuck? Like, inadvertently? I don't know how any of this shit works.
And relationships.
Yeah, the cuck has all the power, technically.
Many of which Akash disagreed with. He was particularly bothered by this phrase or relationship philosophy that Fresh and Fit used that said, pimp or be pimped.
One person in the relationship?
Unc Foreign's video on Akash is better? Dog, it's 53 minutes. It's 50. It's 50 damn 3 damn minutes long, man. I need the cliff notes, you know?
Whoever cares less.
Wait, Sean C also covered it? His wife hates him. Dude, what the fuck? This is like, this seems like it was, this was happening like 4 months ago. What the fuck was I doing? I had no idea this shit was popping.
Has the leverage, and we want the guy to always care less.
We
want the man to always have the leverage.
Childish as
and you guys might not like hearing that.
Childish.
But we truly feel.
I'm not. These aren't new beliefs, bro. You're not telling me some shit none of us have ever heard. We all heard this from fraternity.
It kind of sucks that like she basically was like, no, they're right. She was like, I bet. The manosphere been growing massive troves of content for you. Like, I can't believe it because it's like clearly the Fresh and Fit guys are insane, right? And their worldview is around women hate. But I think people forget that, like, yeah, sometimes a lady can be maybe not super nice, you know? Like, it's just, we often forget, like, it doesn't mean that this is representative of all women in any way, shape, or form. You hate to see someone give so much ammunition to the people who are consistently wrong and horrible monsters in general.
Guys in college. I'm saying there's room in and I don't have a problem with a lot of the stuff you say. I just think there is room for growth, and you guys' refusal to acknowledge it almost kind of proves it to me, confirms it to me that you guys are not willing to grow right now, and that's fine. That's some ego shit.
Throughout the pod, Andrew seemed to have no problem having a serious, calm conversation about someone else's worldview despite not fully agreeing with it. But Akash was clearly much more upset with what they were saying. Most of the podcast, it didn't feel like he was listening, but rather just waiting for his turn to speak and assert his own personal philosophy on dating. However, Fresh and Fit were mostly known to say outlandish and straight up disrespectful things about women on a regular basis. So most people naturally sided with Akash's view of equity and equality in relationships, as well as understood his general frustration towards the.
Like, I think he could be in a horrible predicament in his relationship personally, but like his points that he's making, the broader points that he's making are not wrong, right? Like the broader points that he's making about like these guys being clownish, childish, filled to the brim with women hate. That I do agree. It's just that, you know, it's clear that he's not in, at least from my outsider's perspective, from the couple clips that I just saw, I was like, that's not looking too great. You know, that's just not looking too great for our boy Akash. Okay. Not looking great at all. It seems there's something going on there. Maybe he likes it. If he does, you know, more power to him, right? Maybe he enjoys the humiliation. Maybe it's a fetish. Maybe he likes being in a relationship like that. You're getting clip chimped hard. I mean, is there a, like, what is the clip chimp like in this situation where she goes, haha, I'm just kidding. I'm in a loving relationship. And this is how I would portray myself, fantasizing about the large penis of my podcast co-host husband is what I would say if I was portraying myself as a bad partner. Bro, she said girthy. She said 10 inches. Then she said girthy. You know? Like what's the clip? What is it when the clip ends? She goes, as soon as the clip ends, she goes, haha, I was just kidding. Obviously, I would never say these things.
Frustration towards these guys. What we would later discover is that the reality of Akash's own personal relationship reflected the exact situation that Fresh and Fit were trying to warn him about. But before we dive deeper, I want to talk about one of the most disturbing industries in America, data brokers. They provide reports like this that have information about you in Flagrant and Fresh and Fit, Despite the episode ending relatively cordially, members of the Flagrant and Fresh and Fit podcast would trade shots at each other over the next few years, but tensions reached a boiling point.
Wait, this was in 2023?
When Myron of the Fresh and Fit podcast called out Akash and his wife Jasleen. He tweeted, Akash Singh tried to lecture me about women years ago. Here's his wife making a mockery of him and herself on a podcast. And linked below was a full episode of the Main Character podcast hosted by Jasleen Singh and her friend Nahal Mawani. The women described their podcast as unfiltered girl talk and sells itself as being for the ones who live life like the plot revolves around them, because it does. This description on the surface is relatively harmless, but once you take a closer look at the podcast itself, you see that this description is extremely accurate. Two women who think they're the main characters of the world talking about themselves with absolutely no filter. One comment that stood out in this episode was where Jasleen discusses her and her husband's finances.
Man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a red flag. And I will say it again.
Bro, why is this any of our business? Great question. I think it's because they're all content creators.
And because I know there's going to be already like incel troll mother. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
Wow, I went up $100 from
Oh, she's rage baiting here. Like, this is 100% rage baiting. You can tell from the tone that she's taking that is rage bait. But, you know, and I don't really care about her saying this shit, but the other stuff is like kind of fucked up.
But that's my money. Okay? So just so we're clear, no, that's actually a red flag, because I know so many girls in my life personally that have been with guys that weren't transparent about money, and they ended up being terrible in other aspects, and like people ended up breaking up in divorces, et cetera, et cetera. So that is actually my number one. They must be generous with their finances from day one.
For context, Jasleen is not a celebrity by any means. She does not have a job of her own and has only been able to build her internet following thanks to her husband supplementing her lifestyle. And this is not a dig at her at all. She talks about this a lot in her content, and some even think she brags about it.
Okay, hi, my name is Jasleen, and these are things that I do as a stay-at-home wife. Or sorry, I don't do. I don't cook, I don't clean, and I don't do my husband's laundry. I feel that I don't have to do things to justify or prove my worth, that I'm allowed to do this.
Now, some may interpret this as just jokes, but she also frequently posts day-in-my-life videos where she romanticizes her routine of doing essentially nothing all day long.
I actually do this. I just do this. Like, I sit here. This.
Now, if this is the agreement this couple has in their relationship, then that's fine. It is what it is. Being a stay-at-home wife or mother is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, but it's the aggressive tone and entitlement she gives off that has earned her the label of a gold digger, something that she subtly implies to be.
Now, like, people are like, oh, that's gold digging, or that's something. No, it's not.
Okay, then I'm digging.
Yeah.
If that wasn't bad enough, Ghislaine frequently discusses other men that she would like to cheat on her husband with.
I never watched that show, but like, he's on my...
Yeah, that is the only thing that I think, like her being like, I'm a gold digger, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I actually don't give a fuck about any of this. Even this part of the... Why am I watching this? God damn it, I got hooked. The hook was so compelling. The hook was so fucking compelling. Oh my God. Oh my God, what am I doing? How did I get here? How did we get here? Okay, well, I'm already invested. I have to see more of it.
Oh, yeah. Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler.
Now, some people see the whole celebrity crush thing as unserious because the celebrity feels so distant, so unreachable, that it's basically the same thing as fantasizing about a fictional character. Like, it's not really cheating because in their minds the situation is so unrealistic that it becomes harmful.
Yeah, because it is. I'm telling you, man, there's a difference between someone being like, oh, these are my hall passes or whatever. It literally is. Versus saying that about your podcast co-host husband, okay? Those are like those are in entirely different zip codes. I don't give a shit about her also being like, oh, I'm a bad wife or whatever the fuck. All that stuff is irrelevant, okay? But there is a level of disrespect beyond that.
Harmless. Others see this as straight up openly admitting they'd hook up with someone else that wasn't their husband because celebrities are just people too, after all.
That him in that movie like did kind of like rewire my sexual.
But is that your type, Ranbir Kapoor?
Not anymore, but like he was so hot and tall, and he's like Mera Naam Bunny, like Bugs Bunny, and I was like, okay.
But Ghislaine didn't just openly fantasize about sleeping with other famous men.
Yeah, this stuff is this is incel rage bait. I mean, the way that they're interpreting this stuff, it's kind of like what's going on here is this. Okay? What's going on here is this. There is some things that she has absolutely said that are pretty fucked up in a normal, healthy relationship. But the kernel of truth at the heart of this story is being padded by unlimited amounts of misogynistic framework, right? And I feel like that's what's going on, where it's like she's, you know, perhaps not the best partner, or maybe she is the best partner for Akash. I have no fucking idea, right? Depends on if he's happy or not, because I have no assessment. I have no way to know what's in his heart. I have no way to know what the internal dynamic of this relationship is. So all of this is just people from the outside interpreting the relationship and what it looks like, and adding a shit ton of extra stuff to really pad the deck. I know this because like I often am on the receiving end of a lot of like smear operations where they'll like take a perspective that I have, a real perspective that I hold, and they will bastardize it to the 11th degree, adding on a whole bunch of things that'd be like, oh, these are the anti-communist perspectives that I already had, and all of the baggage that I already have, I'm applying to this individual. Luffy's Afro, all roads lead to Hasan. I mean, I'm a content creator by trade, so I'm just trying to use my own personal experiences here to offer additional insight.
Quite literally admitted to wanting to sleep with her co-host husband, Nav.
Would y'all ever have an together with your husband?
Yeah, that part.
Yeah,
this is. I'm gonna skip it. It's too much. It's too much to see. This is too much. This is. Oh God. Okay, fuck it. I'll play it
This
again.
couple is so good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband.
No, I kind of love it, but I'm like, us for it? Okay, maybe.
I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches.
You would only be down for an orgy if we
or
did
it's
it.
thick. It's thick.
The original question was a joke about all 4 of them sleeping together. However, Jasleen only talks about Nav and never mentions her own husband, even excluding him from the hypothetical and talking about a 3-person situation. Nahal clearly attempts to steer the conversation back to the dynamic being 4 people to respect Akash, while Jasleen continues to fantasize about Nav. Once again, you could argue that Jasleen is just joking. But when you joke about something over and over again, especially in a short period of time, you start to wonder if there's a little bit of truth to that. Even while talking about her husband in a positive light, Jasleen can't help but imply that Nav is a better husband than her own. To make matters worse, only minutes later in the podcast, they bring their husbands on, where Akash is forced to sit next to the man.
What? Oh my god, brother.
His wife was just fantasizing about having sex with, and she once again brings up having a threesome with Nahal and Nav while Akash is sitting right there.
I'm a hustler who scams a little bit. I'm not a scammer who hustles.
Lie, that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
Even at the end of the episode, Jasleen once again, completely unprovoked, states that she wants to sleep with Nav.
On the main character pod, we love you, we hate you,
I
we
guess
respect
we
you.
love you, but I actually love you in one of all of them.
You would be hard-pressed to make a compelling argument that Jasleen is only joking when she brought up this topic multiple times. And when we get to hear from Akash directly about his perspective of their relationship, you almost get this sense of relief from him that he finally can express how he really feels about Jasleen's behavior.
When she's running 2 hours late to a dinner reservation that I worked really hard to get, and then I'm like, baby, we're running late, and she's like, are you kidding me? Do you know? I don't give a if we're late to this dinner. They're lucky to have us. And I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing. #1 restaurant in the New York Times. You know how hard a reservation is?
Call them right now. Call them right now. This is not a fun session.
I'm not even joking. This is how main character I am. I was like, Sema will be lucky.
Yeah, okay, she's just like a fucking annoying person. Like, that's okay, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, she is designed in a laboratory to make incels scream in agony, I think. To go, I told you so. She's just spoiled. She's a spoiled, annoying person. Case closed.
That I would grace them with my presence tonight.
Jasleen seems to think that being the main character means being as entitled and rude as possible, with no regard for anyone.
Yeah, that's literally what that means, by the way, Patrick. That is quite literally what it is. It's probably the only self-awareness that she demonstrates throughout this entire process.
Else's personal feelings. Stories like these demonstrate that Jasleen's selfish demeanor isn't just played up for laughs on a podcast, but exists within her real life as well. Akash comes off visibly frustrated when talking about his wife's toxic behavior, turning it into a therapy session for him where he can finally let out his pent-up rage.
When I say I'm tired, she can't just let me be tired. I travel, I work, and I'm very blessed to do what I do.
He also has really bad insomnia.
I have really bad insomnia. I work 335 days a year. I'm so blessed to do what I do. This is not a complaint. But when I tell my wife I'm tired, I want her to say, I'm sorry, baby. I understand. That must be exhausting, buying me all these things. Instead, she goes, so am I. And if I dare open my mouth to go, what the did you do that made you tired? Now it's a problem. Now it's a fight. So I gotta sit there.
I went to Pilates.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Now, there definitely is a humorous delivery to the story that Akash is telling, but it does seem to be rooted in genuine problems he has with his relationship. Jasleen displays an extremely selfish and entitled mindset, both on the podcast and in their real life. Are we really meant to believe that all of this is just funny, just jokes? Well, ironically, that's basically how Akash justifies putting up with this behavior.
It's adorable when she does these things. Like, I just look at it and here's the rule in our marriage. It's been unspoken, but now we're just saying it now that we're both making content. If it's funny, we're good. Like, if it's funny, and if it's not funny and it hurt the other person's feelings, you apologize, you move on.
Any logical person understands this is an extremely slippery slope, because literally anything can be passed off as a joke or an attempt to make a joke. Like this video she posted to TikTok, where you can hear them both chuckling from time to time, but it's clear they are both frustrated and quite literally just documenting themselves having an argument.
Do you know what my husband just tried to do to me?
Yeah. Bro, I think this dude, in some ways, kind of like, I mean, she's hot, right? And he just was like, oh, I hit the lottery. You know, I swung above, I swung for the fences and I kind of secured some here, and then that's it. And he's just getting humiliated after successfully punching up. Are you trying to fuck her too? No. What the fuck's wrong with you? Her personality is, in my opinion, like everything that I've seen thus far. Hasan, I want you to know you have undone years of growth with 1,000 people in your audience. Their incel has been reawakened and being empowered at 2016 levels. No, being an incel would cause you to apply this not to the individual, but like across the board to all women. The point is, yeah, there's gonna be people that are just not great. Okay, that's it. People do this all the fucking time, where they make broad generalizations about entire subsects of the population off of like one individual action, especially if it pairs up with an anecdote, right? People have had moments of weakness or like bad experiences and whatnot, and they just like apply it broadly to all women across the board, and that's where you become an incel. It's unbelievably stupid. But I will say that everything I've seen thus far is so crazy that I thought it was like a preordained arrangement where they just know they're both leaning into it or something. Would you allow Dua Lipa to do this to you? No, dude. There's no one on the planet that I would ever allow to treat me this way, because I have self-respect. No disrespect, but like I don't think anyone should allow. I mean, unless they enjoy it. That's why I keep saying maybe he enjoys it, right?
We're leaving. Shut up. We're leaving in Paris in 5 hours, so tensions are a little high. We also just redid our closet.
This is all her closet now. She took the whole closet.
Which we already agreed.
I mean, this stuff is nothing. This is irrelevant. Like little arguments here and there is totally irrelevant. It's just, I think the one that pushes it over the limit is like the way she speaks about her podcast co-host's husband, and then also in front of Akash himself. Like that is actually disrespectful. I do think the overwhelming majority of content creators in the manosphere would still make this exact same video, even if she didn't say things like that. But at that point, you know, I don't think they would have that same argument. I don't think it would be as applicable. This is a situation and we're monitoring it. Yes.
Agreed upon.
And now she's saying she doesn't have no space.
And now I'm saying I don't have space for all my. I don't have space for. Can you show?
Yeah.
I don't have space for all my Indian suits because I like my dresses spaced out. Do you know what Akash just did?
Here you go. Watch this. Oh my God.
I'm not doing
Look how
that.
Space exists.
I'm not doing that.
So what do you want to do? You want to buy a separate house with all hanger space?
No.
In another video, she documents her being stressed out about packing for a lavish vacation in the wealthiest area of America, which is only a 3-hour drive from their apartment.
Okay, so me and my husband are supposed to leave tonight to go to the Hamptons for 2 weeks, and I haven't even packed anything yet. So I was just like, I'm really stressed. Like, I don't want to go tonight because I still have to pack. I haven't even started. I have to finish my laundry.
Really? I know this is a really hard day. What did you do again?
Oh, today?
Yeah.
I had a mani-pedi.
Oh, wow.
That's so stressful.
Wait, and I had a massage.
It's how stressful to go to the Hamptons for 2 weeks. Oh, the Hamptons, Hawaii.
Akash puts up with Jaslene's selfish behavior and entitlement because he thinks they are just cute jokes, but it clearly isn't just jokes. Jasleen even says that Akash's birthday is her least favorite day of the year because it's the only day she can't be mean to him.
Okay, May the 4th is Akash's birthday, and
May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
Yeah, and every year I dread it because I have to be nice the whole day, and I have to get him something, and I have to also be nice and do like acts
said
of
that twice.
kindness.
She said that twice. You know, she said that twice.
She's really not okay with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's really hard.
For her, it's really hard.
For me.
She needs to just, you know.
Listen, I'm just used to being treated like a princess all day, every day, so that one day that I don't.
Oh, what torture.
Yeah.
Akash is the Indian Will Smith. Bro, Akash married the girl Fresh and Fit warned you not to marry. She's the embodiment of what Fresh and Fit said to avoid. Akash's rejection of Fresh and Fit's ideology now looked more like a defensive response born out of insecurity, considering her previous comments about her cheating on her husband, the unapologetically consumerist lifestyle that he funds, and the clear unsettling tension she
The unapologetically consumerist lifestyle that he funds, like, oh, come on, man. Yeah, bro, they're fucking rich. Like, why do also wealthy YouTubers make it seem like they live this ascetic lifestyle whenever they are farming outrage for other content creators? It's like, bro, you literally have a massive YouTube channel with 2.48 million subscribers. Like, just because there's no insight into how you live your life. Like, what is this? What is this count? What is this argument that you're presenting? Like, oh, it's an unbelievably lavish lifestyle that Akash provided for this bad woman. It's like, come on, dude.
He has with Akash made many question what her true.
Yeah, she's just narcissistic and annoying, and the internet has obviously fed into some of those personality flaws, and she's just farming. She's just rage baiting to a degree. He can still critique it. No, that part is stupid. It's a stupid thing to critique. What do you mean? Like that's not an adequate or apt critique of this relationship. That's my point. That's my argument. Come on, bro, you can't defend this. No, I'm not defending it at all. What the fuck are you talking about? I just called her narcissistic and fucking annoying, and also because it's opulent. This is opulence. This is opulence for you. That they live in an apartment where they were capable of I mean, they're rich enough to live in an apartment where they have a closet. This is. Wow, look at that. The peak of abundance. It's like Laura Loomer literally fucking taking a creep shot of me sleeping on the plane. Being like, see? The lap of luxury. Bro, you want to defend opulent consumerism, it sounds like? But you want to defend opulent consumerism? I forgot that every single person that I talk to on the internet actually has a barrel strapped to their chest and are not typing this away from their Connecticut McMansions that their finance executive parents own. You know? Forgot that this is... Forgot that chatters are tuning in from a stolen Wi-Fi in a McDonald's bathroom off of their phones that they also stole. Everyone at Twitch has a blue-collar worker. Yeah.
Tension she has with Akash made many question had no actual emotional or romantic tie to the man that she married, and these sentiments would only grow stronger as people took notice of a very strange pattern of behavior, that being her tendency to avoid kissing Akash, and even straight up dodging his kisses when he tries to initiate.
I don't know.
She's a good liar.
Then she's a good liar.
That's a friend that lies for you and not to you.
And this was not just a one-time occurrence. Entire compilations have been created showing just how often Ghislaine avoids kissing her own husband. To make matters worse, not only did she dodge a kiss from Akash during their marriage proposal, but she also dodged his kiss a second time when he proposed to have their vows renewed. But Ghislaine says it's nothing more than her being uncomfortable with public displays of affection.
I'll also respond to the people saying I don't like my husband because I turned away from a kiss. I've never liked PDA.
How do you not become a simp? Have confidence in yourself, man. That's it. So much of the stuff that becomes a big deal on the internet is just about being devoid of confidence. If you're a self-assured person, it doesn't fucking matter.
Physical touch, I find it really overstimulating, and so it's something I actually work through with my husband because that's his love language.
Now, having issues with PDA are extremely common. However, it is worth considering all of the other things Ghislaine has no problem doing on camera. She's constantly talking about sex on her podcast and on her TikTok, not to mention the fact that she posted an entire video where she is clearly not wearing any pants, getting treatment for a bruise she got during sex. And as if it couldn't get worse, she also flirts with the doctor.
Also, I heard you're single. Is that true?
We're going back to treating.
So she has no problem posting.
Okay, so, you know, Akash is laying it down, right? Isn't that evidence that they are fucking? I feel so bad for this dude, man. Why did you call Drake corny? I don't think that's right. Can you take back this opinion? No. Her last TikTok? Yeah, she's getting piped. For without that, I would have never gotten signed and my husband would have never sold out Radio City. They have sex, but no kissing. Reminds you of something. Imagine forming a perspective on this woman and her relationship purely from the slob tuber and his bad faith framing. Omega Law. Yeah, I mean, even the framing itself shows that they be fucking, right? They're fucking. Is this flagrant drama? Akash getting cucked? I mean, I feel. Did you see Bill Burr last night? He was at Shoykot's rally. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Bill Burr holding up quotations from Chairman Mao. I wish that was the reality, though, I lived in. Akash Singh's wife, Jasleen, thinks Desi girls are going to white men because brown boys are trash.
Don't blame the brown girls for going to white men. Blame yourself and your friends for being trash options. Now, before you're like, wait, Ghislaine, not all.
Oh my God, she's hitting every angle. I swear to God, she is like a professional. She was built in a laboratory to piss off every fucking brown boy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, it literally feels like she just designs these takes in a laboratory. Yeah, I think we just shouldn't have the internet. That's what I think. Okay. She got a taste of like negative reaction. And she loved it. She loved the attention, so she's just like farming it. It's rage bait. I mean, she might believe it too. I don't really give a shit whether she believes it or not, but it's like clear that she's leaning into it. Which
herself having very graphic conversations, half-naked videos of herself, and flirting with other men, but she draws the line at giving her own husband a kiss. Just doesn't really make sense. Not only did Jasleen look extremely shady, it now seemed like she was perfectly comfortable with lying about her relationship to make herself look better. And it turns out she wasn't just lying to her small audience, she was also lying to her own husband as well. Now, Jasleen constantly claiming that she has main character energy is particularly interesting. This is supposed to mean that you are liberated from others' judgment and confident in yourself. But for some, saying you have main character energy is just an acceptable way to admit that you are a narcissist. And narcissists tend to lie about everything, which is why many refused to believe Jasleen when she said that she was a virgin before meeting Akash. Akash has previously stated that he and Jasleen were both virgins before they met.
My wife also hadn't had any partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Now, let me ask you this: do you believe her?
Why is it? What you said? Why is it so terrible to be insecure? Can you not stand up and deliver some hopeful masculinity? What do you mean? What most people perceive as masculinity is just genuinely confidence anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? What? No, being insecure is not a positive thing. It's not a positive trait at all. What? It's coupled with sexual dominance? What are you saying, brother? What? You think insecurity is not a virtue, okay? That's not... I don't know what other associations you're making with insecurity. Is this the hantavirus everyone's talking about? I already covered hantavirus yesterday. There's a video on my channel on it.
If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. Yeah. I remember I was just like, what?
Jasleen, in a separate podcast, made the same statement.
I was at the point where I was ready, because I don't know if you told her, because I was...
Oh, no, I didn't know you were a virgin, too.
So I was a virgin, too, when I met him.
However, posts made by Jasleen herself tell a completely different story, like the one where she reminisces on the days she spent in college, passing herself around to other men.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from 2011 to 2016. I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate.
Now, technically, she doesn't say that she was sleeping with them, but it is heavily implied. And despite many feeling like they
What do you mean? She said she was popping her pussy. What the fuck does that imply? I mean, that's what it is, right?
Her in a lie, she surprisingly doubled down in a response to the criticism, claiming that she did in fact lose her virginity to Akash. Even though Jasleen has disabled the comments on her social media, preventing anyone from criticizing her on her own page.
Oh, yeah. No, that would be like, see, this is the other stuff where it, like, in my opinion, it moves into it moves into the other territory where it's like, yeah, she's probably getting fucking inundated with a barrage of fucking incels that in some way she totally is leaning into. Okay.
She still sees the backlash, and her justification for acting the way she does online just makes everything so much worse. Jasleen has made a few public responses on her TikTok.
Oh, when she was saying she was popping her pussy, she didn't... she just meant like she was dancing,
where she claims that she's being canceled, which is funny because she has nothing to be canceled from. She has no show to be fired from, no brand deal to lose, no job, no platform that anyone could realistically take away from her. In the last few years, cancel culture has become such a buzzword that people will use as a shield against any form of criticism. If an influencer or celebrity frames their criticism as, oh, they're just trying to cancel me, a certain group of viewers will immediately jump to their defense without doing any research. They hear the word cancel and assume it's just another example of people online trying to ruin someone's life for no reason. But Jasleen is the one who decided to blurt out all of this stuff about her relationship for the internet, and she's being criticized for it. It's that simple. But she mostly chalks up all the negative attention to just coming from red pillars and incels trying to cancel her because she doesn't fit the traditional wife role.
When you're a simple little boy, it just breaks their brain that a girl can like just be loved for simply existing. My husband loves me for simply existing. I don't have to cook or clean to justify my worth.
Now, nobody is saying that she needs to cook and clean and fit some 1950s idea of a trad wife to have value.
Okay, I think you just made a really good point, and I think this is real. Incels are attracted to toxic women like a moth to a flame, man, is so real. I think when you have like a healthy relationship, if you've had like a healthy dating life, you kind of, especially once you get to a certain age, you kind of see stuff like this and you're like, yeah, I would never be interested in this at all. I'm out, right? But I feel like a lot of incels that haven't had any relationships whatsoever, or have had like one relationship that went sour and then they just like developed their entire worldview around how like every woman is just like this person that wronged me, and that pushed them further and further into the depths of the manosphere and hating on women. They actively, in my opinion, seek out this kind of behavior where they can't look away. It's more so just almost just like ritualistic humiliation. It's a constant desperate way to confirm your biases. You look for validation from other men who also have the same perspective as well. So in some ways, like, this woman is perfect for it, right? She's perfect because she does represent a lot of the qualities of what these incels present like all women as. Are you going to Jason Louise's birthday party? Maybe. Why are you asking? Are you going to be there? If I'm up that late, potentially. Because like when I see stuff like this, when I see stuff like this, okay, I feel like this is just not for me. I look at this and I'm like, wow, okay, well, this person's kind of a fucking asshole, right? And then it's over. I see it, I react to it, I think to myself, ew, whatever, and I move on with my life. Whereas I do feel like people have this insane obsession with, in many instances, let's be real, women, because that's what these guys are seeking out. They're looking at like women that behave in a certain way because they want to confirm their priors. They want to confirm their biases. Okay. In an effort to reinforce their perspective. They don't see men behaving in a similar manner, or even if they do see men behaving in a similar manner, they don't perceive it in the same way, and it becomes this like obsession. It becomes this obsession that takes over what otherwise would be developing, what otherwise would be the time that you would be spending developing healthy relationships with real women in the real world, that would most likely cause you to understand that this person is not a representation of all women at all, as a matter of fact. It's like an unbelievably stupid opinion to have. It's very reactionary thinking. The idea that like this person is not like an individual, but a representative of an entire population. I had a right-winger friend who would tell me all about all the interracial porn, the stories of white couples having black kids and shit, and I previously didn't understand why he would spend so much time seeking this thing that was random to me. It's just his insecurity that makes it a big deal. Yeah. White man has been here. Why? Cuck porn. What is this? Meaningful is so fucking subjective. Staying at home and doing my hobbies and cooking while my partner brings me bread is peak. Would you say it's an abusive dynamic? Would be abusive if he treated her like that? Genuine question. Do I think it's an abusive dynamic? It's entirely up to the individual. I don't know what the fuck's going on in their relationship. Why am I making an assessment on whether or not their relationship is abusive or not from the outside? They are choosing to show these things, these snippets. It's entirely dependent on consent. You know? We're just making assumptions off of like what she chooses to show the rest of the world and what he's comfortable with her choosing to show the rest of the world. You know? People choose abusive relationships all the time. Yes. This is correct. But my point is, we don't know. We don't know enough. I'm not their fucking relationship counsel, right? I'm not their therapist. I don't fucking know. This is like when you get clipped out of context. We don't have the full story. Yes. I think I've been pretty fair in my assessment here. There's like there's a good deal of padding in this story that is just like irrelevant and certainly massaged with a very specific framework that is there to farm a lot of outrage from people who feel like a lot of women are this way, right? It's leaning into that confirmation bias that people seek out. But having said that, she does have a lot of fucking annoying tendencies. Maybe Akash likes it. And also, she has been disrespectful from my standards. If I was in his shoes, I'd be like, this is completely unacceptable. I would not be in this fucking relationship at all. Right? But that's my personal standards. That's my personal expectation from a healthy relationship. Might be very different for Akash. Right? But I think that's a very fair and unfortunately not so common, reasonable take that you can have. You know?
Issue is that
there's a literal war going on. No shit, dude. I spend 8 hours a day every fucking day talking about it. Can I just have like, can I do one sidestep without everybody shoving it down my goddamn throat? Is it appropriate? Can we just, it's Friday. It's Friday. And it's 4 hours and 48 minutes in. Can we just like, you know, do something different every now and then? Jesus fucking Christ.
Publicly romanticizing other men, joking about cheating, and openly fantasizing about life before your husband isn't empowerment, it's disrespect. It's not about gender roles, it's about basic partnership and companionship. And her mentality and behavior influencing others is potentially harmful to relationships or even single people all around the world. Her second response came a few days later, after people had thoroughly scrubbed through her digital footprint. Ghislaine should have realized at this point that it was more than just incels coming after her, but she does make an interesting point about the criticism she was receiving.
Why are you mad if me and my husband are cool with each other, if we both make
Okay, fair. That is low-key kind of fair, though. That's a fair
jokes
point.
at each other's expense? The difference is my husband will go on stage and say whatever the he wants about me. No one has anything to say. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny, it's so relatable. But then I come on TikTok and I make jokes and now you have a problem because I don't have a mic in my hand?
Ironic.
To be fair, I have no idea what Akash's takes are on the relationship, so I don't know. We've only seen one side of it.
Yes. If she did have a microphone in her hand, it would be way different. If she was trying to make it as a stand-up comic and her material focused...
Wait, what? No, what? No, that's what... No, she is making content. What? I don't think that's the... I don't think that's the same standard at all. He has a lot of those takes, calls her a bitch all the time. Women cannot make jokes online. They always assume to be serious. Yeah, so I don't know anything about Akash's commentary on the relationship. Akash said it's just jokes, but people are claiming he's being abused and forced to lie about it. Yeah, the only thing that I think is like kind of the only thing that I think is fucked up, and it doesn't matter if it was Akash doing it to his wife, from my perspective, from my standards, right, is like talking about someone else's husband that's like right in the fucking, I mean, that's crazy, right? And it's the same if Akash was like, yeah, I'd love to dig out your podcast co-host. I'd be like, whoa, that's fucking insane. Like, you guys are in a loving relationship. That's the mother of your children. Like that's my perspective. Maybe they don't have those standards, right? But that's it. That's what I would. That's the only thing that I've seen here that I'm like, ugh. She's otherwise like kind of. She's otherwise kind of annoying. But again, my standards different for everybody else. Am I crazy if I just read this as classic drama content shit? Like, it's not healthy compared to other people who don't do that, but it's also kind of part of the deal with content creator influencer types. Is not normal relationship with both people run podcasts. Let's be real with ourselves. Yeah, they have kids, I think, right? Isn't that what she said? Kind of wild to even say this lady's a talk to woman because she makes some bait jokes on a podcast and bad faith YouTuber compiles them all together. Reminds me of a certain American Deserved 9/11 situation. I mean, there are certain things that I think people can understandably take issue with that I have said, you know, that I don't, I don't make any excuses for that. I have an entire library of commentary that people can point to. I have an entire library of content that people can point to. Here, I'll give you a better example than America Deserved 9/11, right? Because I clarified what I meant immediately after, and it was in 2019, and people still bring it up and be like, he says it every day. It's kind of funny. Whatever, who gives a shit, right? But the one example that I think people use all the time that they have disagreements with is when I say like Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. A take that I've also doubled down on, right? Like there is an underlying ideological tension with the way people receive that information, and there is reasonable disagreements with what I have to say and what people take out of that sentiment. But that from my perspective is a defensible take, right? Like that's the reason why I say it. As a matter of fact, the conversation I think to have in the aftermath of that is a healthy one to have, and it's part of the reason why I say that thing that I say, right? So I think that's a little bit different than like if people were using that as a reason and they were getting mad at that, that would be the equivalent here of her being like, I want to fuck your podcast co-host. I bet he has a girthy cock, you know? Like, that's my version of it. Like, you can have a disagreement with that, but it's like a sincerely held position. We can have a conversation about that. Whereas the other stuff is like, clip chimped or added onto the fucking pile. Sometimes see a fair majority of men go in the incel direction for TikTok and social media, and I wonder if a lot of women are going this lady's path because of TikTok as well. Yes, I do think that. TikTok has fomented gender wars. It's unbelievable. And I do think that if we were just like, if we knew less about one another and if we weren't trying to engage in this like algorithmically driven rage bait content in shorter and shorter bursts, given that people's attention spans have gotten shorter as well, we would probably live in a much healthier society. That's why we say touch grass, right? That's why we say communicate with one another in the real world. The reality of the matter is, if we did that more frequently, we would have infinitely healthier relationships. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. Born out of the unbelievable amounts of privilege that we have, living these incredible lives in the lap of luxury in the imperial core, we create these luxury beliefs and sometimes these luxury problems. We create these luxury problems for ourselves. I don't think that there is like this level of, I don't think these sorts of issues exist everywhere, you know? After all that information about the strange couple, you have to flash us MIB style, please, Hasan. Psst. Podcasting isn't reality. Her comment about the penis is just your insecurities talking. It's not even a comment about the penis. It's the fact that she's saying she wants to fuck her podcast co-host's husband. Like, that's disrespectful. The fuck? I don't think you would be comfortable with... I mean, I I wouldn't be comfortable with a partner saying that, you know? I'm just saying those are my standards. If you think that that's insecurity, then sure. I wouldn't say that about someone else either. Why? It is, if you know it isn't real. I mean, there are varying degrees of reality in content creation. There's varying degrees of reality in content creation. Like, there's a difference between doing that in a movie versus doing that in a comedy set versus doing that in a podcast versus doing that in a TikTok video. It's entirely dependent on the context. It's dependent on the tone. It's dependent on the setting, you know? And I'm saying that from my estimation, talking about it, talking about this possible fantasy, even if it's like how you're presenting yourself, even if it's like made up, presenting yourself this way is still going to be disrespectful to your partner, I think. Hasan, the co-host, and her fell out because she didn't defend her. Lol, look it up. I also do get like an overall vibe about the type of person that will like actively engage in this kind of rage bait. And I do think that it's lazy. And I think it's also not necessarily, I mean, it's somewhat disrespectful, but it's like also presenting the negative lens on your relationship as like the only way to farm impressions. And when you lean into that over and over again, you kind of put your relationship in second place status, right? Like it's toxic. To be fair, Akash cheats on her all the time by throating Schultz's dick every day. Well, apparently no longer will he be throating Schultz's dick because he left the podcast.
Around her being a gold digger or cheating on her husband, people would likely assume that she's being self-deprecating and not to take her as seriously. Because when you are on stage with a mic, people understand that it is a form of performance art.
Like, I don't even agree with this take. I do think that like a lot of the stuff that she says, rage baiting on TikTok, is just her doing a bit for sure. And I don't think it's as relevant. But there are still lines, right? There's still boundaries.
That was thought about, written, practiced, and perfected over time. But she isn't selling herself as a comedian. Her podcast is branded as Unfiltered Girl Talk, which implies that Ghislaine is offering her honest thoughts and feelings while present. Not to mention
being like hyper autistic about the interpretation. It's still content for sure.
Same things she tries to pass off as jokes, she also attempts to justify as valid opinions she genuinely has. Also, her TikTok is quite literally a behind-the-scenes look at her real life and real dynamics with her husband. She is picking and choosing what should be considered as jokes and what is serious to, again, deflect criticism. This is likely the exact same thing she does to Akash in their personal relationship, which is why he doesn't even realize he is being disrespected and humiliated. Akash certainly complains about his relationship while doing stand-up.
My wife is objectively gorgeous. Me? No. So that's what you gotta do. I gotta work my ass off, and then every time she starts looking at me and she starts assessing my beauty, I just throw a bag at that. Chest pass! I'm telling you, ladies, if you have a good guy, do you know what he needs? A vacation. You hear it all the time. A relationship is hard work. Marriage is a job. Well, every good job gives you 2 weeks vacation. And if you have a good man, I promise you I know what his dream vacation is. Because every good guy's dream vacation is your vacation. Go somewhere. Go anywhere you want.
But in a more personal setting, like a podcast for example, Akash is significantly more graceful when talking about his wife.
She just says everything she's feeling at whatever moment. It's done. She just tells me when she's pissed off at me. It just all comes out. It took me a while to appreciate that because initially I'm like, why are you so combative? What's this about? God damn, stop fighting with me all the time. And then I was like, oh no, she just lets it out and she's free. All these little social niceties that we all do where we just lie.
Bro took the simping crown from Will Smith. Feeling the pressure from all the backlash, Akash started interrupting his stand-up performances to talk about social media drama. As one fan wrote, I went to the 7 p.m. show last night and it was extremely awkward.
Okay, the rest, I'm skipping the rest of this. I feel like the rest of it is like, God, do you guys, look, I watch Patrick's stuff sometimes, but it's like, I don't know what it is, but for me, when I see commentary like this, that's like so heavily fucking biased, I'm like, I'm not getting the accurate information. Like, I do feel like a lot of people are so invested in farming that they just kind of drop all investment in like giving you what the information is. 2 days ago, Akash said he's leaving Flagrant to pursue full-time comedy, but people are blaming his wife for it. Andrew Schultz reveals that Akash Singh has left the Flagrant podcast after 9 years to pursue stand-up comedy full-time after his relationship with his wife went viral months ago.
The elephant in the room, no pun intended, okay? As I'm sure you guys are aware, our boy Akash, he really went through it earlier this year, showed amazing resilience and, you know, selling out Radio City recently, setting records in Toronto, just crushing stand-up around the globe, and literally just like living the dreams that he would tell me about at 2 in the morning when we're eating fucking egg sandwiches at Veselka. So it's been amazing to see, but the experience has put things in perspective for him, and he has made the decision to focus all.
I do think that there is a stranglehold that like incels have. Incels are extremely online and they do have a legitimate stranglehold on content creation in some ways because people are so fucking worried about disrupting that pattern and pissing them off that they like, God forbid, they God forbid ever take like an even-keeled approach on an issue or whatever. There is definitely a lot of audience capture that takes place in online content creation. And I will say, I will say that especially with the clip farming that takes place on Twitter and the right-wing framing that takes place on Twitter, a lot of content creators are terrified of pissing off those forces. So even if they don't personally believe certain things, they lean into certain biases, certain bias frameworks in their content creation because God forbid they piss off those forces on the internet. Those guys they're very punitive. They're going to come after you. No one wants to be in the position that I'm in many respects. I think a lot of content creators see that and they either shut the fuck up about these issues and they never talk about it at all, or if they are going to talk about it, they just totally give up and they lean into the right-wing framing. They lean into the misogynistic framing in many respects because they just absolutely don't want to frustrate these right-wing fucking losers. And it's kind of crazy because that in and of itself creates an environment where right-wing sentiment, especially on the internet, especially in independent content creation, is unbelievably dominant, far more dominant than it is in the real world. And it creates an environment where more people become right-wing because they think they watch this kind of stuff and they develop these habits without even realizing it. And they think, oh no, this is the normal, you know, they don't realize that they're a part of this feedback loop where they think, no, this is the normal way to think. You know, that's why my policy always is just be fucking normal and say what you think. Yes, sure, people will fucking clip you out of context. Sure, people will like try to punish you for having a take that's not a take that people might consider to be ridiculous or whatever the fuck. But I think it's way more important to stand by your principles than to lean into this kind of shit. Anyway, This is just engagement bait and insult outrage farming on all sides, which includes these fucking videos covering it. No one knows any of their relationship dynamics. Yeah, I'm just giving you my take, my honest take. Okay, my honest take is that it doesn't seem like a relationship I'd want to be in. And I feel bad in some respects for Akash. Having said that, if he's happy, then who cares?
His energy on stand-up. He is going to be stepping away from the pod. It is bittersweet. You know, we wish that he did not want to do that. But at the same time, you know, it's very hard not to root for your friend, you know, literally living his dreams. And if he feels he's got to give everything to that, then that's exactly what he's got to do. And we're going to rock with him. We hope you guys continue to rock with him. Go check out the show. We saw the show, Radio City. It's phenomenal. You guys should absolutely go check it out. AkashSingh.com. For tickets. So we just wanted to, you know, clear the air. Akash hasn't been on the pod for a while. We thought it was time that we, you know, talk to you guys about it. Thoughts, boys?
It's bittersweet because this is my brother. I love him. I was here day one of this podcast, and it's like we were started.
Yeah, Freud would have had a field day with the psychosexual content on the average Hasan Piker hate pose. Yeah. And then, wait, he fucking follows it up by, I know it's not an insult to him. Lol, he's going to beat it later watching it. Brother, I don't think I'm the one beating it, okay? Acting like the average Hasan fan doesn't have a similar view of him. They're aware of it.
Together and together. Bad boys for life.
Yeah.
Some gay shit.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, man, I'm proud of him. I'm just so fucking proud, like being at Radio City and just seeing like just everybody was animated, like they loved it. Like, I'm just proud of him. And
I think it's positive for you to cover whether you want it or not. You're an online figure that demonstrates the possibility of nurturing a masculine identity without falling for insanely misogynistic tropes. Yeah, I guess like the number one thing that I always try to tell people is like, you know, people could just be fucking dicks, right? Like they can be assholes, right? This lady, you know, doesn't seem to be that nice, and that's it. She's hot, but not very nice. It doesn't mean that there is like a broader. She's not like a representative of all women, for example. I think it's an unbelievably stupid fucking approach to take to anything, really.
I think back to when we surprised him when I came home from Sweden.
Oh, yeah, his reaction was incredible.
His reaction, like he didn't even care the cameras are there, jumped up, gave me the biggest fucking bear hug. I didn't know he was that strong.
Yeah, for those of you guys, maybe your newer listeners, Alex got locked up when we were on tour in Sweden, and we didn't tell Akash that he got out.
Yeah.
And then there's an earlier episode where he just...
No, Chad, this ain't it. HasanAbi is already completely agreeing with the toxic framing because the slop tuber showed are making bait and we're sold. Women can't make jokes. Dude, if I were to hear a man make similar jokes, like even when the Akash bits that we saw, again, it's like probably framed in a certain way, but even the Akash jokes that we saw from his stand-up routine still show him as like being in a relationship where he's like, he recognizes that he's like swinging above his weight class and he'll do anything to make sure. Like, I mean, that's probably a joke too, right? But if his jokes revolved around how, he was slinging dick around left and right, and his wife, he's just like slinging dick around left and right, and he just like dominates his wife or whatever the fuck, I'd be like, it's not very funny. It kind of feels like you're a dick. Kind of feels like you're a bad person. Like that's the way you choose to present yourself. That's it.
Bursts in the room, and Akash sees him for the first time, thinking he was in jail the whole time, and Akash just goes crazy, and it was just pure love. It was beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I love you, brother, but, we'll see each other, so it's all good.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's cool to see all the venues he's selling out and everything that he's doing. I remember even when I very first came to New York, riding in an Uber with him, and he was talking about this exact thing. Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, man, the pod's cooking, but I want to be that guy. And then now he's doing all the stuff that he said.
Yeah.
And
Him calling his wife a bitch repeatedly, yeah, that's literally in the same framework. I agree. It's like it's ridiculous. Yeah. I don't think people understand, okay? Your partner, your wife, is a part of your person, okay? You're a team. So when you disrespect your partner, you're disrespecting yourself. I have too much respect for myself to engage in that. That's it. So yeah, it's cringe all the same. If you're like, oh, my bitch ass wife doesn't cook or clean, it's like, what the fuck? Okay, so you just kind of suck. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you in this relationship then if you fucking hate it? If I'm to take it seriously, right? If we're looking at this stuff sincerely, if there's like a kernel of truth in the commentary and it's not just like someone doing a bit or whatever, then yeah.
Yeah, it's just really exciting. Like as a comic, I think we can understand. It's like, yeah, dude, you have an opportunity. I mean, he's going to be an MSG like soon.
Go get it.
You know what I mean?
Go get it.
It's cool to see.
Yeah.
And I remember the very first clip of this pod I ever saw before I was even on it was Premium Pete.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember?
Okay, so the rest of it is just them reminiscing. They don't even say anything except Schultz basically said in the beginning, like, oh, Akash really was going through it. And that's like the implication there is that the implication there is that he was just like getting flamed too hard. So that's what the people are running with. It is really funny at the end of the day that people are just like, oh yeah, this guy's a real fucking loser. Meanwhile, he like sold out Radio City. I find it very strange when like people sitting in their crusty boxers at their homes are like, yeah, this fucking super famous podcaster guy who made more money than I ever will fucking see is a real loser, dog. Like, yeah, he's a real loser, bro. I'm sure maybe if it gets to him, he probably feels that way too. Didn't this begin with people saying he had his career ruined? Andrew Dice Clay sold out MSG. Exactly. And he was popping. I don't like his comedy. I think it's perfectly valid to be like, I don't like your comedy. I think your comedy sucks. But, you know, yeah, while I find his brand of humor to be fucking awful, you know, his I can't know if he was having a great time or not. At least with like Elon Musk, we know, right? At least with Elon Musk, we can make an assessment off of how much he chirps in a specific manner, where like, in spite of the billions that he has, he's desperate for one thing that he simply cannot purchase, which is admiration from the types of people that look at him and go, you're a fucking loser. Maybe Akash has a similar framework too. I don't know. I don't know enough about him. And I'll be honest, I don't really care that much. But I'm glad that we dove into this piece of discourse. I'm going to cover a couple things about reform before we move on from this. Specifically, I'm going to talk about reform voters.
Do you like my suit?
Unbelievable, fella. You've done well.
I'm all for Nigel Farage. Give us a high five. To right.
I'm a reform.
Same here. So what annoys me is that everyone thinks that reform are all about hating immigrants.
No, it's a load of rubbish.
But I think there's so much more to us than that.
Oh, most definitely. Of course there is. Of course there is.
What other reform policies do you like?
I mean, I can't name off.
yeah, lad, fucking hell, hate the fucking migrants, yeah. Reform has got a good fucking platform in it, right? I can't tell you what it is, but I believe in it in my heart, right? Fucking hell.
To be honest with you, I can't remember them all now.
Shall I help you out?
No, give me a second.
What other reform policies do you like?
Spend more money on the NHS.
This is the part that killed me when I watched this video. They go on to explain all of the policies that are literally and not on the reform platform at all. And as a matter of fact, policies that reform is objectively antagonistic to. Okay? It is hog singularity, man. This is just how the Republicans are in America too. This is how MAGA is in America as well. You ask MAGA, you're like, so what led you to vote for Donald Trump? And they just go through a list of issues that Donald Trump has never been in favor of or outright antagonistic to, down to the peace president shit.
It's actually not one of our policies. We want to cut public services by £150 billion. Wow. Okay. It's quite a bold statement. We need to put an end to free healthcare.
Yeah. Do you think so?
We need to protect the wealthiest.
Yes.
So we need to cut the taxes on things like private education, private healthcare.
Yeah.
Protect the billionaires.
Climate change is a myth.
Oh, right. Thank you for that.
So we need to put an end to net zero.
I don't really know too much about all that, but yeah.
I think we should ban protests altogether as well.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Obviously, people have the right to say what they want to say, but...
Just do it at home, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you like how Nigel supported Liz Truss's mini budget?
Yes.
100%. We support 0-hour contracts.
Yeah.
I don't like all this, like 1 week you're working, 1 week you're not.
Oh, well, that is actually a reform policy.
Yeah.
We want to protect the wealth.
And then when they're faced with the reality that this is a reform policy, they end up conceding on it. These are the people that are going to get more mad once reform does win and implements the shit that they thought reform wasn't going to implement. And then the more mad they get, the more they're going to lean into Reform Britain this time, who will say, see now, the real problem was reform wasn't violent enough towards the fucking migrants. I hate this shit so much. I hate it so fucking much. And everyone is responsible for it. Okay? Or not Reform Britain, sorry, Restore Britain. Restore Britain. I said fucking reform. I voted for reform. Reform didn't do the fucking anti-migrant initiatives they promised to do. Now we got to fucking restore Britain. England for the English lad. Fucking hell. They are fascists. They only care about making people they consider inferior to suffer no matter the cost. See, that's the underlying sentiment. But I don't think that's actually entirely correct, because, like, if these guys were properly educated on what these different parties are offering, okay, and they heard the entire reform agenda, okay, I don't think that they would vote for reform. They would make a better cost benefits analysis here. They'd make a better calculation on who to vote for. The problem is the media doesn't also give them this information. What's the fucking media talking about? Anytime they're talking about the Greens, are they talking about how the Greens center the working class in their agenda? How the Greens want to fucking fund the NHS? How the Greens actually want to bring back council homes and shit like that? Fuck no. They're not talking about that at all. The media class is hyper-focusing on Zach Polansky being the second coming of Adolf Hitler, despite being the only major party leader that's Jewish. And for that reason, a lot of these guys don't even look to the mainstream resources anymore anyway, and they just go to their own little hug box on the internet, where the independent media is doing the same thing as well. telling him to be fearful, telling him that like immigrants are the reason why the NHS sucks. Immigrants are the reason why the trains don't run on time. Immigrants are the reason why there's all these like infrastructure problems, that things are more expensive than they used to be, that you don't have a good job, you don't have good pay, you don't have good benefits. It's all immigrants this, immigrants this, immigrants this. They lean into the fears that already exist.
We think it's a good idea to turn this country into a tax haven
For the billionaires.
that means not taxing their foreign income.
Well, you know, I think we should all pay our fair amount of tax.
Do you think those are all good ideas?
Oh yeah, great ideas.
What? Fuck is this? Oh, look, one of Nigel's candidates admits on camera before she knew she was being filmed that she wants to privatize the NHS and make it insurance based. You know how like America does and Americans can't afford it? Unfucking believable.
He wants to introduce a insurance-based system for the NHS.
So...
I've never heard that.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, no, he has. Are you filming me?
Yeah.
Please don't.
All right. I saw Nigel.
Fantastic. Reform is simply the anti-establishment vote, building, of course, on racism, particularly pensioners who are purely reactionary despite labor helping them the most, and on Brexit credibility. Yeah, but they're also leaning further into the same thing that caused them pain. You know what I mean? Like Brexit credibility, anyone associated with Brexit should be seen as not credible any longer, right? Brexit has not been a resounding success for the UK. It's like Republicans in gun control, right? A lack of adequate gun control in this country is what is responsible for the gun violence in this country. And every time gun violence happens, what do Republicans do? We need more guns. They're like, what we need to do is circulate more weapons into the hands of every American. Okay, well, now you're making the problem worse. At least half of reform support of 65 plus is insane. Yeah, man, boomers are terrifying, dude. They make terrible, terrible decisions. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just so fucked. Anyway, here's one of the other BoomerCon, PedoCon coalitions here in the United States of America. What is this? New MAGA evangelical leaders gather in Mar-a-Lago to bless and dedicate a gold statue dedicated to Donald Trump. What?
I want to make sure everyone can hear. Okay, sir.
No, is this for real? This is made up, right? I don't believe this. This seems unbelievable. Anyway, it's got to be AI, right? Anyway, so listen. There's a story in the Bible about this. Yeah, if only the boomers knew how to fucking read. I cannot believe you're still defending Zach Polanski. He once removed a USB without selecting eject. Fuck. I didn't realize that was the case. I'm so sorry, guys. What's next? Are you going to tell me? Wait, please don't tell me that he was a spokesperson for the Red Cross. Like he did a lot of events with the Red Cross, like a lot of fundraisers, and then said that he was a spokesperson for the Red Cross, but he actually was just a speaker at Red Cross events. Because if you were to tell me that, I'm obviously going to vote for Restore Britain. If I'm living in the UK and you mean to tell me that there is a queer, vegan, Jewish guy who is aligned with my worldview almost entirely, but as opposed to Nigel Farage, who got $5 million or 5 million pounds in fucking bribes. This guy that we're talking about may or may not have said that he was a spokesperson for the Red Cross while he simply was speaking at Red Cross events, I'm probably going to fucking vote for Restore Britain. I've just realized in that moment that what we have to do is stop the boats. Stop the fucking boats, lad! UK, US libs are stuck in this cycle of forecasting losses, and neither of them will take lessons from each other's failures. US didn't learn from the Brexit vote. UK didn't learn from Trump's 16 win. US didn't learn from Starmer's unpopularity. UK didn't learn from Kamala's loss. Oh my God, that's so true. There's like a never-ending cycle. Anyway, speaking of what happens when dog shit candidates get elected in the positions of power and ruin every damn thing on the planet, Donald Trump. Let's get to situation monitoring. 5 hours and 30 minutes later, we monitored the situation in UK media is like, Zach Polanski is a Jew hater, but even worse than that, he's a Jew himself. It's true. That is what they're doing. They literally are doing that. They're like, well, don't you think you deserve the anti-Semitic hate crimes a little bit? Being Jewish and all. While also simultaneously, you are responsible for the Jew hatred in this country. Please don't bring up the fact that there are Holocaust deniers in the Reform Party. Of course, those are just simply patriotic Britons.
As the U.S. and Iran exchange fire in the Strait of Hormuz, this morning President Trump insists the fragile ceasefire between the two countries still holds.
After these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle.
They trifled with us.
The administration says that Iran...
New word on lock for Trump. You know he's going to get a lot of utility out of it. By the way, I didn't realize that my statement would reveal one of the most devastating ratios of all time. Ted Cruz turned around and quote retweeted me, said, this is who the Democrats are campaigning alongside. The is openly calling for violent revolution. To which I fucking quote retweeted, it's a JFK quote, you went to Harvard, you know better. 41,000 likes. Oh my God. To his 700 likes. You see, they never agreed to a cease trifle. Ceasefire they agreed to, but cease trifle, it's a different thing. Many don't know this, but a trifle is very different than firing. Did you see you were a topic on a PBS roundtable? Some people thought you were a benefit to Corey.
Joe, I want to ask you.
Wait, this demographic?
About Hasan Piker. He's he streams, I guess. Is it called Twitch?
Twitch,
yeah.
Very popular.
He's very popular, and he's been in the news quite a bit recently. He came to town to...
PBS trying to be me, bro. Piker Broadcasting Service, bro. The People's Broadcasting Service. Subscribe to independent media.
Stump campaign for Cori Bush, who wants her seat in Congress back. She's up against the incumbent Wesley Bell. He got a pretty good crowd, about 1,000 people there, and about 200 people, you report, were getting their selfies with him.
Right.
But he has been accused of some anti-Semitic language, and I'm thinking that he probably doesn't help Cori Bush raise money in certain groups. I think a lot of people in Clayton and elsewhere were writing checks to Wesley Bell once Hasan Piker came to town to campaign for Cori Bush.
Well, he's certainly a polarizing figure. You either like what he does very much or you don't like what he does. Some of his statements that 9/11, America got what it's deserved. Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. You know, and he said these statements. I mean, so
This is kind of cute. I love this. This is cute as hell. They got like local reporters, a bunch of boomers sitting around. It's awesome.
No question as to where Mr. Piker stands on issues. And Cori Bush brought him into town to help her in her reelection campaign. It was also tied in with the May 1st protest. But he was quite the celebrity, at least for a certain group, most all of them under 30. Most of them, it seemed like, even in their early 20s. And so when the march started to conclude the rally, they hung around to talk with him and get selfies and ask for autographs. And so he's a celebrity, and Ms. Bush used his celebrity, I guess, to energize her campaign.
Yeah, I see this is a win for her. I get what you're saying about how this is going to, a lot of people are going to write checks to Wesley Bell because they're so offended that Cori brought in this man. But I think she needs to energize this young base of people who don't pay attention to politics through traditional channels. They are not watching Donnybrook. I hate to break it to y'all. What they are is they are on Twitch, and they like what this guy is serving.
Well, now Donnybrook's on Twitch.
For better or for worse. And so she needs to get these 19-year-olds, this is maybe their first time voting, they're going to be all wound up about voting for her. That's more important to her than losing the donors who she's already lost.
Maybe so, but in her case, her husband had been accused of theft or frauding the government.
That's literally, you're a journalist, man. Come on, that's not what happened. Also, it's an accusation regardless, and it's not even the correct accusation. Jesus Christ.
Government. And Hasan Piker recently was on a New York Times podcast.
None of these people realize that your audience is all over 30. My audience on Twitch is definitely older than they perceive, but no, it's dude, come on. We're out in the fucking real world. You see it. Like the audience, normal people that are watching or like that come to these rallies, they're not all fucking over 30. That's not the case at all. Plenty of them are under the age of 30.
Podcast at the end of April. And he said, the question is, would you steal? And he said, yes, he would steal from the Louvre. He would steal from corporations. He would steal from Whole Foods. Yeah. And he justifies stealing it from corporations because, of course, they always have their foot on the neck of the average guy, right? And I'm thinking, I'm not sure that's the message that Cori Bush wants to send to this particular...
I think Sarah's right that she needs to energize her people.
Oh my God, no one is biting. What is this audience? Every single person in this audience, every single person on this round table is like, nah, he's fucking dope. Actually, what the fuck? I did not expect this at all. Not from this group. Teen takeovers. Every time the old heads or traditional media talks about Hasan Piker is always like, I don't know who he is. I've heard accused. I don't watch him, but I'm going to believe the negative libel regardless. Like, do some research. I feel sorry for the tornado victims. What? Who told him the gentleman abstained because he lived too close? You all might want to go actually give Piker a watch. I watch Hasan quite often. I'm 53. I think those of us watching as our reps high and low sit on their hands while Bezos, UHC, Kimberly Clark's of the world rip off common people. His comments resonate. That said, while I didn't hear the specific comments mentioned, he's extremely sharp and well read on most of what he tackles. I'd guess they were to be taken more symbolically than literally. And I, like many others, don't consider anti-Israel comments to be blanketed as anti-Semitic as they often are.
And this does it. I mean, and the fact that you and I...
Dude, these guys are fucking awesome. I love the fits. This is cute as hell.
You're taking back, he likes stealing or he's anti-Semitic. We're not Cori Bush's audience. We're not the people she needs to reach. So I think that this was a good move on her part. I don't think it's enough.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Oh my God, they're so cute. Oh my God. They literally are just like, yeah, maybe he's a little anti-Semitic. Maybe he loves theft, but obviously that's what the youth want. That's so funny. That's not... That's crazy. That's not what the youth want, and that's not what I'm giving the youth, my man. But it's cool that they're still like, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore,
That I think, desperate times call for desperate measures. And I guess the good news, I thought she'd lose by 10 points. I think she'll lose by 9 now. I mean, I just don't think this one is even going to be close. I will throw in that her husband was acquitted.
It was a hung jury, and then they dismissed.
Yes. Okay. So right, and that's the feds. And if anybody they want to throw in jail, it was probably Cori Bush's husband. So they must not have had much of a case. But it's.
Why are they so confident that Wesley Bell is going to be popping? Like that, I don't understand. Like, people fucking hate Wesley Bell. In the district, they hate Wesley Bell. I wonder why they're like.
I don't think it has any impact on this race, really, because that horse is out of the barn. I mean, look, she is not winning that block of votes ever, ever, ever. So, I mean, that's just.
I think she benefited from having some voters who, surprisingly, were actually more conservative when she was trying to topple Lacey Clay, because she got people who were like, okay, I want to get this guy out of here. And so they came to join her coalition, and she had the progressives and the people who are pro-shoplifting, and then she had some people who are like, throw the bum out. And it was a nice
Oh my God, that's an unbelievably racist take, by the way. Pro-shoplifting voters voted for Cori Bush. That's Jesus Christ. Okay, that went from cute to maybe not so cute. Like, accuse me of being pro shoplifting. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'll take it. But don't assume that Cori Bush's voter base are pro shoplifting. That's kind of weird. What is this? Imagine blowing off a candidate. Oh, Wesley Bell skips candidate forum with Cori Bush. Kyle Blomquist for U.S. Congress says, imagine blowing off a candidate forum in your district after organizers made every effort to accommodate your schedule. Imagine disrespecting voters and volunteers to avoid answering their questions in contrast with your opponent. Now imagine doing it 13 times. Welcome to Michigan's 1st district. Yeah, the problem is in districts like this, moneyed interest talks. Right? They talk like this about you, but they have no idea that you know what the word cussy means. Once the ops realize that, it's over for you, my guy. I think the reason why they're so confident in Wesley Bell is because like he's got big money behind him, right? Or enough. He's got sufficient sums of money backing him.
Some of this for a little.
Let's see what AOC trying to be like me, going to Chicago Institute of Politics. You see that? Fine. Following my footsteps a little bit. Not a big deal. I've done it too. So just saying.
Talk about some of this for a little bit. First of all, let's zoom out. Redistricting in Tennessee, North Carolina, Texas.
Yeah, bro, you invented speaking at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics. Thank you. That was the point I was making. Yes, I invented the University of Chicago. I invented Chicago. I invented going to Chicago.
Florida, Missouri, none of that challenged or overturned by the courts, despite very clear and brazen constitutional violations, such as in the state of Florida, right? But that, they've bought their courts, and so it's not going through. But what the difference is here in the state of Virginia is that all those other states I just listed, those maps were passed by their state legislatures. Virginia was an election of 3 million Americans. This court did not overturn a map. It overturned an election. An election. And when we talk about the balance of power and a system of checks and balances, it's one thing for a court to check a legislature or an executive, but the end-all and be-all of power in America should be the people. Elections. It should, and the result was clear. And so I think
it actually was pretty close.
It was close, but it was clear. This was not a...
Axel Chud, why you gotta do this? Why is it that there is this centrist liberal commentariat tendency to be like, well, actually, Doesn't matter, man. The majority's the fucking majority. That's how votes work. What is with people like this, where they will undercut their own argument ahead of time? It makes no dang sense.
Recall, this was not a recount situation. It was clear, close but clear. And we are in an era of a very real constitutional crises about the limits of power. Because what do you do? What do you do in a situation like 3 million? I mean, I think that, you know, and my understanding too, Hakeem Jeffries issued a statement today saying that this is not over, and they are currently exploring their options here, which I look forward to.
Stop linking the fucking clip of me with the grandma situation, okay? Please, Jesus Christ, Shatter.
Seeing what.
Why? What do you want me to do? Click on your link that you keep spamming over and over again of me saying something earlier today?
The outcomes for that are, but I don't think that we should take this sitting down.
Let me ask you just last thing on.
Chud, AOC believes in bourgeois democracy. Chad, Chris Rabb wants to abolish the Constitution. AOC and David Axelrod, I heard, that there was a 2028 conversation taking place here as well. Hold on, I got to pee while this plays.
Last thing before we go to the students, because I would be drawn and quartered if I did not say this. There are a lot of people who would like you to run for president in 2028. Apparently some of them are here. And there are people who, there are others who would like you to run for the United States Senate. Senator Schumer's up in 2028. I don't know. It sounded like even more. Should we do it?
To New York or to other parts of the country?
How many would like AOC to stay in Congress? See, they want you to make a move.
Yeah.
What say you about all of this?
You know, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post, there was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that, it was very clear this was a veiled threat, right? So it was the elite saying, if you want this job, you just stepped out of line. And we want you to know where the real power is. And it's in the modern day barons who own the Post and own the algorithms, and we'll make an example out of you. And what's funny about that is that they assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And
Bars.
presidents come and go. Senate, House seats, elected officials come and go. But single-payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, a finer point to your question is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, it is tremendously liberating because I get to wake up every day and say, how am I going to meet the moment? And conditions change radically all the time.
Great politician, by the way. Did not answer the question at all, for the record.
So I make my response less to an attachment to some positional, title or position, and working backwards from there. But I make decisions by waking up in the morning, looking out the window, and observing the conditions of this country, and saying, what move or what decision can I make today that is going to get us closer to that future, stronger, faster, better than yesterday?
She bobbed and weaved like the best of them. And by that, I mean Donald Trump, who is the best at the bobbing and the motherfucking weaving. That's the most long-winded way for a politician to say, I don't know, maybe, who knows? I mean, I think it was a good answer regardless, that what we need to do is build a movement, that type of thing, right? Like that, because that's what she's saying there. And it's good because I agree with her. I also think that it's like, I also do think that it's far too early for these sorts of talks, and I hate it. Anyway, let's get to the king of bobbing and weaving, not being able to weave his way out of this cease trifle.
Fired unprovoked on 3 American Navy destroyers in the Strait, the U.S. swiftly hitting back. The president telling me in a phone call, quote, it's just a love tap. But Iran does not see it that way, now accusing the U.S. of violating the ceasefire, promising to deliver a crushing response if U.S. attacks continue. With uncertainty over the war, the president leaving the White House for an unannounced stop, bringing cameras along with him to the National Mall, showing reporters the blue coating he's installing on the floor of the reflecting pool outside the Lincoln Memorial.
Ew.
I asked the president why he was focused on the renovations amid the ongoing war and as gas prices rise. The president brushing off the question, calling it a disgrace.
You are here against the backdrop of the war in Iran. Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why? Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe.
With the Strait of Hormuz closed, sources say the U.S. and Iran are now attempting to hammer out a framework that would give the two countries 30 days to hold deeper negotiations. But the future of Iran's nuclear program remains a major sticking point. President Trump has insisted the country needs to commit to not developing a nuclear weapon, telling me it's either going to happen or they're going to get the hell bombed out of them.
You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran.
And this morning, the Washington Post is reporting that a CIA analysis shows Iran can outlast the U.S. blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before suffering severe economic consequences. ABC News has not independently verified that report, but the president told me he is in no rush to make a deal and he is not setting a new deadline. Rebecca.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's going to take some kind of tangible benefit
yes,
here.
That was a new threat.
Rachel, thank you.
Good to have you. We expect a response from Iran today. Those are the words of U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio regarding a U.S. proposal submitted to Tehran to end the war. Rubio made the comments after meeting Pope Leo and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in Rome. Rubio says he's hopeful the response from Tehran will push forward diplomatic efforts.
We should know something today. I mean, we're expecting a response from them. We'll see what the response entails. The hope is it's something that it can put us into a serious process of negotiation.
Well, Rubio's optimism follows a night of back-and-forth attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, testing an already shaky ceasefire. The U.S. says Iran launched drones and missiles against its naval fleet. Iran says Washington targeted one of its oil tankers and hit several coastal areas with airstrikes. Rubio says U.S. actions were merely retaliatory.
If you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire, we're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid.
No, the decision is that you are moving military assets through this region while there's supposed to be no military assets moving through this region in violation of the current ceasefire.
Stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country.
Our correspondents are covering all the moving parts of this story. First, Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C.
Well, we don't know what's in that 14-point memorandum of understanding which was sent reportedly via the mediators to the Iranians. We are told and do understand from some administration officials that yes, the question of nuclear armament is part of those 14 points. There is suggested to be a moratorium on the enrichment of Iranian uranium, for example. There's also discussions about the Strait of Hormuz. The US lifts its blockade and Iran opens free passage to all ships through the strait without tolls. Now, those are reports about what is in the proposal. We do not have confirmation that those facts are in fact in it. But it would be very surprising if President Trump authorized any proposal that did not specify some form of nuclear reduction or nuclear disarmament. He has said repeatedly that one of his red lines is that Iran pledge it will not become a nuclear power now or ever. He's asking for a total commitment from Iran not to develop its nuclear weaponry.
And Al-Meghdad al-Ruhayd has been following reaction from Tehran.
The leaders here linking any pressure on the Strait of Hormuz with the diplomatic path, because they are saying basically you cannot force us by pressure when the diplomatic on the table and diplomacy is open. This is what Abbas Araghchi has been said on the past few hours, and also they are saying that this pressure on naval blockade, on naval presence, on this back and forth escalation and attacks from the United States Navy is leading to a quagmire, not leading to any kind of diplomacy. So they are also seeing a contradiction from the United States rhetoric. United States residents and United States officials saying several times they are open to political solutions.
Lex, nice white lady, stop fighting in the chat. I'm going to ban both of you guys. If you keep fighting in the chat, I'm going to suspend both of you. What the fuck is this? Stop fighting? No more drama in the chat. Swear to God, it's a goddamn daycare in here.
But at the same time, the Iranians saying that there is a contradiction on this rhetoric, because they are saying a pressure on the region, a pressure on the Gulf, a naval blockade, a back and forth escalation, trying to open the Strait of Hormuz by force.
When
all
someone
of
clicks on a
these
YouTube video,
issues are not acceptable for the Iranians, and saying that this is our rights to control this strategic choke point after this war, because they are saying that the condition in the Strait of Hormuz will not be back to the pre-war norms.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has issued a statement on X saying every time a diplomatic solution is on the table, the US opts for a reckless military adventure. Is it a crude pressure tactic, or the result of a spoiler once again duping POTUS into another quagmire? Whatever the causes, outcome is the same. Iranians never bow to pressure. Also, the CIA is wrong. Our missile inventory and launcher capacity are not at 75% compared to February 28th. The correct figure is 120%. As for our readiness to defend our people, 1,000%. Mark Kimmett is a retired US general and a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. Earlier, he told my colleague, Per Newberg, he says the US may have miscalculated Iran's tactic of playing the long game in this war.
The nature of their wars of resistance is they just take the punches. They just keep getting punched and punched. They're very resilient. And they say, we can outlast you. Sort of like the Rocky fight where Rocky kept taking the punches.
But the question is the same. Is there a better way then, instead of just keep on punching like Rocky, is there a way for Rocky to take off his gloves and walk over and say, hey, come on, let's talk?
So to answer your question directly on the issue of is this the right way to fight, I would say Vietnam didn't work, same conditions. Afghanistan didn't work, same conditions. The United States military really hasn't taken grip of how to fight a war of resistance. And it's unfortunate because we call it the body count fallacy. We believed in Vietnam, the more you kill, the more you're going to win. But we're seeing the same thing here in how we're fighting against Iran. We think that the more rocket launchers we take out, the more ships we sink, the more military units are destroyed, that somehow the sum of those...
Do you think the admin really thinks they have the upper hand despite Iran obviously holding the cards? Or do you think the admin believes that Iran will bend the knee under pressure in spite of the fact that they seem to be very willing to hold the ground? I think that Donald Trump wants to pack this up. He's wanted to pack this up for a while. But the external pressure that he's receiving from Israel and the internal pressure he feels about having to hold a fat L is what's keeping him in this battle, regardless of the fact that he knows it's lost. Yes, I do think that they know that this is not going the way that they wanted it to go. It's like everything. If we can interpret or analyze something here on the broadcast without having access to information, intelligence assessments, and like satellite imagery that the CIA has, that the State Department has, that the Pentagon has, then you think they don't know? Of course they know. We're making out shapes off of commercial satellite imagery. Okay? We're speculating off of what we have seen, what Iran's capability seems to be. So, of course they know everything that we know and more. Jonathan Lemire, co-host of Morning Joe from MS Now, staff writer at The Atlantic, writes, President Trump is desperate for the war with Iran to end. Energy prices are up. His polls are down. Few U.S. military goals have been achieved. Trump doesn't want to resume hostility, so he keeps punting his deadlines, and Tehran is calling his bluff. I believe it. I think there's two competing, or not competing pressures, but two pressures here. One is the pressure from Israel to continue this war. And two, the pressure internally within Trump's mindset to not hold an L. Those two pressures is what's keeping this war effort from ending. Everyone absolutely is aware that it's a wash. Everyone knows that this is a failure. It's an unambiguous defeat. They're stretching the phrase tactical success to the limits of the English language. You're all set to go, U.S. military officer radioed as the ship glided to the Strait of Hormuz. Safe travels. Soon after, Iran opened fire. What happened when Trump tried to pry open the strait? The mission showed that even small tactical successes can morph into broader strategic challenges, military analysts said. The U.S. military extricated a pair of vessels, but triggered an escalation from Iran that reinforces grip on the world's most important energy shipping lane. Oh, so they didn't. They got one vessel out in a panic state, and they got peppered by the Iranian Navy's Go-Fast boats and possible drones, and they had to retreat. Hardly a victory, I think. Yeah. We failed to achieve our objectives of forcibly reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and we also really frustrated our enemy and tightened its grip over the Strait of Hormuz. But guess what? We did that tactical style.
pieces of destruction will somehow reach to victory. And it just hasn't.
So if I understand you correctly, I mean, you've spent many, many years at the heart of the U.S. military machine. Why is the U.S. not learning these lessons from Vietnam or Afghanistan, like you mentioned?
I wonder that too.
Do you have a responsibility there as a general?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm retired, but I mean, yes.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this goddamn news channel. I'd be on CNN, like my counterpart, Spider Rapist, and many others. That's number one. Number two, look, I've given you a better answer than what this general guy is going to say here, which is that all of those other previous wars did not lead to global catastrophe in the way that this one has. Wars, by the American perspective, are not meant to be won. They're meant to continue. But while those wars continue, you can justify larger and larger contracts for the defense industry, for the contractors, for the military-industrial complex. As long as the other side doesn't have the capacity to turn this into a global incident or do it in a way where it's like utterly humiliating for America's force projection capabilities. That's why in many of those instances, people said, like in Iraq, for example, oh, America won the war, but lost the peace, right? America won the battle, but failed to win the peace. That's bullshit. Their goal never was, beyond extracting oil with American companies, like their goal wasn't to actually build a puppet state. Or rather, if that was their goal, they didn't really try to achieve it at all. They liked that it was a continuous occupation that required more and more resources to flow, more and more tax dollars to be justified in the direction of the military-industrial complex. This is different. The reason why it's different is because the opposition has been able to hold back the American forces from achieving their strategic military objectives. And it's also different because the Iranian side has been able to punish the global economy. This is not a local incident. This is not Afghanistan. This is not Iraq. This is now a battle being waged over the Strait of Hormuz and therefore the entire planet's energy supply, at least 20% of it, and the entire energy supply for, the Eastern Hemisphere. That's why it's different.
The answer is, we have seen this time after time after time in the U.S. military, and part of the problem is the legacy of the Cold War. We trained, manned, and equipped the U.S. military to fight a similar military style, the Russian Soviet army. We had tanks, they had tanks. The Russians, the Soviets actually used a mathematical equation called the correlation of forces. They say, if we want to bust through this particular area, we have to have this amount of stuff. So, but that's different than a war of resistance. And the problem is, or the issue is, the United States believes that that conventional threats, now China, we have to be fully ready for that. But when we have these lesser included warfare, like wars of resistance, well, we can shift not only our thinking, but our equipment and our fighting style. And we just haven't done that well.
Of course, we're still waiting for the official.
He said, it's really hard to fight a counterinsurgency. Yeah, it is. But this is different than Vietnam. This is different than Afghanistan. And it's different than Iraq. Because America doesn't care about how long-standing and difficult of a conflict it is to fight any counterinsurgency. It was just as much a war of survival for the Taliban as it was for the Iraqi insurgency, as it was for the North Vietnamese, as it is the same in Iran. America wages offensive and oftentimes colonial battles. The enemy, on the other hand, is fighting a war of survival. That's always the case. The difference in this situation is that the impact of this war is global. So all eyes are on America. America triggered events that led to Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, that led to a global energy crisis. That's the major difference. So in this circumstance, it actually escalated to a degree where it became a global issue.
Response from Iran, because we haven't heard a no. It's still not a no to that proposal from the U.S. But I'm wondering, this miscalculation, if you could call it that, is it a political one or is it a military one, as Iran has still not bowed to the demands of the U.S.?
Well, let's see. Well, first of all, remember, the original 14-point plan that came from Iran were 14 sets of demands that the Iranians were making on the U.S., and now the U.S. has responded to their demands with a set of demands. And then we're going to see whether that turns into negotiations. This is just bargaining. The souk is open. We're trying to figure out the price. And the price, what we're really trying to do right now is agree. We're negotiating on negotiations. What's the framework that we will take to the table? And we say, we're not going to discuss this issue. Don't even think of bringing it up at the negotiating table. This notion that somehow the United States is going to pull out of the region, that's not going to happen. And correspondingly, the Americans are saying they're making, in certain cases, some equally ridiculous demands as well.
And
AOC went on this podcast and talked about how, and this is a viral clip. You might like this. AOC's long explanation to why are you so controversial
in physics. And my question is, why do you think you're such a controversial, polarizing figure?
I think a couple of reasons. I think from a power perspective, of course, when you're challenging power, when you're challenging the concentration of wealth, you know, when you fight really entrenched power, that power will fight you back. And when you are aiming at the vice grip of the people who own media companies and the people who own a lot of institutions, they're going to make you controversial, right? The goal is that they know that the message is potent, and so they can't be seen attacking the message because that makes them look bad. So what they can do is attack the messenger.
Interesting takes. They do this to you? Well, I know. And I've also given this exact same answer before. That's why I said interesting.
And so if you make me or any person who says similar things as controversial as possible, then you can stigmatize those opinions in the American public. You know, I think about when President Obama had this moment when he was talking about, you know, people of these huge scions of industry, the you didn't build that alone moment. And it was this huge controversy at the time. It was the same thing. Like what he was saying, he was right. He was right. And so you have to create controversy in order to disrupt truth. Because if people hear it straight, then they're going to agree with you, and that is bad for the powers that be. So I think there's a certain incentive from that perspective. And they want you to think like, oh, he or she just didn't say it right, or they didn't include all the points, or, you know, they will, you know, exploit whatever thing. There will never, newsflash, there will never be an uncontroversial messenger for challenging the structures of power that are keeping wages low. That person, whether me or anybody else, is always going to be in the sights, right? But then the second thing is that I think it's not just personal to me, but I think my presence as a person who was a waitress, I'm like, it's like I slipped through the cracks. I'm not supposed to be there. And according to them, right? And I'm not bought. I don't take corporate money. The average donation to my campaign is $16. In 2 years, there's maybe been 8 max out checks of like $2,500 to my campaign. And, you know,
Unbought and unbossed.
I think that there's a real class aspect to this. I think there's a lot of people that really believe that if you don't make a lot of money, it's reflective of your intelligence. It's reflective of your capacity as a human being. And I think that there's a very real built-in denigration and devaluing of people because of the class that they're in. And of course, I'm a woman. And of course, I'm Latina. And so, and I'm from the Bronx, BX. And so it means that, my mere existence is inherently subversive in the place that I am. And so, I mean, listen, it's misogyny.
I miss what she said. Is there a way to rewind? Great question. Yes, you can rewind the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing. You can also support independent media by gifting a sub to others so they can rewind as well. Thank you. Support the Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today, People's Broadcasting Service. For you, the people, by you, the people. Thank you.
Politics is like one of the strongest forces that exist. And it's not like just, I'm not even talking about baked in biases. It's just also a form of structural power. You're challenging power. And the way, you know, when you are wielding power on behalf of your constituency, it looks different. I think sometimes it's inherently seen as very disruptive because I don't approach power in a patriarchal way. I don't believe, you know, in domination, authoritarianism, in top-down leadership. I believe you wield it differently, and it breaks people. And I also don't act in the way that women are supposed to act in a society like this. Like, you know, you're coming at me crazy. I'm not going to be deferential to you. My job is not to make.
I think we need more of this. This is like I think there's a tendency amongst a lot of commentators whom I love and admire and am honored to call my peers, where we're a little bit too involved in what we do, and we think like, oh, AOC has to come on my show. AOC has to go on this show, that show, right? However, there is one good take that Crystal Ball had on this issue. Not to say that this is a make or break it kind of circumstance for AOC to just do independent media or even do contentious media environments. But I do think training in real time in somewhat contentious environments is a good thing. Doesn't have to be, a specific podcast that she goes on. And I don't even think it's necessarily important to just go on podcasts. It certainly doesn't hurt. But I think doing the podcast route or doing this kind of stuff will absolutely aid AOC and any other Democratic hopeful in getting sharper and faster and more coherent with their message.
Ben or anyone else. You know, my job. No, like.
Because like this is really good. This was a really good response. This was a really good response. And I think she'll only get better. I see this even in myself. Like, compare one of my first ever off-the-cuff speeches to, like, the speech I delivered last night. And you see that I've gotten far better at it. If I do say so myself, I'm going to toot my own horn here. And I think it's a skill that you develop, and the only way that you can do it is by just doing it over and over again. And the more I do it, the more confident I get as well. And the more confident I get, the better I get at delivering those speeches. That shit don't help Nick Shirley. Okay, well, I think he has a severe limitation. He doesn't have enough semiconductors. He doesn't have enough microchips. He doesn't have the processing capability, okay? He's running on very little RAM. And the Strait of Hormuz is closed, so there's no new RAM that he can purchase. He can't download additional RAM. Hey, I'm a little guy. Put me down. Honkers! You're shook.
And it's not, and I don't say this in a gender war kind of context. It's just that we as a...
I saw a clip of Nick responding to you earlier saying he's not stupid. Wait, really? Where? That's awesome. I call him medically stupid. I see it in you too, as you constantly will challenge anyone who adds you in here. I mean, it's not just even in here. I think it's a different skill to like respond to someone in real time. I'm sure it helps. I think AOC's superpower in 2028 is that a bunch of terminally online Republicans and addicts of Fox News have convinced themselves AOC's dumb or extreme, totally underestimate her, and they don't have any clue just what a powerful and inspiring communicator she is and how much ordinary Americans as well as Republican-based voters will be impressed by her mission statement. Yeah. But that is the requirement for that message to be prescient is bravery.
Apparently.
Okay. And also a no nonsense attitude. Just don't take any shit. Be yourself, be confident in yourself, and match people's energy for sure. Glenn Beck.
I don't know if you know who, I'm sure you do, Hasan Piker is. But he responded to you and says, I obviously don't believe this even a little bit. This is your last post, that went to Cuba to document the humanitarian crisis, blah, blah, blah. I don't even buy this a little bit, but it is ominous that this medically stupid, he called you a foul name, is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I assume will be additional U.S. intervention. How do you respond to that?
Well, he's the same person who went to Cuba with Ilhan Omar's daughter to promote how it was taking communism inside of Cuba.
Please tell me he's going to respond to this now and be like, I'm not stupid.
So he actually went on a paid trip.
A paid trip? Yeah, paid isn't, I paid for it, motherfucker. What do you mean a paid trip?
Organization to go to Cuba. Yet he saw what I saw with my own two eyes, and he thought it's still a good idea to promote communism and socialism inside of a country that is letting their children starve. letting the people go without internet. They don't even have access to freedom of speech inside this country, yet he still wants to promote that. And so he's going to call me stupid. Meanwhile, he's seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people suffer. I'm seeing a civilization.
I mean, yeah, it is stupid because I also saw people suffer, but between you and I actually knew what the leading cause of that suffering was. The American oil embargo, the blockade.
That is depressed, has no hope left in their eyes, and yet he's still advocating for more of that.
I do feel like he's like the anti-Kirk. His facial features are too big. That's funny. I'm not stupid. He's stupid. I do think that we now live in a media environment where it just doesn't really matter. Like, as long as someone is just agreeing with your biased narrative, your biased framework, that's it. People just like slot themselves in the camps. And no matter how dumb you might be, no matter how brilliant someone is, most people will say, you're a fucking idiot, you suck, you're violent, whatever. And no matter how dumb someone is, if they're in agreement with that person, they'll be like, no, he's great. He's awesome. He's based. He's doing God's work. He's doing honest work here. Nick Shirley is proof of that, right? Nick Shirley is proof of that because he is objectively, medically stupid. Nick Shirley has his freedom of speech oppressed by his literacy capacity. Also, that chatter was wrong. He never says he's not stupid. He actually kind of recognizes how stupid he is, in my opinion. The next article Fox News is going to print about you is going to be on your ableism. Yeah, we're making the reactionaries woke piece by piece. Okay? One by one, every single day, we're making these unbelievably reactionary, racist, awful people with repugnant politics woke. They're talking about the same people that were like talking about the Wuhan flu or whatever are now talking about how I'm like an anti-Asian racist. They're saying hashtag stop Asian hate. That's the RNC's research department, dude. The RNC research department was like hashtag stop Asian hate. You accidentally closed the AOC Q&A? No, I just want to watch this.
And
now.
so when it comes to ICE, I think it's where both of these elements meet.
Because this is the major controversy now, right? Like, she said billionaires can't earn $1 billion, like, which is true. I mean, even in the age of inflation, sure, there's like some wage billionaires now, which is crazy to even think. But it's not, it's such an unbelievable rarity that it doesn't even matter. Like, it's just more often than not, if you've made $1 billion, if your net worth is above $1 billion, then you have exploited other people, okay? You've taken advantage of stealing their surplus labor value. You've cut corners. Yes, LeBron is a wage billionaire. I know. It's like 8 people total would be considered wage billionaires.
Because in an era of extreme income inequality,
Exploded, you gave them jobs. Exploitation in the Marxist sense is actually a technical term, for the record. Obviously, there's a flavor associated with it. There's a negative connotation associated with it. But exploitation, not explosion, by the way. But Exploitation is, in the Marxist term, chatter, the extraction of surplus labor value. That's all it is. Simply put, you and your boss, you and your business owner, right, have an inverse relationship with conflicting goals, conflicting interests. You want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay, right? But your boss wants you to work the most amount of time for the least amount of pay that he can get away with paying you. Okay? And obviously, in this circumstance, your boss is the one who wins that battle every single time. Okay? So whatever you get paid is always going to be less than your actual output, than your actual value that you're providing to your workplace, whether it be a blue-collar job or a white-collar job. That extra off the tippy top is called profits. Marxists consider that to be, or it's called surplus labor value, when it's extracted from you, okay, and your boss pockets it, that's called profit. We call that exploitation, and we call that theft. Do you understand? Considering you thought when I said exploited, you meant exploded, I don't think you will understand what I'm saying here. Yes, sir. Wait, you did? Oh my God, did that work? Did you actually understand the point I was making? Holy shit. No explosions. I did, sir. Oh, wow. Hell yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence that this xenophobia and anti-immigrant feeling is happening at the same time as record levels of income inequality. I also feel this way about Jim Crow and racism and all of this stuff, which is that when there is so much economic insecurity, I don't want to say it's a driver, right? I want to be very clear about that. But I want to say that in the mix of deep racism and all of this, in the mix of that, when you feel like you could be next, when you feel like you are one accident away from losing your house and losing everything, you kind of, there is the lesser impulse of us is to subjugate or to feel like there is another class of people that is below you, that I'm not bad, right? Our systems.
Was there ever any system ever in history that did not exploit the masses for the benefit of the few? I mean, pre-enclosures, primitive accumulation, which is technically a much longer period of time, a much more period of history where humans existed, where there was no such incentives. Now, I'm not saying we got to go back to that. I don't think anyone actually, well, anarcho-primitivists do agree. I'm not one of those people. But it's a pretty good way to tackle the issue that this is just human nature. One example I used to use back in the day is always the idea that, like, you know, man did not invent wheel. Man did not invent the wheel so that they could sell it, right? or when they figured out how to manipulate fire. They didn't do that for some kind of profit incentive in mind. The idea that the profit incentive is natural is a byproduct of capitalist dogma.
Require us, capitalism and our what have you, our society requires us to internalize the failures of our systems, to your point, right? It's not the school that failed the kids, it's that you're the dropout. It's not that it's not that Walmart pays less than a living wage. It's that I'm poor and I didn't work hard enough, so I didn't earn a better station in my life.
It's, clean out your yogurt containers to recycle them rather than tax fossil fuel companies.
That's right. And so what happens is, like, when you have these systems, when you have corporations, when you have an economic elite, there's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power, you can break rules, you can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws, you can pay people less than what they're worth, but you can't earn that, right?
That's right.
And so you have to create a myth.
The neat little bow wrapped around this argument is always the myth of meritocracy. If the entire thing that held, the glue, the social glue that held together theocratic monarchies was the idea that God or organized religion, some form of God, was what gave the king his divine right, the current lie, if that's a lie, and we understand that to be a lie, right? The current lie that allows people to have the same level of power accumulation, the same level of consolidation of power as kings once did in our modern day, billionaires, the super wealthy that run society. The myth that holds that entire system together is meritocracy. Okay? The idea that hard work and smart work is the reason why Elon Musk is as wealthy as he is. That you earned it. That you made it.
That since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it. And so if you're making minimum wage at a Walmart and you're making $7 an hour, and I mean, Dan, with these gas prices, it takes you $7 to get to work.
That's right.
And so as a result, we've kind of internalized this moralized system, right? The people at the top are smarter, better, more sophisticated. And therefore, the people at the bottom are uneducated, lazy, etc. And so if you are there, and if you have internalized that code, you need somebody under you because you feel like...
She hit that somebody like PBD. You'll need somebody under you. I'm a numbers guy. And you need somebody under you. Let's grok it. Vinny. We're going to grok it. We're going to ask Claude. I'm a numbers guy.
Like you are kind of good. And the truth is you are.
Right.
Right? But if you've internalized that, you need someone to point to that's broken the rules.
Right.
That's lazy, that's whatever. Because in a way, it's like someone else has got to be locked up so that you're not.
Right. It's like a mental coping mechanism because you actually are on the brink of losing your house.
And yeah.
So you have to think that it's actually someone else.
Someone else
who's
deserves
on the
that,
brink
not
of
me.
losing their house.
I'm the exception.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be in this stock. I'm actually, this is a mistake.
Right. And America like lures people in with the exception to the rule story too.
Yes. And again, it's not to say this is the cause.
Am I getting brainwashed, or have you actually gotten kind of good at that? Your PVD's getting better? No, everyone is saying my PVD's getting better. I do train a little bit.
But in a history of racism, colonialism, what have you, it's served up to you on a platter. That's Jim Crow.
Yeah, of course, everybody got insanely bent about this. Let's take a look at what Fox News had to say. The AOC dragged for latest claim. You got to be kidding me. Now, what's funny is this is a sneaky thing that the media does, okay? They're the ones dragging her, but they don't want to just say that, she's wrong, or they don't want to openly be the people dragging her. So they try to act like other people are dragging her too. Like, oh, everyone dunked on this.
Left's war on success taking another turn this week when Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria...
The left's war on success. The left's war on success. The left hates success. Jessica Tarkov, my queen, defended AOC. Dismissing AOC for talking about the rich in terms that the majority of Americans agree with is a mistake. The idea that the system is rigged to benefit the rich and that the working class up to the middle class cannot get ahead is one of the most salient political arguments. Trump used to make it himself, then gamed the system for himself and his friends, including the fraudsters he pardoned, of course. Cooked. No notes.
Is making here is actually very similar to, remember when Obama said, you didn't build that, right? And it was this huge, I don't even know how many news cycles we did on that, but his point was that.
Bro, Ratch Zem sent a Lindsay Ellis Nebula link. That's a first in the chat. Dude, the left does hate success. Look how often they get mad at you for being wealthy, Lamau. I think there's an understandable and, dare I say, healthy amount of resentment that people have for people who are financially secure. I've always maintained this position, even when people yelled at me when I bought the house. I think it's a healthy attitude to have. Just say you can't afford a subscription. Yeah, no, I have no issues with Lindsay Ellis. I've never had someone send me a Nebula TV link. It's a good instinct. Oftentimes sometimes it's born out of envy, for sure. But I think the resentment is healthy and the resentment is good. And the reason why I say that is because the resentment stems from a place of recognizing that your material conditions are dog shit, okay? In most circumstances, you're like, well, my situation sucks. I'm living in a dog shit apartment, and the meager wages I get immediately translate into a nice vacation for my landlord, right? And the modest increase I get in my meager wages are eaten up by inflation. Gas is now $1.50 extra per gallon. This shit sucks, right? Why the fuck is that guy rich? The fuck did he do? Fuck him. That's the attitude that people have. Now, of course, it can be unproductive anger or it can be productive anger. If you spend a good deal of your time yelling at like random influencers, myself included, but certainly just like random fucking influencers on the internet about how they're the real movers and shakers in society, well, then you're a fucking idiot. That's unproductive. And this is not a take that I have simply born out of a personal desire to stop people from yelling at me. I know people will say, oh, you're just saying that because you're rich and you don't want people to yell at you, rich guy. No, I'm just saying that because like I truly have no power as opposed to like the real movers and shakers. And with the modest amount of power that I do have, the influence that I do have, I try to use it for good. Okay? I don't believe you. Let's grok it. If you had the pick between America having high-speed rail, but you personally would never make more than the bottom 10%, would you do it? Yes. But there's probably better stuff than just high-speed rail. I would do it for Medicare for all, for sure, like NHS. I'd do it for free college. Yes, easy. Easy choice. The fuck kind of question is that? You can grok right off, buddy.
No one builds a billion-dollar fortune or one of these huge companies, which I think is a good thing, and they employ lots of people, and most of them pay taxes, though the Warren Buffett example, I think, makes sense here, where he says I should pay the same tax rate as my secretary, for instance, but that it's a village. It takes a village to do it. We know it takes a village to raise a family. It takes a village to build a business like that. And when he was talking about it, he cited there was a teacher that helped you along the way, that maybe you run a trucking company and you're using roads that are funded with tax dollars, that there is government research that goes into something that you then turn into your business. And so this idea that you've done it on your own is just not founded in reality. And dismissing AOC and what she has been talking about, this idea that the system is rigged to benefit the rich and that the working class and up to the middle class cannot get ahead, is one of the most salient political arguments. If you're John Ossoff out on the campaign trail, if you even go back to 2016 with Donald Trump, where he said, I use the loopholes, of course I do, and I'm going to get in there, I'm going to change it, which is the exact opposite of what he did. He was tapping into this same emotion, this same feeling that you should have better healthcare, that you should have affordable housing, that your schools should be good, and that the rich live in another planet. They're the only ones benefiting from the stock market. They're the ones that are getting all of the breaks. And being dismissive of that kind of politics will not benefit the right. The poor on the left and the right feel exactly the same way about the rich and on fraud. Donald Trump has pardoned people who committed hundreds of millions of dollars in Medicaid fraud, also in Minnesota, down to Florida, what are they called? Nursing home fraud. And he's like, yeah, you guys should just walk out. So he doesn't care about fraud.
Prosecuting the fraudsters. You guys are giving plea deals.
Sure. Jesse Waters' take? Oh, let's go.
Obviously, I had help getting all the way to where I am. My mom read to me, someone...
Bro, he's so cynical as a grifter. Like, every time he tries to deliver a message, you can tell that it's insincere. Like, he kind of recognizes he is a fucking fraud, right? Am I crazy? Or do you also get that vibe from Jesse Waters? Well, like, he's like, oh, obviously I came to this profound position of privilege and power with a lot of help. And it's like, the first part of that argument kind of recognizes that he's a piece of shit. Like, he is so shameless that he knows he's a piece of shit and he's almost flexing it. Where he's like, yeah, I'm just a fucking dumbass in a suit on television and I just talk shit.
Cuts my hair. We get it, Jessica. It's obvious. We didn't all do this alone. And yes, there are rich people and there are poor people. Okay.
You know what I just realized? This motherfucker looks like Ross from Friends. I can't believe I've been watching this dude for years and years, and this is the first time I made this connection. Why the fuck does he look like Ross from Friends? And why has no one ever brought this up? I've never heard anybody bring up the fact that this motherfucker looks like David Schwimmer.
That's how it's always been, okay? For the poor people, it seems like they can't get ahead. For the rich, it seems like they write the rules. And to a certain extent, they do. But she's lying when she says these guys made all this money by breaking the law and, like, hurting workers. Top 4 richest men in the world. Men, Jessica. Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Larry Ellison. You know the average salary at Facebook? 380 grand. At Amazon, 220 grand. SpaceX, $175,000. Oracle, $150,000.
Yeah, famously. Glad he brought up the average salary. Okay. Yeah, famously, people that work in Amazon distribution facilities are making too much. Yeah, he didn't say median salary for a good reason. He said average salary. Okay.
I think they're paid pretty well. I would say the people that work for these billionaires are pretty happy. And I think everybody wants to work at one of those companies. Okay? This isn't like a railroad baron that's like breaking the law and making kids work in a mine.
Wait, no, that's exactly what the fuck they're doing. Just adjusted to the current time frame. Like that's literally what they're doing. And they have even more power and wealth consolidation than the robber barons of the old ages.
And you know what?
We have more income and wealth inequality now than we did back then.
If they do break the law, they get sued and they pay up. It's no big deal. This is a capitalist country. If you can create value...
Famously, super easy. Famously, the easiest thing ever. Super easy to just punish billionaires. Right? First of all, you said break the law. The law is a malleable concept, as we've learned. Donald Trump being the president and all. But also, these guys write the laws. So it's not fucking illegal to do illegal shit anymore. And then on top of that, even when they do violate the laws, nobody ever gets punished.
You will be well compensated. But she doesn't understand that because she's a government employee and she is a taker, not a maker. This is a great quote. Emily kind of alluded to it. Blue states have bled $2 trillion in wealth to red states in the last 10 years. She's talking about how great blue states are. Everyone is moving them, their family, and their business to red states. New York lost $660 billion in a decade. Florida gained $1.3 billion. You don't even have to argue with it. It's just the facts. Everybody hates living in these states because they're high taxes, high crime, and overregulated, and you don't get good services. Snow removal, Jessica. I remember you telling a story about how your husband had to join a citizen snow brigade because you guys couldn't get plowed.
First snowstorm, second snowstorm, he didn't need.
You know who plows in the red states, Florida, Texas, Arizona, and the Carolinas? No one, because it doesn't snow there. And the red states where it does snow, you know who plows? We do. You put a plow on your pickup truck and you do.
Wait, what? You just made fun of her husband in New York getting paid to plow snow, and then you said in red states where it snows, we put a plow on our pickup trucks and do it for free? Also, why does Jesse Waters say we? Motherfucker, you're like a theater major that went to a tiny liberal arts university, I assume, because that's usually what these guys have done, who now lives in New York City or at most Connecticut. Half of these dudes went to Trinity College. More than half have an English lit degree. And all of them live in either New York City, the tri-state area, or Connecticut. Are you describing Jesse Waters or David Schwimmer? Well, clearly, it's both. He went to Trinity. There you go. Boom. Jesse literally went to Trinity and got a Bachelor of Arts. Fucking called it. Every single one of these motherfuckers.
Yourself, or your neighbor does it, or the mom and pop business does it for you. People in glass houses shouldn't be stoned. Have you seen her district? It's a third world country in Queens. It's grimy, it's stanky. I can smell it from Manhattan. 20% of her district lives below the poverty line. There's open air drug deals, there's open air prostitution. She should really not be pointing fingers at other red states when her very own district is a mess.
Former U.S. Secretary Mike Pompeo admits there's no prime minister of Israel who has any chance of getting elected who would not do almost precisely what Netanyahu has done to date and will continue to do. This is not about Netanyahu. Glad that they just keep saying the quiet part out loud. Not that it fucking matters to anybody. Anyway, I know that it's only 6 hours and 51 minutes today, chat, but I'm tired. I did wake up early this morning. I didn't get a lot of sleep. So I'm going to leave it at that. This is also part of the reason why I said I don't even know if I can go to nephew's birthday because I'm so fucking tired, but maybe after a nap. Who knows? Anyway, love you guys. And see you tomorrow. Malak Kuros in the building
starting off the day
for an interview. We'll get to learn a little bit more about her. We had a brief introduction last night. But love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Son and Asmin Chatterloss, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is news again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.